personal profile and
Yeah,
stuff like that. There you go.
I'm trying to Google it. Can you tell me
Perfect.
his name again?
Yeah, it's in the, you are able to chat.
Ah, in the chat. Okay, let me access. I'm new to
Enjoy.
Discord, by the way. I don't know how to access anything.
But look, it's not about who
Welcome.
said it. It could have been a janitor. You have to understand, you need to argue against the argument, the information presented, not who presented it. It's totally irrelevant if he's a doctor or not. He happens to be one, right? But it's totally irrelevant. Look at the information presented and then criticize that.
I mean, for me as an average citizen, it's really hard for me to believe that the whole world, the whole scientists and the whole establishment agreed, especially when they have wars between like the Russian scientists and this Chinese one, the American ones, right? They don't get along. But
Look,
when
all
it
those
comes to
countries
the
wanted to tell their people that we're the best, get to space, we land on the moon first. It's a good way to control the population and make them occupied with shit that is important. Pay their taxes, whatever you can. If you can fool someone to believe you're living on a spinning space ball, traveling space, all that weird stuff, 1,000 miles per hour spin, and
okay,
curving water, then you can fool them into anything. Hey, take this
oh,
medicine we give to you.
Yeah, hold on. We're not
As
going to
we
talk about
say,
medical.
pay for the oil
Hey,
fields and
hey, no,
talk about,
no medical stuff.
yeah, no medical stuff. But I mean,
So
whatever.
think
Like,
about this way: that you think all these countries they can't get along, right? Inside your worldview, they're always fighting, they're always bickering. But some reason there's exactly only two places they get along just fine: Antarctica and low Earth orbit. To tell you something, what is special about these two locations? That they fight over everything, constantly bickering. These first world space age cultures cannot help themselves but to bicker over every little thing, unless Antarctica, low Earth orbit. Then they get along just fine. No problems, no issues. Everything's perfect. It's perfect. So, I mean, riddle me that. How is that the case? Was it maybe these places don't exist? They're fairy tales.
I don't know, man, it's hard to believe. Anyway, I'm a religious person. I will take this like from a religious point of view. If that's true that there is elite that is hiding all of this, that's not fair to the human being. If you are guys religious, do you think that God, because I believe in that, would approve such uh, zero fairness? Because it's so not fair. Like, do you think these elite people um, can do this with the approval of God?
Yeah, you wouldn't know one way or the other.
I don't think God would approve such thing like make an elite for the whole world like this.
All right,
Bro,
well,
that's a
you can,
heck of a runaway.
yeah.
We're
Yeah,
talking about
there's no
light.
way of knowing that. There's no way of knowing what God would approve or disapprove of. You don't have the mind
Bro,
of an omniscient super being that's outside
that'd
of.
be a
Oh, go ahead.
debate for, I guess, Ask a Christian room. I don't know what room to debate that in, but this ain't it.
Yeah, because it's a big thing. Like if you're saying that elite, a bunch of people fooling billions of other people, that's a big thing that requires like the attention of God at least.
Why?
Because it's not fair. Like if there is benefits on those regions
Well,
that they
life's
are
not
not
fair.
telling.
There you go. Perfect explanation. Life is not fair.
Yeah, but not to that to
No,
this
no, yeah,
extent.
but that's the fact. Life is not fair. That's what you got. That's what you're working with right now. Life is not fair. There you go.
So
Gonna
what
have to.
do you take? What does it take for someone like me to know the truth and be on the
Go
other
check.
side with those people?
Go check.
Check who?
They told
Check
you the
what?
Earth is a globe. Go check. Did they tell you the truth or not? Until you check,
How
you
can I
won't
do
know
that?
for sure.
I mean, there's coastlines of countries that, you know, they meet the ocean, so you can take differential leveling and the correct equipment and go and do the differential leveling. Actually
So
check it. That's called verification.
is anybody who claims the Earth is flat done that before?
Yep.
Well, I don't claim the Earth is anything, really. My understanding stops at terrarium, and that doesn't really explain much. That only explains part.
Because when it comes to these establishments, they gave their proof, right? Whether you agree with them or not, they had satellite that have pictures of the round Earth and stuff. So what about the other side, the flat Earther side? Do they have a similar proof that the Earth is not round and it is flat and there is like ice mountains and whatever? Like, do
Well,
we
don't
have that?
confuse a debate thing for a personal thing. Yeah, so homeboy gave you something in a debate to move the debate along, because if we actually get into semantics, it'll take 7 hours.
No, it is an argument in a debate, and it needs proof in the end of the day.
Right, what you're suggesting, right? Satellites. What is the definition of a satellite? Something that is
Something
not attached to surface, or it depends on the category, right?
something that orbits
We,
the Earth.
not every satellite is something that orbits anything. Sometimes satellites just sit still.
No, there is no still satellite. They are all moving. Here's the thing about still satellites. They are moving with the same speed, so they are aligning with the turning of the Earth. That's why they keep in one point, and you don't have to turn your dish or whatever you call it. Like for NileSat or Hotbird satellite, they are also turning around the world, but the same speed of the Earth. That's why they are stable at one point. And that's called GEO. And there is LEO, low Earth orbit, and there's MEO, middle Earth orbit. Those satellites, they can't because they have different speed. They have around the Earth in 9 hours. So we can't fix a side dish to them. Anyway, that's what I studied in university.
Yeah, all of that stuff is. I'd sue to get my money back if I were you.
No, it's free in my country. But anyway.
Well, that's why it's free, so you don't sue them.
Yeah.
It's
You
all,
didn't get
it's all bullshit, made up stuff.
Yeah, you didn't get anything for your money. You just basically said, "Hey, we'll do adult babysitting here for a little while." The parents were like, "Bet."
Right. That's a whole another channel topic that I actually do enjoy talking about. So moving back to Earth hurts me so bad, but it's okay because that's what this channel's for. I remember science class. I made good grades, and I remember quite a lot from my schooling. And a satellite does not necessarily have to be moving. Orbit has to be moving. Orbit is a trajectory. It actually has a path. So don't confuse words and categories together to make something that's in your head make sense that you've never seen in real life. Because I've never seen what you Globers talk about satellites, never once. Now, I'm working on building a garage so I can build my first jet, okay? But it's going to take me a while to be able to get up to 300,000 foot. Because all the king's men haven't gotten there yet, with a jet.
What about the outer space? Like when you guys observe the outer space and the other planets, they are all round. What made the Earth different? Like, why is it different, Ma? I don't
Well,
understand.
because we're not luminescent. Firstly, the stars are luminescent. Luminescence is giving off light. The moon is luminescent. The stars are luminescent. And if you can see the dark bodies, those are actually luminescent. They're just luminescent on a different frequency. And
Oh,
there's
you're
plenty
saying
of
that
dark bodies.
so are you saying that the moon, the light of the moon, it's from the inside, like it's like a bulb?
What I'm saying is, whatever it is, it's giving off light.
I mean, Mars is not giving light. Jupiter does.
Bioluminescence is a perfect example of this. It's found in nature. Light given off without temperature. That's luminescence. That's exactly what the moon is. And if you don't believe me, you can go get a laser temperature gauge and go out in the moonlight when the moon's out. Right?
Yeah,
Shade, moonlight. Shade, moonlight.
but
Different spots.
but but it's not
It's just
only
no
the
temperature.
moon. I've seen it through a telescope myself, different planets, and they are all around. It's not only the moon. That's the
I
problem.
got it. I got a really, really nice camera. I treated myself one year and got me a great birthday present. P950. Okay, I can get up there and zoom in real well, and I can't make a thing out. All I can see is fuzzy images that look like bad projector transparencies.
A camera doesn't have the same zoom as a telescope. Everyone knows that.
That's great, but I don't have a telescope. So unless you're donating to Cuddle's new birthday, I don't know what to do because I'm not buying a telescope. I don't have a rifle big enough for one.
So I think you should make assumptions before like testing all the means available to study study the universe or whatever it's called.
Well, it's a light in the sky. We are not lights. Earth is not a light. The Earth surface, remember this one thing, right? Does not give off its own light. So what do you mean we're like they? They give off light. We don't. We're completely different from everything in
Who,
the sky except for
who told you? Who told you
whatever
that
doesn't give off
Earth?
light.
Who told you that Earth doesn't give? Like you never been out of the Earth. How do you know that?
Okay, so do you live anywhere like away from the city, or is there a countryside you can go out to? Because what you're gonna need to do is probably
Yes,
rent a helicopter
yes,
ride. Go out in the middle of nowhere at night.
yes. I
Look
did
around
that.
you. The Earth isn't glowing, bruh.
Man, it doesn't work like that. I don't know if you know.
That's luminescence. It's giving off its own light. The object itself is giving off light. Period. The end. That's science. There's a whole lot of reasons for this in chemical bioluminescence and other forms of luminescence. There's plenty of explanations.
Yeah, there's something
Most of
called
them,
scale as well. Maybe when you are far away, you will see it as glowing. I don't know.
no, it's giving off light, right? So it's like if you have light hitting something and it appears as though it's glowing, that's an illusion. That's called reflection.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I
reflecting the
believe.
light.
The moon is reflecting the sunlight. This is what I believe.
Cool story. The moon is the same brightness when it's out during the when the sun's out for 2 weeks, and it's the same brightness when it's out at night by itself without the sun. Doesn't change brightness ever. They get side by side, doesn't change brightness. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, what about the shade of the Earth on the moon? Because the moon changed its like reflection shape, right?
Who told you that? Because you need
Because
to
it
slap
changes.
them.
Like with my visible, like the full moon is not as like the what we call here the croissant. Like it's like a croissant, French croissant, right?
Yeah, waxing and waning. Yeah, we understand the dark body problem that makes the moon go away. Most people don't even look into it until you realize the Earth isn't a globe.
But if you are saying that it is autoluminous, then it should stay as the same shape.
Well, I don't know what you're thinking. You didn't make this place, and I didn't. We're trying to understand it. So
No,
to
you
say
just
that
told
the
me.
sun, okay, I don't see the Earth. Okay, I see the moon in the sky, and I see the sun in the sky, and they
You,
literally look like they're side by side. Okay, so
you told me that.
when hold on, when I'm looking at two objects, and I'm supposed to be in between the two things that you're saying are hundreds of thousands, at least at minimum, miles away, I couldn't physically be in between the two objects anyway to cast the shadow. I'm looking at both of them. In order to be between them, you realize that the sun has to be in one position in the sky, right? Let's say, if I'm looking south to my left or to my right, and the moon will have to be on the opposite side, but then the shadow would have to correlate to where Earth is actually involved in that blocking of light, right? We don't get any of those effects at all.
But that doesn't serve your argument as well when you say that the moon is self-autoluminant, whatever. That means that it should be
Luminescence?
on luminescence. It means
Luminescent.
that it should be always light. Like it doesn't have to change the shape of the light. That's what I understand by you. If it is from within, then it should be stable. Like the full moon should always be the full moon on the 12 months.
But that's probably what it is. Now, what's blocking
No,
out the
it
light?
changes.
It's not Earth. Because when I'm looking at the sun and the moon, and they're both at high noon, okay, you say they're hundreds of thousands of miles away from Earth, and if they're near each other, I can't be in between it and the light. I can't. It's impossible because, like a triangle, right? I'm the furthest point away on that triangle. I can't be in between directly those two things at all because it's impossible. Just the angle of attack is impossible to say that the Earth is the one causing it. That throws everything that you have out the water because daily life proves that what you're saying about Earth globe is patently false. And this one thing just shows it. And that's just not the only thing. There's a lot of them.
You said about the sunset. So I have a question about the sunset geometry. On a flat Earth, the sun is often described as a spotlight, right? By you guys, circling above the plane. So explain using perspective, the sun could appear to set below the horizon while maintaining its angular size. If it is just moving away, it should shrink to a dot and vanish, not disappear bottom first behind the horizon line. How do you explain this?
You say.
I
But
don't know, you guys try it.
you also say there's atmospheric lensing, don't you?
Yeah, but it should be like smaller and
Yeah,
smaller,
but well hold on.
getting
Either there
get
is or there isn't, right? This is the phenomena that causes the effect. Now you're trying to sweep the phenomena and the cause, the explanation for the cause of it under the rug. But nothing. There's no but. That's the answer to your query, right? So why does something appear? Optical illusion. Atmospheric lensing is part of a optical illusion, my friend. So then you already have the answer to your question. You can't play dumb anymore. It's an optical illusion. It appearing to go below the Earth is an optical illusion, which means it's not physically happening. It's due to atmospheric lensing, which is a optical phenomenon over distance through air, because there's pockets of other gases, differentials of heat between you and it that will cause issues with you seeing an exact image. Plus, the thing's moving at all times. You really can't do much with that either.
If
Good
the
luck
sun is
stopping it.
if the sun is circling, why does it appear 24 hours in Antarctica?
I don't know how the sun works as far as our area. That requires exploration, which I'm not allowed to do because, again, commies.
I don't know.
Did you
You are
know the
not
sea's
as
only 5% discovered?
I mean, dude, right. That's just where we're living and a little bit more.
Good
But, like,
point.
to actually go get the data, I need to go myself with my planes and equipment, my boats, and collect the data. Wouldn't take me that long. I already know exactly how much money I need, fuel, planes, everything.
one last question before I leave. What will we'll achieve by knowing the Earth is full? Like when we discover they are lying to us, what benefits do human race will get, or what do you
Well,
benefit?
question. Have you ever caught somebody in a lie?
And yes,
Okay, and what did you do about it?
move away from him.
Okay, and have there been other situations?
But politicians, they are always lying to us anyway. So
Right. And there's only one solution for that. There's jail. Well, I mean, 2 or 3 solutions, you know. But that's called fraud.
yeah, but there is no greater benefits from discovering the Earth is flat, right?
Well, hold on. The Earth's not blocking the sun, and they tell you that it does, right? But I just proved that it's not at all.
Yeah, what
Okay, I have a
100%.
changed for me
question.
as an average person? What will change for me?
I have a question. If it's flat, if a meteor hits it, will we all bounce off?
I mean, for me, you're gonna have to define the term. I'm a stickler, right? I'm not everyone else. I'm a terrariumite. You call me that because I don't know what flat Earth is. It's a misnomer, right? That you guys will never grasp, and I am never gonna explain again.
So if you were to if everyone was to mow their lawn at the same time, what would happen?
That's not a thing, though. You're talking about problem reaction. It's like, all right, you have a problem. You've been lied to. What do you do with criminals? You deal with them. So then you don't have criminals. So then what happens when you don't have criminals? I think life gets better. I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
I
so
mean, this is
then if everyone was to wash their hair at the same time, what about that? Yeah.
No, you will
Okay.
shut up now, or you will ask normal questions. Sit on mute,
that's
or
not
you
an
will be
equivocant.
muted.
That's a false equivalence fallacy, bro. It'd be great if you came up with something that was similar,
Yeah, don't let him
right?
derail the convo here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Look,
I know, I
I'll think of
know.
something. Give me a few minutes and I'll think of a genuine question
Yeah,
for you.
don't
Good.
derail the convo, please. Cheers.
I mean,
Another,
the Earth's not blocking the sun. Light pollution does cause problems. Then you have mixture of different heat pockets of air currents, temperature, water over distance between you and an object that will cause all kinds of fun issues.
there is another, like a political question. Like, if you are living in a Western country and your country is benefiting from this hoax or lie or whatever, like, why would you want to stop that or change that?
Hold on. If my country is benefiting from harming other people, uh, I think somebody needs to be put on trial immediately.
I mean, countries do it all the time, harm other
I,
nations.
I okay, but there's supposed to be established law, and the people are the ones that are supposed to be the arbiters of government. So, whoops, what happened there? But this is going to snowball off into anything else but Earth, right? Earth, not globe. Cuddles just proved it. Ta-da! You're welcome.
Uh, if the
Now,
Earth
if
is
you want
flat,
more
then
terrarium, if you want more
sorry.
terrarium stuff, I'll be around, man. It's no big deal. The other
Right.
guys can fill you in on other stuff in my absence too, right? They know.
I want to ask the cat the question. So maybe you missed the beginning of this about 30 minutes ago, or wherever, when we talked to the other guy and explained to him how we know the Earth is flat. That's the question you asked, right? Then you ask us to present our evidence. We'll ask you to present your evidence for why you live on a ball. Is that something you have some interest in?
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I was asking the cat.
Are you asking me?
Yes, because we got off
Um,
topic a bunch of times talking about the moon and the sun and
but
stars,
no,
all
but
kinds
it,
of other stuff.
Laundry as
But I
well.
want to talk about the Earth.
yeah, but it's not you against me. It is you against the whole world. So they already presented their.
Yeah, but they're not
Uh,
here. So I'm willing to present my evidence to you, and then I want to hear your evidence.
I'm not taking sides. I'm just having a conversation. That's all.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We have listeners here on YouTube, and they're interested in the room topic, right? So they want to hear my presenting why I know the Earth is flat, and then they want to hear your
Mm.
best argument for why you think it's a ball in space, right? So you should be asking, why are we here? Why are we at Earth? What is our best evidence? And then we will explain that, and
You,
all the listeners are going to be happy.
but here's the thing: we can't talk about the topic without getting a little bit political or whatever, because it is a political thing. You are saying that there are people, politicians, that are lying to us. So we
Yeah,
have
we're
to
not.
address that
I
as
never
well.
said
It's
that. Nobody here claims politicians are lying to us. I've talked about this before. This is mainly tradition. There's probably not even people alive who were behind the moon landings and so forth, right? So we don't even have to get into politics about this. We just want to present this is why we know that Earth is flat, and then we want to hear arguments from the globe side. We've been asking people for 10 years, what is your best evidence for why you think you live on a ball? And people can present that, and they usually bring up stuff that is irrelevant, right? But we're going to try to stick to the Earth's surface.
Yeah, if they want to debate, they have to do that. I'm not here to debate you, so I don't have to present anything. I have just personal questions, that's all.
Right. So if your next question should be why do you say that no Earth flat?
Again, you can't address the matter without getting a little bit political, because every flat earther that I spoke to, he says it is a conspiracy, right? So it is a political thing.
Well, then you bumped into a room where we don't say that. So how about that? You have reached the final
Uh,
level now of flat Earth. Okay, and this is your
I don't
shot.
know if
Now you have a chance to have it present to you why we say the
uh,
Earth is
Plain and truth. Plain and truth. I'm just talking, feeling the gaps. Like if there is more important person, go ahead. I'm not cutting off anyone.
All right. I'm going to present our evidence, then I want you to comment on it. Are you able to see the chat?
I'm having
I
trouble
have a
operating
question.
this
So
thing.
if you don't believe the Earth is round, correct? What about gravity?
We're not going to talk about gravity right now, but I'll be happy to address you. I'm done with this guy. If you sit and listen, you'll probably be answered over the course here. I want to talk to him now, and I want to see if he is able to see the chat.
Yes, I'm reading. Yes, there's a lot of
Right.
information.
Yeah. So, do you see that round ball in that picture? You don't have to worry about the numbers or the text, just the picture of that ball.
Yeah, spherical.
Yeah. We
Spheroid.
can even call it an oblate spheroid. That's the popular thing today. But do you see all the blue stuff on that wall?
The blue stuff. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
on the ball in the picture, you see the blue areas?
The water, you mean? Okay, yes.
Yes. We agree that that's water, right? We agree it's water.
Yes.
Do you notice
Oceans.
something weird about that water? It curves around that ball. Agree, right?
Yes. By the
Right.
mystery of gravity. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, sure. I'll grant you your gravity for now, for the purpose of the discussion. Sure, it's gravity that pulls the water around that ball, so it curves. Okay? And
Mhm.
NASA and all the other space agencies, they send out pictures of this kind of like this. They look a little different, have a little different colors, different countries, whatever. But we'll grant it now. Let's just say
Bro,
that
like,
is a real picture of Earth space. Let's just say that for the argument's sake, right? I'll agree with you. I'll grant it to you. This is the ball. Now you're going to have to confirm, does water curve? If you can look at the chart in that picture, you can see that Earth has to curve with the specific rate if the claimed radius of 3,959 miles is correct. So you don't have to take my word for it. Find a friend, bring him to a lake 10 miles wide, place a laser 1 foot over ground on one beach, you shoot it to the other side. Guess what? It's going to end up 1 foot over the water on the other side as well. That means that water doesn't curve, because if it did curve, that laser on the other side should be 66 foot up in the air. This is why we're flat earthers. We cannot measure any curvature. We tried this on 10-mile wide lakes, 20, tried it over oceans. We have done everything we possibly can for the last a long time, right? A decade or whatever, in this channel. So that is why we're
So,
flat earthers. We know that water doesn't curve around the ball, because we can't confirm it, and therefore those pictures that they show us, they're fake, clearly.
so,
Or the
so if,
size
if,
have told us
so if there is
one of
no curvature, why big ships, like the biggest ones, they keep, what's the word for it? Not hiding, like they keep,
they disappear
they
because
keep
you can't see them
disappearing
anymore.
inch by
Yeah,
inch, inch by inch. And when I stand on my
you can
feet,
replicate this on a flat surface. You can do it with Legos on your kitchen table. You stand far away, the smallest pieces disappear. The last piece on the table is going to disappear for you. Just perspective, angular resolution. You can't resolve it once it goes
but not in the same matter.
below
Here's the thing.
0.02 degrees.
It will become fuzzy and it will become like unknown and I can't identify it, but it's
Yeah.
not with the ship. The ship, I can still see parts of it and other parts are immersed
Mhm.
in earth. It's not the same.
Well, a ship also has the problem with waves, swells, that, right? So even if you put your thumb up real close to your eye, you can cover half the room in front of you. If you move the thumb away, you can see more, right? So It's all about perspective. You
Okay,
can see
can
the
you
boat's bottom when it goes further out, right? And while it's clear completely.
what's
But if you get a zoom camera, you can zoom right back in some case.
what's the length of the curvature of the Earth? Like,
What?
how much I could walk so the Earth could have a curvature of length? What's the distance between a curvature and the other?
Well, we can look at the horizon example, right? The horizon on a ball has to be geometric. So if you're 6 foot tall, that's about 180 centimeters. You should be able to see about 3 miles out. And that's where it should start curving for you. But I promise you, in your life, you didn't notice it, but you have probably been to some sea or some lake and you've seen further than 3 miles. You maybe have seen 10, 15 miles even, which should be
What?
impossible if it's a ball.
Wait a second. Are you saying that the curvature should happen every 3 miles ahead?
Now I'm saying the horizon, actually Google horizon distance calculator and you can see different distances, how far you should be able to see before the ball curves away, right?
No,
This is just geometry.
it's not about my ability to see. I don't count on that. Talking about scientific measurement of the Earth. What
Yeah, and I
you
tell
people
that
think?
that's science claim. That's the heliocentric claim. Horizon has to be about 3 miles out if you're 6 foot tall. It has to, if it's a ball. And then it should just get worse and worse after that. After 20 miles, we have 266 foot of drop. 10 miles with 66, that's a 6-story high building. You wouldn't be able to see if it was on the other beach. Yet you can see the sand. You can see birds walking around there eating food. So we see way too far. So either they lied and the Earth is way bigger than they say. We're not making a claim to the shape here. We're only talking about the surface proper flat. Old dude says same effect out there. This is just a pond. Is Earth tiny? Posted a picture, right? You can replicate the ships disappearing on a small lake, less than a mile wide. Curvature have an effect there, and you still replicate this effect on that flat surface. If that's the video I'm thinking of, I can't play it right now, old dude, but I think that's the one you posted. It's an optical effect, not Earth
If
curve. Since to the horizon, there's an Earth curve calculator. He posted it. And if you want the math formula, it's 1.22 mile times the height of the times the square root of the observer's eye height to the geometric horizon. And we
so,
always see way
I have
further
a
than.
question. What like, does it matter the shape that you think it is? Like, does it matter if it's a circle or a square, or does that have any
We don't make
effect?
a shape claim because it's impossible to prove that. We're only talking about the property of surf. It
So
is
you're only
flat.
okay. So you
Oh,
don't.
it would be very fun to know the shape, but that's not what we're talking about here because we can't. We only talk about the empirical evidence here, things
So
we can
if
prove.
since everyone's trying to prove it's a sphere, do you think it's a circle, or like what? Do you have any thought on what it could be? Like what shape? Or does that not really play into
I've never
anything?
been concerned about it. To me, Earth is just Earth. It's where I'm living. Whatever I see when I look out through my window, I see a flat horizon. See the sun move in from the east. It goes away in the west. So I just take it for what it looks like. I actually think the sun is moving. I don't believe that the Earth is moving under it. And I think that when I see a flat horizon, it actually is flat. But everyone has been basically brainwashed to believe it's the exact opposite. It is super crazy, actually.
Yeah, it's flat. You see, it's flat because it curves every like 20 centimeters per kilometer or something. Hold on.
Yeah, it's about 20 centimeters. It's 8 inches per mile squared. I posted in chat. You can see that chart there. Sounds like you
So
want
that
it in metric, but you can convert.
so that proves it curves, no?
Yeah, it means that when you stand on the beach and you're 6 feet tall, the horizon should start curving out about 3 miles out, or maybe 5 kilometers if you want to do the metric thing. And I think you've been able to see things further than 5 kilometers away many times. You just haven't reflected on the impact of that observation.
Google is saying 11 kilometers. Like you can, so the Earth would start curving.
At
That's
what
like
height? 6 foot.
5 or 6 miles.
Can you screenshot that? I want to see. Actually, I'm going to Google it to be sure, because that's not the
Yeah,
information.
I'm talking
At
to
6 foot,
DeepSeek,
you
and it
should be.
says, I don't know, man. I feel like we should learn more and dive more into astrophysics so we can talk about the subject.
Let's see. Horizon distance from a 6 foot observer. That's what I'm Googling right now. See what answer I get. Should say about miles, 3.2 maybe. A 6 tall, 183 centimeters person standing at sea level. The horizon is approximately 3 miles, about 4.8 to 4.25 kilometers away. I'm going to screenshot that and I will paste it in the chat. I don't know what kind of Google search that gave you the 11 kilometers. That's wrong. Geometry proves me right. Okay, so go, done. Anyway, I hope I've given you guys something to think about. You don't have to take my word for it. You know the method now. You can take your friend, bring him to a 10-mile wide lake, see if you can see him on the other side. Unless he is taller than 66 foot, you should not be able.
Wait, so you're saying if you shoot a laser across a 10-mile lake, and
Yeah, 1 foot
you're
over
saying
the beach, both sides, it will end up at the exact same height on both sides when it should end up 66 foot up in the air if it's a ball.
because the laser is affected by Earth's gravity the same way as everything else, no?
It's light. So if you want to argue that it's bending, prove some kind of, you're going to have to show some kind of evidence for laser light bending exactly after the Earth's curvature. Nobody has been able to do that. I've never seen any evidence of it. It's not.
What's
It's
the
not
light
how.
bend?
It's not how light works. Light can
Do you
through
consider someone
mediums. That's
like
called Snell's law, but we're not getting into. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
do you consider someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson as a puppet of the establishment? Would you see him that way?
Consider him a hostile witness. He actually has made a couple of good points, but for the most part, I think he's a ridiculous person, indoctrinated at best, and a liar at worst.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so you were saying earlier, so you are saying
Do
that
you
light
think you
is a
can
curve or
debate him?
bend?
Like if you and him in the same room, do you think
Oh
you
yeah,
are
oh yeah. Easily, he would get destroyed
really?
even by even. Oh, for sure. But the thing is, he doesn't want to debate us. We've tried to set up debates with him with people that are way better than I, but even I could
Mhm.
debate. It's not that difficult. And if you listen back to the recordings on YouTube that we have thousands of hours. There are plenty of PhDs and doctors and all kinds of astrophysicists stuff that has been in here, and they all get destroyed fairly because they have the same questions that normal people have. So
Okay.
they get the same answer, and they have no explanation why we farther than we should.
For me, I'm not gonna lie. He sounds much like he sounds like an intelligent person.
Sorry, you cut out. I got a phone call there, so I couldn't hear your question. Will you please?
Yeah, I think. Anyway, thank you for the discussion. I'm gonna go now. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Come back anytime.
So you were saying earlier you don't think light curves or bends?
I don't think laser bends. If we Google it, does laser bend? You will get an answer that no, laser generally doesn't bend. It would have to be through mediums and stuff like that. You can easily do it. I can even screenshot it for you if I Google it. So the common
laser is
scientific.
light correct, and if you go onto Google and search "does light curve," it'll come up, and it'll give you a decent
I can do it.
explanation.
I can do it. Let's see. Does laser light curve? You can get it to curve if you do it through sugar water. You can get it to curve if you have two different mediums, but generally light from a laser does not curve. What are you getting on your results?
Look, if like it, I'm just saying that if like you're saying the laser is light that you're shining over the 10-mile lake or whatever it was, and it doesn't curve, that's affected by the gravity as it passes like through air or water or whatever.
Sure.
So it that's why you often would think that it's traveling in a straight line.
I mean, if you want to claim that it's actually hitting the water, symmetrical horizon is, and it goes
No,
through
no,
it to the other side and
I'm not
ends up
saying
1
it's
foot
hitting the
over
water.
water, then, huh?
I'm not saying it's hitting the water. I'm saying as it goes through air, it curves the same way as anything else does with gravity.
If you're making that claim, I'd like to see some evidence. So otherwise, it's a cool story.
Do you have evidence that that's not what happens?
Yeah, because the laser ends up 1 foot over water on both sides. Should be ending up 60 foot up in the air, and it doesn't.
That's if it doesn't curve, though. He's saying it does
Right.
curve, which is why it ends up in the same spot.
Right, so we just have to find someone who's willing to show that it curves 66 foot down on the other beach to 1 foot.
Yeah, so you're saying so if it was flat, it would stay in the same spot. If it was curving, it would stay in the same spot. So either way,
No, that's not my claim. You're claiming that laser bends when I know for a fact that we use laser to measure things straight. In building, in roads, bridges, construction, they use lasers and they do
that's because it's
tunnels.
on a smaller that's because it's on a
For everything.
smaller scale.
That's not a small
It's
scale. We build bridges that are 10 miles long. Anyway, you can find a frozen lake now when it's. Go out there, put yourself on skates, skate out to the midpoint, see if you slide all the way down to the other beach. Because of the curve, you won't.
Have you seen like do you believe in the pictures that are taken from like the International Space Station and stuff of Earth, or do you think those are fake?
Were you here when we presented when I posted a picture of the ball with the numbers on it?
The
11 at
18 minutes
1100
ago.
hour in the chat. Is that the kind of picture in that picture that you're talking about?
What, the one where it's got the imaginary ball Earth with all the formulas on the side?
All the numbers?
So what does that have to
Do you
do with
see?
it?
Do you see the ball in that picture? It's blue. It has some
Yes.
land. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are those the kind of pictures you're talking about when you say pictures from NASA? Approximately. They look like that, right? Almost.
Ish.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. Don't
kind
worry
of.
about the numbers.
But
We don't have to worry about that. I'm only talking about the picture of the round ball. We can call it an oblate spheroid for argument's sake, right? But the thing is, as I tried to explain, even if I grant, yes, it's a real picture of space, when we try to confirm it, we do these tests down here, and we notice that we see too far and that water isn't curving. Well, picture has to be faked.
what do
Because
you mean by the
they
water
have
isn't
given us
curving?
a radius, so we can do the math. So we know how much it has to curve every mile. And it doesn't. So I mean, best I can give you, it's sure it's a ball, but it has a flat spot on it that's 10-mile wide over my lake. Then we're venturing into disco ball territory, and NASA doesn't even claim that. They say it's
Wait,
basically for all purposes, it's
so
a perfect
are
sphere.
you claiming that the water's not being curved?
That's exactly what I'm claiming. Water does not curve. We use water for as a leveling tool, for example, because it is so perfectly horizontal, straight, flat.
Yeah, but you use it as something to level out because it looks flat because it's being curved by Earth's gravity, right? So if it was going over a large
That's the
scale or
claim,
a
but
small scale,
there
it
is no
doesn't
proof
matter.
for
It's
that.
still being curved.
Yeah,
Who said
I
that
even said
Earth's gravity
anti-gravity.
curves lasers like 10
Okay, so
times?
if
Can
it's
you, can
not
you give
being
us an
curved,
experiment for this, please?
if it's not being curved, like if nothing's being curved, which is what you seem to be claiming, then there's no point in having gravity. So you
You
basically
got to take
uh,
this phone. Sorry.
pardon?
No, dude, you said that lasers are curved by gravity. We're just scientific experiment for this claims.
You're saying light isn't able to be curved. Water's not
No,
able
I'm
to be
saying it
curved
can be, but you're saying it's due to gravity. So where has this independent variable been tested in an experiment? So we actually know that's the cause for the effect.
Ah.
We asked you like 10 times.
Goddamn, you guys are
We need
interesting.
we need science for this claim, right? Since you're making a scientific claim
Well, look, what I'm
of
getting
cause and
at
effect.
is you're saying, like, from what I'm hearing, is you're saying that there's no point in gravity if gravity's real. So if
You
gravity
didn't
wasn't
say that.
real,
He didn't
then
say that. I didn't say that.
yes,
You
okay,
said
but listen,
gravity bends lasers.
no. Yeah, but you're saying, are you saying it bends or no?
I'm saying light can bend, yes. You are claiming that it's due to gravity. So where has this been validated at?
Because it bends like anything else does.
Okay, so where is the validation for this? We're asking for the validation. Where's the experiment that proves the claim that gravity can bend lasers?
Because it can bend light like it bends anything else, and
Okay, so where's the experiment proving this?
where's your experiment proving me wrong? There is none.
You don't have to prove negatives. I don't have to prove that unicorns don't exist. I don't have to prove that Santa does not exist, right? If somebody wants to make a counterclaim that he does exist, then he's the one that has to provide evidence for that claim. I'm not going to be the one providing evidence for Hogwarts not existing. You have to prove that Hogwarts exists. So can we have the experiment of validating gravity bending lasers, please?
Okay, give me a minute.
Thank you. Good job, by the way, Common Truth.
If the Earth was flat, then why does the sun not light up the entire Earth?
Gas can
Rather,
occlude light with distance.
sorry?
Gas can occlude light with distance. We have gas on Earth. Gas can occlude light.
Yeah, but if the sun is so far away from the Earth, then
How do you know how far away it is?
well, you can assume it's far away, like very far away.
Assume? No, we're not going to be
Yeah,
assuming.
well,
You guys give us a value. You guys got that value from assumptions.
you can assume it's far away because if you look at
How
if you look
far?
at the sun from either end of the Earth, it
Well, how
appears to
far?
be the same size, far enough so that like if the Earth was flat, then different places on the Earth would all be lit up if it were flat.
That's not true. Gas can occlude sunlight.
Yeah, but how? Like, what are the odds of that
Well,
happening
that
if the
was just
sun's
a
so
concession. You
far
just
away?
said, yeah. Well, a cloud, gas, right, can occlude sunlight, right? Pretty simple to understand. Gas can occlude light. So with enough
Yeah, but
gas
if the
between your
sun
eyes
is
and the sun, it can block the
if
light from the sun.
if the sun is millions of kilometers away, then a couple
How do you know this?
thousand. Because you
How do you
can
know
make
it?
the assumption it's very far because,
No,
alright,
you're
just
just
listen,
making
listen,
assumptions. It's never
listen.
been measured.
When you look at a light on your roof and then you move to the other end of the house and then look at that
Yes.
same light, it's gonna look smaller, right? Because the light is very close to you. Whereas when you look at the sun from one end of Earth and then move to the other end of the Earth, say 10,000 kilometers away, the sun's size is going to look completely identical. That's because it's very far away from you. So you might
You
not know
wouldn't be
the
able to see the
exact
sun.
distance. You might not know the exact distance, but you know it's very far away. So what's an extra
If you happen,
1,000
even if you
kilometers
happen
going to
to
do?
be at a certain location and your friend was 10,000 kilometers away, he wouldn't even be able to see the sun. Like the sun is above your head.
Uh, sorry, I'm trying to read the chat.
Yeah, don't worry about the
Yeah, but
chat. Just stay focused on the VC conversation. Like pick one to engage with, either the VC or the text or the TC.
hey, great. Did you
Okay.
want to take over, bro? Just because I gotta head back to work in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate you, brother. Merry Christmas, by the way.
Yeah, Merry Christmas too. Happy New Year.
So the sun is far away, an extra
How
couple
far?
1,000 kilometers.
How far?
You don't need to know the exact distance. You just
Well, give me a ballpark. How far?
far enough so that if you move 10,000 kilometers on the other end of the Earth, it still looks the exact same size as like the other spot, like
So
where
why
you
would that be?
originally were. Because it looks identical from either end of the Earth.
Okay.
You can't see a noticeable size difference, which
So
means it
then a
has to be pretty
rainbow.
far away.
So a rainbow does the same effect. You can just travel, and the rainbow will just stay in the same position. So the rainbow's very far away too.
Well, rainbow is different.
Why?
Well, there can be different sized rainbows. Like you can notice the size difference in rainbows. You can't notice the size difference from the sun. Like from the sun, sorry. No matter where you are on Earth. Which means it's got to be pretty far away.
Because
Because the size of the sun doesn't change
the
even
size of
if
the
you move.
moon doesn't change either. So it's the same distance away. The
No,
sun
it
and the
just
moon
means
are about the
the moon
same
is
size.
also far away.
Yeah, but they're so the same distance away.
Not the same distance.
About the same distance.
Not about the same distance. It just means
Okay, where
they're
does that
far
come from?
enough.
Okay, where did
Well,
that come from?
what, the sun and the moon not being the
Yeah,
same distance?
yeah.
Well, that's a separate topic. I don't know. The
Okay.
eclipse happening. How does the
Okay,
moon
what
get in
about the
front of the
eclipse?
sun?
What happens
The
during the
moon
eclipse?
gets in front of the sun.
How do you know that's the moon?
Uh,
What else would it be? A big asteroid?
No, yeah. What
well,
else could it be? You know, it's
Well,
not the
there's
moon.
nothing else.
You definitely know it's not the moon.
You
So
do
what
know
would
it's
it
the
be?
moon, because where else is the moon?
How do you know? The moon is invisible at all.
What do you mean?
Okay,
Can
so
you
it's
see it?
impossible to have a conversation about this stuff if you guys don't know what's being discussed. The moon is not visible at the time
So,
of an eclipse. It's not visible. It's not in
so
the
there's
sky.
no way to
You
prove that
never,
that's the same moon.
you never see it.
so you saying there's two moons, no moons, one? What?
Okay, repeat back what I said.
You're saying you can't verify that
Nope,
black
nope.
dot
Try
blocking the
again.
sun is
Wait,
the moon.
okay. When you see a solar eclipse, you do not see the moon. That happens during a new moon, the moon phase, where you don't see the moon. Unless, do you think you can see the moon during a new moon? When the moon is not visible, it's actually visible when it's not visible. That would be a contradiction. That'd be a deep-seated contradiction because you'd
you're
have
saying you can't see the
visible
moon?
and not visible at exactly the same time. A hard contradiction. So I'm saying if something is not visible, that means it's not visible. If it's visible, that means it's visible.
But why
That's
is it
exactly
not
what I'm saying.
visible when you?
That's exactly what I'm
can-
saying. You understand what I'm saying now? If the moon is not visible, then it's what? Visible or not visible?
Not visible.
Not visible. Okay. So during an eclipse, you would say the moon is visible. That's a contradiction
But
because you had an invisible moon.
so you're saying the moon isn't visible
No,
during
this
a
is what I'm
solar
saying.
eclipse?
Listen, invisible is
All I'm hearing is
invisible.
visible, invisible, invisible.
Invisible
Yes.
is not visible.
God, you're just saying invisible, invisible. That's not proving anything. I want
That's
you to
if it's
explain.
other than
No.
that, that will
God.
require some very heavy burden of proof to square the contradiction. It's a contradiction.
So
Right now, you have a deep-seated contradiction where what you're not seeing is actually what you are seeing.
But what do you mean we don't see the moon? I don't understand.
Yes, I'm saying it's
when there's an
impossible to
eclipse.
talk to you guys about this if you don't know what the
No, because
observation
you're not
even
saying.
is.
You're not explaining yourself correctly.
I can't explain it to you. You'd have to go make your own observation and say,
you
what
saying
did you see? This is what
you
I was
saying-
okay, no, that's not what I'm saying.
I
This
just
is-
came in and I realized that what I heard Crit say was that during a new moon, you don't see a new moon, and you said it is actually there and you should see it, and you see it and you don't see it at the same time. So which is it? Do you see it or don't you see it?
That again doesn't
Well,
make sense because you're.
Oh my
can we
God, that doesn't
assume?
make sense. All right, somebody else try.
Can we assume that that's the moon blocking the sun then? I get what you're saying. You're saying we don't know if that's actually the moon that's blocking the sun. Is that what you're
I
saying?
wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. That's you guys that make up the stories about the sun and moons.
Look, you can surely you could measure the moon when you can see it, like when there's no eclipse going on, and then you measure again when the eclipse is happening to verify that the size is the exact same, and then you can just assume that that is actually the moon that's in front of your
measure
eyes.
the moon that you don't see during an eclipse versus a moon that you do see when there's no eclipse, and then when there is an eclipse and you don't see a moon, you need to measure the moon. Got it.
Well,
Okay.
Well, you
So
measure the
before
big
an
black
eclipse,
dot you see in front of the sun, and then you see that that is the same size as the
So if
moon.
I post that big
Yeah,
black
then-
dot for you, will you we be able to measure it then?
Well, we'd have to set up a camera in the exact same
How
spot.
far away is it?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's pretty
Oh,
far
so
away.
yeah, pretty far doesn't work in that formula, I don't think.
Well, you can assume it's far away.
Well, I don't think assuming it's far and pretty far will work in any kind of math formulas.
so before an eclipse, you see the moon, correct? You see it move over in
No,
front of the sun.
you don't see it at all.
What do you mean you don't see it at all?
Oh, see, I lost you.
You don't see the. Oh my God. You can't just assume you're the smartest one in the room. Yeah, you're probably smarter than me, but just listen for 1 sec. What are you seeing go in front of the sun?
I don't know.
So What do you think it is? You don't think it's the moon? What is
I
it?
don't know. I don't know.
So, God.
I understand what you're saying, but I was talking about something
But you
separate
don't
earlier.
understand. You understand, but you don't understand at the same time, right?
I understand. You're saying that you don't know that the thing blocking the sun during an eclipse is actually the same thing you see when you see the moon. Isn't that what you're trying to get at?
No, you got to
There
try
is no
again.
moon. There is
Yeah.
no moon. Yeah, there's no moon, so we don't know what it is.
You do not see the moon. It's a new moon. Okay, I don't know
So
why
then,
this isn't sinking in. When
Yeah, never mind.
during
I'm
that
lost
time of
again.
that part of the moon phase, it's called the new moon. It's not visible.
Right.
So you're the one saying that during a new moon, when the moon is not visible, it's actually visible. That's what you are saying that. You're saying, hey, check this out. This new moon is visible. When the definition of a new moon is invisible. That's what makes it a new moon. It's invisible. So you have a contradiction here. I don't. You do. You have a contradiction. Now, how do you square the contradiction? It's not asking me how many moons there are. It's you trying to figure out how you have a invisible, visible moon. That's how you would square the contradiction. You say, check it out. It's invisible and visible. Both.
It's invisible because we can't properly see it because there's light behind it.
So
The same way.
Okay, so now it's invisible again.
It's
You
not
got to
invisible.
pick.
You
Which one
just
is it?
can't see the face of the
Is
moon
it
because
so
visible
the
or
sun's behind it.
invisible?
Pretty said it's visible, but you can't see it. Does
Yeah, I
that make
know.
sense?
Yeah.
Does that make sense now?
Yeah, you can tell it's visible because you can't see it. If
Right.
you
That's how you
could
know it's
see it,
there, because it's not there.
yeah.
Look, I wouldn't say it's invisible. I'd
Well,
just
you
say
better.
you
That's the
can't
definition
see
of a
the
new
face
moon.
of it.
Maybe he's got his own definition now. Maybe he's starting something new, that he's got like a university he started.
I think
See
you
what
guys are
happens when
the
you get
one that
free
started
college.
something new.
You don't know what the word invisible means anymore.
Look,
What
you.
does
Pretty sure.
invisible mean? Well, that means you can see it. Really? A plus.
Your
Look,
arguments are so childish.
what putting the definition aside.
Why? Why would you do that? Why would you put a definition of a word aside? Who does that? Who does that type of dumb shit? Well, since the definition doesn't match my preconceived notion, we'll just put it aside. We'll just take it over there and just like ignore what words mean now.
Are you having a little episode or something? You good?
You can use either yes or no for that. It could be, my episode could be visible and
Oh my god.
invisible at the same time. You could tell I'm having an
You
episode,
could.
but it's not apparent.
Yeah, you can see he could not be having one and having one at the same time. You can't really
Well,
tell.
So it's just like
I'm reading it now. Different sources have different definitions for new moon. Not all of them say invisible. So Not all the sources say invisible.
Therefore,
I guess
visible.
nobody knows then, huh?
Well, it's not literally invisible. You just can't see the face
So
of it.
some say it's invisible, and some say it's not invisible. So what are you stuck with?
The moon is not illuminated, so you can't see the surface. That's literally it.
It's not there.
It is there. It's just not
Whoa.
illuminated.
Whoa. Wait, I gotta take a break. I'm gonna need a glass of water for this one.
Yeah, this is outstanding.
Look, either way, I was asking a separate question earlier.
Yeah, you're asking about the size and shape of the moon
And
versus
how
the
the sun
sun.
doesn't light up the entire Earth.
Yeah, so the sun is about 400 times larger and about 400 times
Based on
further
what?
away.
Where did you get that from?
I like when he holds how I do it is I hold my thumb up to the sun and I say that's 400 times away, and I hold my thumb up to the moon and I'm able to cover both of them with my thumb. That's how I know they're both at different distances.
What? Oh my God, you guys are a different breed, aren't you?
No, we're just using your logic, how you guys figure shit out. You look at it and you guess.
Okay, but how
Okay, we could
doesn't
say
the
the same
sun
about
light
you.
up the entire Earth?
Hmm. Answer?
What happened to the entire Earth?
I said, how does the sun not light up the entire Earth?
I thought you were talking about eclipses before.
No, that's what we moved on to.
When did you
But
move on? Were we in an eclipse already, or you moved into a sun and I didn't know it?
no, we were talking about the sun lighting up the entire Earth, and then
Oh, why would it do that?
distance. Why wouldn't it do that if the Earth was flat?
Because it's well, how far away is it?
Look, you don't need to know completely how far it is, but you can assume it's very far away.
It's okay, very
And
far. I'm
what
going
I'm
to write that
saying
down
still
as
makes
one
sense.
variable A equals very far. Okay, now what else? We point at it. That's the angle, right? We get an angle.
Do you want
Azimuth
do you
to it
want
also,
exactly how
right?
far?
And those are all angles that we get from a flat surface when we do this, right? You can't do it from a ball, obviously. You have to do it from a flat surface when you get angles, right?
What do you want to know? If like how far away the sun is from Earth
Yeah,
exactly?
how did you measure that?
How did I
I
measure it? I
I don't
didn't.
want to hear that you shot a laser at it either, or
Personally, I
anybody
didn't
did.
measure it.
Yeah, no, I don't want to hear anybody ever did.
Okay, do you think it's close to? How far do you think it is from the Earth?
Oh, it's pretty close.
But then, how come someone in Australia sees the exact same sized sun as someone in Europe if it were pretty close?
Oh, because the sun moves.
Hello everyone.
No, but regardless of the time of the day, whenever, if you look at the sun, to your eyes it will appear the exact same size. If it
Oh
were
no, it
very
doesn't.
close,
Uh-uh.
it does. It does.
No.
If it were very close, the size would be noticeably different.
Yeah, I can't even
How
look
it
at
would
it when
look.
it's overhead. When it's sunset, I can finally look at it.
So your way of proving something is by not looking at it.
Take a photo of it during the day when it's over
Oh,
something.
so that's where you get ruined then. If you want to do photos, then we got to put filters on, and then you're going to see that it gets smaller. You see the pickle that you put yourself in?
Well, saying it's close also can't be possible because the sun it would look a separate
Because we
size
would
if
burn
you were.
because we would burn up because we're on a ball. Is that why?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm giving a different reason.
Oh, okay.
Let me try explain it to you. So when you
I'm
look at a
listening.
light, let's say you're right beneath a light in your room, and then you move to the other end of the house and look at that same light, the size of the light, it'll look smaller when you're
Yeah,
on
the
the other
sun
end
the
of the
sun
house.
fade out. The sun fades out in both models. It gets smaller,
But
and it shouldn't
the
get smaller at
sun,
all in your model. Yeah, it
when you
does.
move 10,000 kilometers across the Earth, the sun's size doesn't change, which means it can't be close to the Earth, or you'd see a noticeable size difference.
You do see a noticeable size difference sometimes. It depends on the situations. Usually, atmosphere doesn't allow you to see far enough for you to see it get smaller.
What do you mean then? How can you see a plane get smaller in the air if the atmosphere doesn't allow
How
you
far
to?
do you see planes anyway? Because I can only see about 3 to 5 miles usually. I can only really tell they're there if they're leaving a streak behind them.
Well, if the atmosphere blocks it out, then you also wouldn't be able to see a plane changing size as it flies overhead.
So how big
But
should a plane look at? I don't know. How big should a plane look at 40
my point is,
miles?
you can see the plane
40
change
miles. How
size
big should
as
a
it
plane look at
flies
40
away.
miles? So figure
You
it's
can
like a
see it
football
change
field long.
size.
Yes, figure it's a football field roughly. How big should that look at 40 miles away? How
Well, it
big should a
gets
football
smaller as
field
it
look?
goes out into the
How big
horizon.
should a football field look from 40 miles away?
Smaller
It'll
than if
appear
you
as
were
a
right
tiny
next
dot.
to it.
So you won't be able to see it. It'll become
Oh, that's
invisible.
a
So then it's there and
question.
not there at the same time.
No?
Oh, that
Nothing.
is good
It
question.
was a punchline.
Dude, even if the sun goes away 10,000 kilometers, the air is going to prevent you from seeing it at maybe 400 miles or whatever, 500, whatever it is, the distance. And it's not going to change that much in angular size at that distance, even though we do have videos where you can actually see some kind of change. So uh, it does change size, but I think you're too close for that to matter. You can't see it at 10,000 kilometers away.
You can't see a noticeable size difference because it's far away.
Because it's too close to you, is my point. You know, air has a limit where sunlight can go through it, just like water. If you dive down 200 meters, it's going to be pitch black. Same thing with air, just a little further. You know, it even changes the color for you because of the, you know, it goes to red eventually, the last one on the color spectrum, right?
Yeah, but if
Don't
you
worry
said the
about the sun,
Hello,
300
hello,
okay?
mile
hello,
Don't
thing,
worry about the
hello.
sun
I have
either.
a
This
question,
is
guys.
flat
I have
Earth
a question.
discussion.
Hello, hello. I have a question, guys.
Yeah, we'll get to you next.
Crap.
Okay.
Whoa.
Hello, why everyone is not speaking?
We'll get to you next.
Okay, okay, okay. I'll wait.
I thought there was an emergency for a second.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hello.
It's Superman.
Yeah, Superman. So, who all think the Earth is flat?
I don't think they landed on the moon.
Hey, if everybody heard me out on the possibility of the globe, right? I think the Globers would lose their minds. They might be right, but the way they're right, they're not gonna like.
It's Batman. Bro, Batman. Hey, bro. Hey, everybody there? Bro.
Who are you talking to, dude?
What's up, Superman?
Yeah. If it is flat, there must be an end for that,
Where is it then?
right?
Where is it
So I'm
then?
asking. So I'm the one asking. Where's the end? If someone is believing the
Oh,
Earth is
I don't
flat, there
know.
should be an end,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know. You claim the Earth is flat and there's an end, so I wanted you to tell us where and how you figured that out.
No, I'm saying Earth is globe. So anyone else here thinking Earth is flat? There must be an end for the flat surface. Okay, right?
Gotta be.
Yeah.
How many is there? Two sides or one side for the flat Earth?
Oh, Earth? You mean is there a bottom like underneath we can fall through?
So like you know how say for
Yep.
the sphere or what?
Yeah. Are you asking me if you can? Is it like flat and you can fall through it?
No, like I'm saying, what's the scientific term you were saying for a sphere earlier?
Imagination.
No, I mean, what was what did you call it earlier? Cool answer. Anyway, what I was asking is, say, is there multiple countries, whatever, on one side and then bunch on the other side? Is it all one-sided on the top or the bottom, or what do you believe?
Well, I know space is fake, so Earth is just what we're standing on. There's nowhere for you to go. There's no bottom to fall through and fall off of or anything like that. That's wonderful.
So, if space is fake, what does the sun and moon sit in?
They sit in the sky above us.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
Isn't it crazy how just the stuff you normally see works?
I'm talking to this dude in DMs. He's supposedly a neuroscientist, a doctor, and he doesn't know how to clip text from a screenshot.
Wow.
So I said to him, I sent him the headline, the headline with a GIF. He said, "Of course you won't send a link because it's fake." I'm like, "Well, no. How about just look it up? Do a news source you trust. If you don't trust CNN, pick a news source you want." And I'm like, "Well, you can just, if you want me to help you get the text from the image, I can show you, but you'd have to ask me for help because I'm not just gonna just do it for you." So he's like, "Yeah, help me out." So I make that video where it shows you clipping it and posting the text. He said that's fake. Control C doesn't work that way. You had a malicious video. You had this maliciously set up before the video. So I'm like, so really, Windows Shift S, text actions, and then paste into a text bar doesn't work. Like all of Windows is in on it. So I tell him, you need to go to that college and you got this doctorate in and get a fucking refund, dude. I mean, look at the people you're dealing with. That they don't like when they see a flat earther use a computer and extract text from an image. That's like fucking magic to them. Like it's magic. They don't know how that would work. It's like a magic trick.
That's crazy.
It is crazy, isn't it?
Magic. Ban the witches.
You guys believe in witches too?
I believe in Geralt only.
Well, you believe you live on a flying ball in a vacuum chamber.
I only believe in the Witcher Geralt.
So it's treated as flat. It looks pretty horizontal-ish, you know. Your equilibrium in your ears isn't all messed up, right? So you can pretty much kind of figure out what's going on around you. But somehow it curves somewhere. We just don't know where.
And invisible things are visible because trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. That's it. Just trust me, bro. You can see things invisible.
Well, bro, there's a such thing as nothing. Trust me, bro. Even
Yeah,
though everywhere there's something.
Just trust me, bro.
Yeah, just trust him.
Somewhere there has to be nothing, because otherwise my whole belief system falls apart.
Trust me, bro.
What do you... Does Carl sound like Jesse or what?
Hello? I've been asked by a friend to provide a bit of a burden of proof to disprove some of your arguments, seeming you guys aren't providing any evidence to prove that the Earth is in fact flat. So
No, it's
if you
only
could provide
flat. We got to prove globe. That's what we got to do. You and I have to prove globe to win the 3 Bitcoin.
Sure thing. It is quicker for
No,
boats and planes
there's
to
no
travel
burden
than
on us to prove
straight
anything.
from one to the other. That's where you're wrong. Everyone has to meet the
Birds
burden.
and planes now. It's birds and planes.
Yes, boats and planes travel on a curved line instead of straight because it is faster because you're following the curvature of the globe.
So now we're not
If
going to
you
get the Bitcoin because you said yes to that, and we're not going to win the Bitcoin. Thank you.
Huh?
That doesn't prove anything. So now we're not going to win the Bitcoin. You ruined it.
It does.
All right, go ahead. How does that prove anything?
If you follow the curvature of a globe, you travel faster than if you travel in a straight line. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. You can use laser levels. If you set them up very far apart, there will be a difference in height, even though they're at the exact same elevation because the Earth is curved. If you look at how light travels over the horizon, it shows you that it is bending along the curve of the Earth. Any others you'd like?
Yeah,
Those
proof
were
that the
claims. Those were claims,
yeah, proof
bro.
that the Earth is curving, like measurements, so we know how the bird calculates it instead of flying off
The
into space. How come birds don't fly off into outer space?
because they can't
Hang
physically
on.
fly high enough because the atmosphere
Does this
thins the
guy
far enough
even
they
know
go.
the difference between a claim and proof? Like the
Nope.
proof is the thing that's going to back up your claim, not just make the claim. Oh shit! I guess he didn't.
Did he leave? He ran off.
Yeah.
I got a friend of mine who says you guys aren't backing your claims up. Okay, and what? Then what? Well, birds fly.
That's why we
What?
lost the Bitcoin. See, he ran away. We lost the chance to get the Bitcoin because he said birds fly. I tried to warn him about that.
So if birds fly, then Earth curved. If birds don't fly, does this make why? Is it an explanation for weaponized penguins in Antarctica? Did I miss something here? Like,
Well, here's what's funny, right? He skipped over the facts, right? Birds fly because gas pressure, and gas pressure is because container. So then, where's globe? Because they only fly because the pressure is stable enough for lift.
Helicopter and plane crash. Hold on, I'm getting more info.
this will be good.
Atlantic County, New Jersey. That's the best I got. It's coming from my scanner right now. I don't think you guys can hear my scanner. It's in my phone.
No, I thought it was something this guy was writing in text chat.
No, this is happening right now. I always see this stuff like when the helicopter and the plane hit over there. I had that like right when it happened. I'm like, then it came up in our thing in Discord, and then I turned on and an hour later it was on the news. So this should be something. This app's really good. I should get paid for this one too. It's called Scanner Radio.
Well, I mean, this is a proven point, though, right? So if you make something white, and white makes it hard to see, and it also makes looking at it difficult, too. It's a wonder everybody isn't crashing, right? Except for the orange and green planes. You can't miss them.
Shouldn't they make them black so they heat up more?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm kind of liking painting them all hot pink or orange. I mean, it's funny. I've always tried to ask the Globers what what globe stuff do you have to bring me, right? Because if you test everything in, say, a wind tunnel, well, you're still dealing with pressurized containers and a mixture of gases. And every other example is just another extension of a terrarium. Like the aquarium, right? Where's the globe aquarium? Where's the aquarium where the water sticks to like a mass in the center of something, and the fish, swim in the circle around the mass inside the water that's clinging to that mass, right? Like, fair question.
Rick, can you just check chat for me?
What?
Can you check the chat for me?
What do you want? Check what?
Just check it, the chat.
Yeah, what am I looking for?
The link that I sent.
The link to YouTube NASA's
Yeah.
channel? Live? Is it live even right now?
Yeah.
So if I click on it, it'll be live. It won't be like, oh, we're closed.
Yeah, come on.
I think what he's saying is if we watch that NASA channel, we can see the plane crash. We should be able to zoom in on it in New Jersey right now.
What?
What?
What did that have to do
Yeah,
with
it's some
anything?
kind of big deal because they're going crazy right now on the scanner. So I'm going to go check it out for a bit.
I just wanna know your thoughts on what you think of like how they faked those videos. Say.
What do you think about it?
Well, personally, because
it's your evidence.
I'm just asking. I'm asking if you believe.
Well, just asking.
What?
I'm just saying.
I'm asking. How do you believe they faked those the live feeds? No answer.
Who said anything about being faked? How do you know it's real? Where's that coming from?
Because I believe it's real.
Trust me, bro. You know that's what it looks like because of. Trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro.
Because other trust me bros. That's why. Because there's more trust me bros that do it for other trust me bros.
You seem like you don't have an argument and you're just trying to mock people.
Well, don't ask for one then.
Better.
If you don't think I have something, like I know you've got nothing to show for the globe, so I know not to ask you for it because you don't have anything. You just linked a NASA live stream that says it's 24 hours and it's not 24 hours, and then said, "Trust me, bro," and then said, "Hey, how did they fake it?"
Right.
Yikes!
Take it. Wait, can I say my perspective on something real quick? I think the Earth is not flat because I'm not flat. So like that means the Earth is not flat either.
Right. If I'm thick as fuck, the Earth should be thick as fuck.
Yeah, like
we
why
gotta keep
can't
it
it be
on
shaped like a
topic.
Dorito or like a triangle?
Yeah, can we get related to the topic? The topic.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
what's the topic?
Your
Isn't the
what's the
topic flat Earth?
Yeah.
It's your
What's the
face
topic
now.
now?
I'm the topic.
Is Mars also flat? What about Venus?
I thought the
Venus
topic
flat?
was Globers providing evidence of
No,
like the
apparently
moon base and
they
the
say
space
space isn't real,
taxis.
so I assume that
I mean,
none of
Space
the other
taxis?
planets are real.
Is
I mean,
space
I
not
don't know
real?
about
I'm gonna go ahead and post a picture of what he sent us. You
I don't
guys
know
will
about
laugh.
you guys and y'all's relationship with your grandparents and stuff, but mine with my grandparent, we had this whole thing about when the space taxis were ready, we were gonna go. And well, they still don't have
Space
space taxis.
taxis.
Yeah, to go to the moon base that we paid for.
Yeah, we should go to the moon, you guys. I heard
Like,
it's so
bro,
cool in there.
they took the money,
Yeah.
right? They did take the money to build the moon base. So there should be
Wait, they
space
built the
taxis to
moon?
go to the moon base. Just a simple deduction, you know?
Do you want to go
Process
there?
of
You want to go to
elimination.
I
space?
want to go there. Wait, can we go, Labubu? Do you want to go with me?
Honestly, I do.
Well, no. No, they won't, because the military will shoot you out of the sky if you try.
All right, who we
No, it
taking
won't.
first?
How are
One
they
of you
gonna
guys has
know?
to mute up.
It's
Because
pure
they're
chaos.
monitoring the skies with radar?
And what if I make my own rocket or something?
Yeah, that one will mute up. Okay,
There we
so
go.
now go
Yeah.
ahead. Now we got it all figured out. Now we'll get to you guys one at a time.
Those
Wait, I'm
people make
confused.
me
Why are they
appreciate
muted?
flat earthers.
Oh, because if we can't
One
hear
talk.
4 people at the same time on the YouTube live streams, multiple
Oh, you're on YouTube live stream? Oh, my bad.
streams,
We didn't know
multiple,
that. You can unmute them. They
multiple.
won't interrupt.
No, we will. We'll unmute them as we need them.
What?
We'll unmute them as we need them in the conversation.
Well, I need them.
To do what?
Because why not? Like, I want to hear their different perspectives.
We will in a second. So what do you got for us?
Yeah, why didn't my grandma take me on that ride to the moon base? I mean, dude, I can't even show my grandkids the same, right? Like, hey, let's go to the moon base, kids, right? Because I know that it still won't be there.
All right, who's next?
I have a
Not
question
Rose.
that's theoretical. If
Theoretical. Go ahead.
theoretical, you wanna say it right?
Yeah, imaginary. Go ahead.
Oh my god, man. Keep trying to make
What?
yourself feel better.
No, you trying to
So
make yourself think you're
yeah,
smart. That's the funny thing.
I'm
Oh my god.
I'm not trying to
My
prove myself
God.
smart. I'm trying
No,
to
I just
understand
think
your side.
everybody's smart in their own way. It's okay.
No.
Yeah, we're all created equal.
Yeah, exactly.
And some of us
Well,
are
yeah, but
dropped on the head as a
then that
child, as
means,
you guys are proving.
No, just because somebody has a different opinion than you doesn't mean they're stupid.
right? But like, don't you want to go to the moon base?
You
Like,
didn't
where's
just
the
hear
moon base?
somebody.
Where's the photos?
Yeah, you didn't
where's
hear one of your
the trip?
fellow. Well, you didn't hear one of your fellow Globers said, "What if I build a rocket?" Because he can't build a rocket. You know that, and so do I.
Wait, wow, how would you know that?
Because he
But you
hasn't put
can't buy
anything in the
enough.
chat on how to do it yet.
I have if you were given the chance to be sent up to
Nope,
the
space is
moon,
fake. So no, I'm not going.
okay, so what do you believe would happen then if they sent you up in a rocket?
They're not going to.
How do you know that?
Because you're not going up in rockets.
How do you know you're not going up in rockets? Many people have done it.
Nobody's done it.
Why not?
Because you'll die if you go in a rocket.
Why would you die? What kills you?
Probably the lift off. Did you ever see a missile take off?
Probably lift off. Uh-huh. Just lift off, that's it?
Yeah, I don't think you can handle that for 5-10 minutes.
So, look, if you were given the chance to go up, you wouldn't do it because you don't believe Space is real.
No, space is fake, so it's not that I don't believe in space. I've already debunked space.
So I asked if you don't think it's real, and you said no, you don't. You think it's fake. That's the exact
Correct.
same
It's
thing.
not real at all. It's pretend. It's on TV. It's not anywhere near real. You see pretend things on television.
Wait, so like if
Okay.
planes
So
fall, does that mean that airports should close because
It means
planes fall?
it means Earth is flat.
Bro, what?
planes mean the Earth is flat.
Yes,
How?
because you need a flat and stationary Earth to fly a plane.
Why?
In order to be able to know where you're at and be able to land it. Can't land on a runway going sideways underneath you at 1,000 miles per hour. I don't think
How
you'll
are you
see
like
it.
loud and wrong? I really love that.
Loud and wrong?
Yeah, like I love your
Yeah.
confidence.
Oh, that's
He does
because
have
I'm
amazing
correct. That's
confidence, so
It's
because
a
I'm
compliment. It's a compliment.
because
Like I love your
I know.
confidence.
Thank you, because I'm correct. That's why.
Yeah, you're so right.
So have you
Absolutely.
ever been on a plane?
Have I ever been on a plane?
Yeah.
Sure, I've been on a plane. Have you?
So okay. So you're saying you don't think
No, this was a saying
that they
again.
can?
No,
No.
not
I'm
what.
not talking to you. I'm
Listen,
not talking to you. I'm not
listen
talking to you.
to
Shut
what
up. Be
people are
quiet. I'm not talking to
saying,
you.
not rephrase it in some numb shittery.
I'm not talking to you. So you were saying that
No, not what he's
Wait, so
saying.
they can interrupt, but like other people can't, and you
Oh.
mute them?
I'm not interrupting you.
No, I'm not you. I'm talking about this person that just started talking.
Yeah, when someone says, "So what you're saying is," no, you guys, this guy's had problems the whole morning, where somebody says something, he says, "Oh, so what you're saying is," no,
Yeah. So that's
over
me
and
trying to
over, dude.
confirm.
Your comprehension, your
That's me trying
ability
to
to
confirm
remember
something.
what
That's
someone said right
Mate, can you
after
shut
it left
up?
their mouth
Jesus
into your
Christ.
ears is willfully pitiful.
When I say
Absolutely
so, what you're
pitiful.
saying is, mate, can you
No,
stop
not what I'm
talking?
saying. You can just repeat back what they said, is what they're saying. That's it. You'll need to try to
I'm
filter it
trying to.
to
That's me
some
trying to
sort of
understand.
weird, garbage, cringe type crap. Just
Who got?
repeat back what they
Hey,
said.
Crit, they're starting to freak out about their getting rage baited, I guess.
Well, go away. If you think this is rage bait for you,
Holy crap.
I didn't
I
invite
mean,
you
nobody's
here.
rage baiting. You're just doing it to you're doing it to
You
yourself.
clicked this channel
Wait, may you
of
let
your
me speak
own
for
free
1
will.
second, please?
No one's rage
May you
baiting
let me
you.
Wait, do you believe in free
This guy
will?
wants this guy wants me to go on a rocket, and I said no, space is fake. And then you guys
Let me
started flipping out.
No,
Can you let me speak for 1
Listen, it's a
second?
mute
social
every
thing that
single
happens to you
person.
guys. Every time
Okay,
I
how
say
come
that to people, you
how
guys
come
trip
Pink and
out.
Rose are muted then?
Because it'll be like a shouting fest in here after I say that stuff. You see how the text
Okay.
is going right
So,
now? That's what it'll sound like on the microphone.
Professor, may I ask, may I actually speak without Crit interrupting me, please?
Sure.
Okay. So I was trying to understand, and Crit, don't interrupt me, when I said, so what you're saying is, I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to get what you're saying.
Well,
So don't
try
interrupt
harder.
me.
You need to
Well,
try
mate,
harder
can
because
you try harder and stop
somebody will say
interrupting
something
people?
and you won't understand a
Oh my
single
god.
thing what they said, then repeat back. So
'Cause
are you
all I'm
saying this? The answer has been for hours now. Hours. No, that's not what they said.
Okay, so then repeat it to me in a nice tone and stop interrupting me.
Wasn't I
And
talking
I'm trying to
nice?
understand.
Yeah, appeal to
Yeah,
tone.
you're talking completely nice.
I'm
You're
always the
proving
nicest flat earther here.
Period.
you're proving what you're
Yeah.
saying. You're giving me evidence. You're proving me wrong. Good on you. Crit's interrupting me and you won't shut the fuck up. That's what I'm getting annoyed about.
Well, you can get
All I'm
annoyed
trying to
all you want.
understand.
I can give you a cape. You could be super annoyed.
Yeah, that was a good one. Anyway, all I was trying to understand is, so you're saying you would not
No.
go up in a rocket at all?
No, that's not
Just
what he said.
no chance given. Can you shut up? I'm not talking to you.
No, I'm not going in any pretend rocket anywhere.
Okay, so then
Now what do we do? Yeah, I don't know. How about we just measure the ground? There, we'll go that direction.
Let's do it.
You're a funny bunch.
Uh-oh, well, now we're a funny bunch. Because his only proof is flying in pretend air. Hey, that NASA live stream you got?
Why is
go
it
ahead and scroll to where they show the ball Earth flying underneath, and scroll.
Why is it pretend?
You know, go through that a little bit.
Why is it
And
pretend?
you'll
Why
see
is it-
where the
why is it
seams
pretend?
are at in the
Why is
ball
it
when it
pretend?
wraps around. You'll see where the seams are at
Why
in
is
your
it
video
pretend?
you posted.
Why is it pretend? I'm waiting for an answer. Why is it pretend?
Why is you just kept saying that over and over? Why is space
Did you
fake?
No.
Oh, what's pretend? Rocket launches?
You said. God. You said.
So what you're saying
air,
is
air is
Yeah.
pretend.
Air, I said air is pretend?
Yeah.
Wow. Crit. What he's saying is air is pretend.
So what you're
You
saying
guys
is
can't have a serious
So
argument
what you're
without mocking
saying
people
is air is
who know way
pretend.
better.
That's what you actually just said. Did you realize that you're the one who said air is pretend, yet you don't think it's real anymore? What else don't you think is real
I was
now?
asking you.
Oh,
I
you
was
weren't
asking
asking.
if that's what you thought. That's what you said.
Oh yeah, you know why we have air? Because we have air pressure. You know why we have air pressure?
Go on.
Because we have a container that's containing our air, giving us 14.7 psi on the average at sea level.
The container. What do you understand?
I don't know. I don't
understand.
know anything else about it. I'm just telling you that's what you need to have 14.7 psi. That's what I need to create that air pressure. Myself, I need a container, and so
What do
does
you mean by container?
everybody else. And that's that. You can't argue with me. You can't unless you can
What do
prove
you
to
mean
me
a
you don't need
container?
a container to make air pressure. You can't argue with me then.
I'm not arguing something that's complete bullshit. There's no point. I'm literally trying to understand why you wouldn't go up in a rocket, why you wouldn't do all these things, and you're just changing the topic.
Rockets don't go that high. They don't. Rockets
Why?
require air pressure because the air gets thinner as you go higher. That's why helicopters only go so high. Same with rockets.
How high do helicopters go then?
Less than Mount Everest, however high that is.
So
what you're saying is
is this what you do all day? Just sit in here and make fun of people to try and make yourself feel better?
It's not about making me feel better. You come in here like this idea that somehow you're going to talk shit to a bunch of people you have no idea what they're talking about, even internally, over and over again. You have no idea what we're saying, and at the same time, you fully adjudicated everything we've said. And then you go on to try to repeat what was said to you, and you can't do it, dude. You can't. It's not about making me feel better. It's about what the fuck. Like, holy shit, dude. I mean, I get it. English can be a hard language to grasp, but golly already.
Golly already.
All right, so is that all you got then for your globe proof? Is asking me why space is fake?
I wasn't proving anything. I was asking you a genuine question. I
was
wasn't
giving
trying to
you a
prove anything.
genuine answer.
Okay, so then why are you trying to say that I'm proving something?
So is Earth flat and stationary and enclosed, or is it a ball in a vacuum where air flies off of it everywhere in all directions?
You know an awful lot about it being round.
Thank you very much.
have.
Yeah, I know a lot of stuff. Somebody said that to me yesterday. I said I don't know why. I said because I drink a lot of milk is what I told them.
You drink a lot of milk?
I eat cows and stuff like that. I'm guessing that's the reason why.
So there's no way at all that you're going up into space.
No way you're going. No way your next door neighbor is going. Crit's definitely not going.
Fuck no.
Because they're not gonna let him question things. So he's not even allowed to go over to the door and watch. So I can go watch if you want to go watch. We'll watch it go up and turn sideways, and then it'll go out of view, and then everybody will go, "Yay!" And if it blows up, that's even better because then you get a woo with it. So you always get some kind of surprise.
So
what you're saying is,
see, there it is again. You're trying to make yourself feel better because you're a sad ball of just.
Watch out
bullshit.
if that bothers you, they might make a soundbite of it. Then they'll start playing it. So watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's a little bit. If you can't take a little bit of jabbing based off the way you've conducted yourself, it's kind of like a manosphere. There's like man rules here.
I'm literally just not wanting to talk to you.
Don't then. And I mean, it's easy. If you don't want to talk to me, would you A, talk to me, or B, not talk to me?
That is a unique question.
It's a conundrum, isn't it? The old boy's like, "Hey, I don't want to talk to that person."
Don't ever scream to the fucking manager here.
Uh-oh. We got
That
an angry alpha male.
Yeah, I know.
With the pink icon.
والله جدول عليك يا هطف، والله جدول عليك يا هطف.
Listen, don't make me mad. Listen, you're gonna
Wow.
regret this.
Ooh, I better hide.
Listen!
Oh my
to me.
goodness.
Don't make me mad, Professor.
We're not gonna make you a mod. Don't worry.
I'm not a mad.
Professor Triangle. What the fuck?
Don't make me mad. Don't make me
I'm
angry.
gonna
Suffer my anger. You're gonna suffer my anger.
You're not gonna be a mod. Don't worry.
You're gonna suffer my anger, Professor Triangle PH.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave now. You guys.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, get out. No one wants
Bye.
you. No one wants you here.
Bitch.
Stupid asshole.
Bastard.
Cocksucker.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's not funny at all.
Run.
Oh my god. What the fuck is this cringy? Everybody.
مشان اسكا كريستن طقت عليها مشان.
It's sad, bro. No moon taxis for anybody.
Everybody's giving up. All right, let's see what these guys got to say. Now they seem all calmed down now. Here we go.
Oh my god, I finally got unmuted. I'm so happy. How are you guys?
Keeping it real, keeping it flat, keeping it real flat.
Right. You guys are just keeping it flat.
Real flat.
Flat. But why?
It's just the way it is.
You guys don't like a little bit of curve?
That's gay.
I mean, yeah, it is, but like at the end of the day, a little bit of curve doesn't hurt anyone.
Tell that to the people going too fast down the road, and then there's a curve in the road.
They say that's why women take so long to get ready, because you have to slow down for the curves.
Right. Soph, are you still here, Diva?
Yes, I'm still here. I'm just chilling.
Right. Soph, is
I mean,
it true that the Earth is flat?
I mean, am I flat? No.
The Earth is
Exactly.
flat.
I'll
No,
But
I'll
how else would it be
entertain a
flat?
bit.
Guys,
Right, but
listen.
see, I grew up a Glober, right? You guys are
Right.
growing up Globers. I grew up a Glober. The only difference is I grew up in a generation where I got to see a lot of this stuff on TV where they go, "Hey, this is what's coming, and this is what's coming, and this is what," and where is the product that they promised?
But
You got
if we live
57
life in
shades
I would
of
love to be a
order.
flat earther. Like it sounds so
Well,
relaxing, right? Like I
honestly,
feel
it sounds
like
like a membership. It sounds like American
right. Like
Express
I would
card
love to
membership.
be a flat earther. Like the fuck?
You got 57 shades of mascara, but not one moon base, and we've paid for both, right? But you should have the mascara. We don't have a moon base.
Mhm. So if we live life in chronological order, right?
Yeah, right.
And quantum computing is our magnum opus, then
No.
why is the Earth flat?
Earth is flat. Yeah.
I feel like being a flat earther is gonna make me feel smarter than every single scientist, every single pilot, every
Absolutely.
single astronaut, every single
Absolutely.
engineer,
Yep.
and every single navigator
Yeah.
ever without having to study anything. Like
That's
honestly, I would
right.
love that.
Well, become one. You'll find out.
Actually, there's two simple secrets about this realm that if you understand them before you go mad,
Also, it's like you
you'll
guys are
pretty
like
much get it.
nonchalant and different, you know? Like you're just like
Right.
so
Subscribe
different.
to the Incellatry.
Of the globe? No, thank you.
What do you guys think about like when people start like bringing up evidences and shit? Like, what do you say? Like,
Oh, we haven't met anybody yet. We're still waiting. That's why this room's here. We got actually 3 rooms going all the time. Just depends on how many people we have.
Have you
And
tried like
hey,
Googling the world Earth and looking at
yeah,
images?
hold on. Yeah, hold on.
Sorry.
And then we also stream all the time for like 8 to 10 years. And nobody's been able to give us any globe proof yet. So I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to come here every day almost to just, please, where's the globe
do you
proof
think it's
so I
that
can be a
people
glober
don't
again?
have evidence, or are they just like they think I don't know? They think flat earthers are like not real and just like
I
stupid.
don't know. I don't know what to think about people that think about flat earthers either.
Dang, is your family like flat earthers too?
Uh-huh.
Oh, they are. That's crazy. Wait,
I
so
didn't
you're a
think
flat earther
about
because your
you.
parents?
No.
I got my mom to stop being a glober.
Period, King.
A glober.
My mom thought NASA was telling her the truth, and we sat down one night during dinner and had a fun conversation, and she started looking into it, and oh my gosh, they're lying. It's like, yep, they've always been lying, Ma. You're on the money now.
But
You
why
always
would they
know they're
lie about
lying.
the Earth being flat? Like, what does that benefit them?
Well, why would they tell the truth about it?
No,
Isn't
but
that the
why
better
would they
question?
lie? Is what I'm
Well,
saying.
why
Like,
would they
it's
tell
like
the
lying
truth?
about
Well,
something so stupid. Like, you know, it's like why does it matter? Like, I don't know.
I know. Like, why do we have things that make things look as though they're not, right? I got tons of examples in the real world. I could just walk into any department store and pick stuff out. Why do we have things that make things look like they're not? Why do people,
Why are you
quote
making things
unquote,
so
lie?
vague? That wasn't the question.
What?
There's
Just asking
purpose
why do
behind.
they lie? And the
Yeah,
question
there's
is
purpose behind
simple.
that.
No, I'm just asking. Like,
There's
does it benefit
purpose.
them in any
There's
way to
purpose
lie
behind
about?
when things are marketed certain ways and they're not as they seem, and there's like hidden fees in like convenience stores. There's reason behind that. It's for marketing, but a reason to hide the Earth's shape? There's no reason.
Nobody's doing
What is
that.
the reason? Why would
Nobody
they
is
lie?
doing that. Nobody's doing that.
How do you hide?
You can't hide
How do
the
you hide
Earth.
a lake?
Well, I'm not saying hide the Earth's shape, but if they're saying that, if NASA's saying it's round, then and you're saying it's flat, why would they have
No,
a reason to lie to you and say
you
it's
think
round?
it's
For
flat
what reason?
too. You think it's flat too when you go to the
I
beach and
don't
you look
think it's
out. Yes,
flat.
you do. You do not think
I
you're
don't
looking at a
think the Earth
ball.
is
When you go
flat.
to the beach and look out, you don't think you live on a ball.
Well, no shade, baby. You're not convincing me the Earth is flat. So just like talk to the next bitch. Thank you.
Wait, I still didn't get my answer. Like my question answered. Like I was
Yeah,
asking, like, what does it
you gotta
benefit them?
reverse it. You have to reverse it. Why would they tell the truth? If you can't think of one reason
Because
why
what
they
reason
would,
do they have to lie? That's the reason why they would tell the truth. What the fuck?
Money,
there'll never
power,
be.
fame, control. 4 reasons. Now pick
What
one.
kind of control does telling you that the Earth is round give you? What
Well,
kind
I
of
mean, you're
global
telling me
control does
that
that
it's
give you?
round, bro. You're telling me that I gotta
Maybe.
believe you because they told you. That sounds pretty controlled.
No, it's just like science and just evolution and just
I'm just
Yeah,
saying that
though.
if
They
like for
they
caveman
me,
they
thought.
if I
told
think
you.
You
about
know,
it,
as
if I
time
think
goes
about it,
by, we just learn new things.
every
You know,
government that has
humans
ever
learn.
existed, even the ones that hate each other, they agree that the Earth is flat. And if every
Yeah,
The
they
Roman
airline
agree
and
it's
government
every
all
didn't.
pilot
flat.
on
The
Earth,
They
Roman
all agree it's
government
right?
flat. You're right.
didn't.
Like
Everybody
The
if
agrees it's
all of
Roman
these
flat.
people
government
cooperate perfectly
didn't.
forever
Hey,
with zero
do
leaks,
you
then
know
why
how
would
to
they
stop
lie?
talking and let someone respond to what you said? The
Yeah,
No, I'm
Roman
not gonna
government
stop talking
did.
because I was
The
talking and then you interrupted
I'm gonna
me.
get this out, and you're gonna fucking hear it, right? The Roman government didn't. So there goes that statement out. Not every government that ever existed. Sorry, you're wrong.
Is that person finished talking? I turn him down the minute you cut somebody off. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. I muted him. I don't want to
You
hear
know, Jade, I
anything
don't
he has
have
to
time
say.
for that. No shade. But like in
Exactly.
I don't
general,
want to
Like
hear
I was in the
anything
middle of
that
asking my
contradicts what I
question and then he just
said.
cuts me
Oh,
off and then
well,
complains
I
about
don't want
being
to be
cut off while
wrong.
cutting me off. That
it's
doesn't
very
fucking
much
make
like he
sense.
cut you off to have nothing to say.
Exactly. Nobody cares about your points.
Wow, they got their feelings hurt.
Do I sound upset to you? Let me.
Yes, you sound very upset. I'm not sure why either. You know why?
I don't really want the answer. I just want to be heard. And then I'm just going to keep talking, ask another question, and I'm not going to respond to your response.
I didn't think you responded to responses. I thought you responded to questions. And then you asked more questions to find more out. Is that not how things work? Do you not have to ask to learn?
Uh-oh.
I bet none of you could repeat back to us anything that we've
See what happens
responded.
when they all 4 got unmuted at the same time? That it just became 4 more red microphones. And that's because they did it. That's how they are when they come in here. Globers.
And none of you have asked the most important question. Why do you say the earth is flat? I'm going to shut up now, so if you want to unmute the ones that didn't like me speaking, go ahead.
Your buddy Kessler's here.
You mean Kramer?
Earth is round.
Prove it.
Hello all.
It's all non-permanent, Kessler. Oh, he's gone. Whatever.
Who's gone?
Kessler, the one that typed out the wall of text in the side chat.
Oh yeah, he's gone. I came in and you were whispering.
Yeah, because it's early hours of the morning. Got to try and be a bit quiet.
Oh, okay. You know, am I on speaker or am I on earbuds? Headphones? Oh,
Oh god. What's happening here? What's going on? It's the same. Good.
Hello, hello. Someone is here. Why nobody talking?
Yes, hello. How are you? Welcome to the channel. There's a couple of people here. A couple of people are AFK at the moment.
Oh, hello?
Hello, how are you?
Hello, acquaintance. How are you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing pretty well myself. So what? I don't know how to. Yeah, yeah, far earther it seems. Assumingly.
Yeah, you want to talk about the Earth?
Sure. I'm very interested on your perspective.
Right. And I'm interested in your perspective too. Do you believe you live on a spinning ball in space, or is it a flat plane?
I am a spinning ball believer.
Okay. All right. Well, do you have a question for me? Would you like to know why we say that we are flat earthers?
Yeah, I'm very interested. Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it's not exactly a belief, but you'll understand as soon as I show you a couple of things. Were you able to look at the chat?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Hello, old dude.
Give me a second here. Actually, I have to switch to my phone because I have all my graphics on it. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm. Take your time.
Yeah, I'll probably exit and rejoin if you give me just 10 seconds.
Yep. Not gonna go anywhere.
Test. Are you still there?
Yes, I am still here.
Okay, now I have my speaker on, so now I can actually hear your replies. I think this worked. And now I have voice activity. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we're gonna look at the chat. I'm gonna give you a little 1 minute thing about why we flat earthers and why we think not think that the earth is flat, but we actually know it is. So it's not even a belief. So I'm going to post one picture here for you and ask you a question. Are you able to see the picture I posted?
Yes, I see a lot
Yeah.
of numbers.
Right. We don't need to look at the numbers right now. That's irrelevant for right now. I just want to ask you a question about the ball in that picture, the globe. That's something you
Yes.
have you seen any pictures like that? Maybe from space agencies. They call it the blue marble.
Yeah, I've seen it in my elementary classroom when I used to be in elementary school. They
Right.
used to
They
use
have a
a globe.
yeah. They have a globe. See the blue stuff on it? Do you know what that is?
Assuming the ocean.
Yeah, it's water. So something else you should notice about it is that water on that in that picture, it curves around the ball. You agree?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So there it has a curvature to it, right? And they have given us the size. They tell us the Earth is 3,959 miles. That's the radius, right? And you can also see some math in that picture. If Earth is a ball, it has to curve by a specific rate. And you can look those rates up. For example, over 10 miles, the curvature would be 66 foot. You with me so far?
Yes. Interesting.
Yeah. So here's what we did, right? I was a globe believer. I thought, we're living on a ball. Then I saw this picture from NASA, right? And I thought, is there any way we can confirm this down here? Because, I mean, if they make a claim that we live on a ball and there is water curving around, we should be able to measure that. So, as an example, if you take a friend with you to a lake and it's 10 miles wide, you put him on the beach on the other side. If you still see him, he needs to be taller than 6 foot because that's how much curvature would obscure, right? Do you understand the logic there? But if you,
Kind of.
yeah,
Although I thought it was the opposite. I thought like you shrink, you get smaller.
yeah, he's going to get really small. But you can bring a zoom camera. Maybe you can bring a mirror for him to flash. What I'm saying is, or we can do a laser, right? Let's say we put a laser 1 foot above the water on one side, and you shoot it over to the other side. Guess what? It's going to end up 1 foot over the water on the other side where your friend is at as well. Because it's not a ball. If it was a ball where the water was curving, that laser would end up 66 foot up in the air. But we don't see that. So pretty much everyone in this room have gone out and done these tests themselves.
Hello.
Yeah, just hang on a
Where's the
second.
other kids? Oh, they're over there.
Just hang on a second. I'm finishing something up here. So anyway, we did that test over 10 miles. The laser ends up 1 foot over water on both sides. So that means water doesn't curve, and that's why we are flat earthers, because we can't find that curvature, right? So I'm going to post, I'll actually post a test that's a little bit longer, 21 miles. So then the curvature should be 266 feet, but it's not there.
So I just have a few questions. This is a very interesting experiment. I personally never tested it.
Absolutely. Let me just post the link for you first, and then I'll take any questions you have about the results.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. There. So at your convenience, you have a chance to have a look at. You can ask questions now. Go ahead.
Assumingly, do you believe that like the Earth is completely flat, like just like a straight plane, like a disc?
I mean, obviously, both the news, you and I, we recognize that there's topography. Kind of like if you have a desk and you have a stapler on it and a light, the desk is still flat, but even though you have some topography on it, you understand, right? So we're only claiming the Earth flat with regards to water, right? That's where we can do measurements. They say the Earth is covered by 71% water, so that if that all of that water is flat, it can't be a ball. We don't know the shape, but we're only making a claim of the surface property.
So, assumingly, I always had this question. If we had a telescope and we if we like we're on the ocean, for example, since obviously there's mountains and buildings, so on land it wouldn't work. So if we went in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and we
Right.
just had like two people like very, very far away from each other. I'm talking one in like France, like near Europe, the other one in North America. If the water is flat, would I be able to see my friend?
No, and the reason for that is that we have atmosphere, right? Have you ever been diving? Maybe you noticed that if you go down in water, it becomes completely dark eventually, the deeper you go, right? Light can't get to the bottom of a deep lake, for example. Have you noticed that?
Yes, that I'm with that
Yeah,
too,
and
yes.
right, and that's water. Air has the same thing, just that light can travel a little bit farther. But there is an extension limit there as well for light. Go more than 300 miles out, and you can't see it anymore. You can't see things anymore.
There's an extension limit for light?
Yeah, light doesn't travel like forever through the air. We have an atmosphere here with pollution, air particles, so forth, right? So we can't expect to see for thousands of miles like that. We can use infrared, and there people have done that, and they have been able to take shots 1,000 miles away with infrared because it's a different light spectrum. It has a little easier time to get through the atmosphere. But you and I with the telescope, not a chance.
Oh. So if we had infrared, would it be still flat?
There's a little bit of noise in the background there.
Yeah. So if we had infrared and we repeated the experiment, what would happen?
If you were high up, where the atmosphere is a little bit thinner, you can actually take those shots. We have a guy on YouTube, you can Google his name, Jay Tolan. He has taken infrared shots for over 1,000 miles. Down at sea level, atmosphere is thicker, so if we're in a ship, even with infrared, I think the world record is 255 miles if you find a Guinness World of Record. it's in there. So 250. I mean, that's probably the limit we can see down here, where the atmosphere is thicker.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Well, what about horizons and like when you see like a ship way far away and it's moving, why does it look like it's going down? You know, when you keep watching it.
Well, we have. Oh, look, chat. Old dude posted Jay Tolan's video of the 205-mile thing, and maybe he will even post one of those zooming in a ship. See if he does that. Otherwise, maybe I can find it. Look, there. Oh wait, that was another one from Jay Tolan Media. Okay, so the ships, right? You can replicate ships disappearing even on a very short piece of water, like a small lake, and do the exact same thing there. You can demonstrate things disappearing even over a flat surface. Probably take some Legos on your kitchen table, move far away, and the last one in the row, you're not going to be able to resolve it anymore. Same things with ship. It's just about perspective. Things they become smaller when you move away, right? Like lights on a street, you can see them. They looks like they're going down, but they're at the same, right? But in our perspective, non-Euclidean, kind of see and it bends and it disappears because everything becomes smaller. So yeah, we can't resolve it. Same thing with boats. But if you have a strong zoom camera, zoom them back. And I think someone will probably. Okay, he didn't post it, or maybe he will. I probably got something that demonstrates what I'm talking about.
All
Like
right, all right. So wait, just a few more questions. I understand where you're coming from there. What about
Sure.
like time zones? How would that work?
Yeah,
I mean,
time
how
zones.
does that work? Yeah.
Sure, time zones on the globe are political, even in the globe model, right? So I got one of those both zoom in things. You can see it now in the chat if you want to have a look at it. It's impossible for us to see it. We zoom and we zoom and we zoom, and all of a sudden, boom, several miles out, way further than we should be able to see. There's the boat, right? So anyway, time zones are just political. It has nothing to do with flat or globe. In both models, it is political.
Wait, time zones are political?
Yeah, you can look it up. You can just Google it. Even in the globe model, they are set. We have is it 22 time zones in the north, like 34 in the south? It's crazy. China,
You're saying it's
China
not a
is.
matter of.
Yeah, no, it has to do with if they were to do it, it has to do with the sun or anything. I mean, China only has one time zone. It's a really big country. It should have more, really. So, hope that answers your question.
Okay, interesting. So, for example, what time is it for you right now?
It's 14:38, so 2:38 p.m.
Right. For me, it's
Mhm.
11:38 p.m.
Yeah.
So, like for example, right? Today you have the sun with you right now, and I have the moon with me right now. So,
Mhm.
wouldn't I don't understand how that's happening if it's flat.
I can post a picture for you, and maybe that's done.
That would be wonderful.
We're gonna have to work with me on this. We're gonna do a little thought experiment.
Okay.
Let's say I post just an island. This is an island. This is something I use for another answer. Are you able to see the picture? You see that little guy there standing on the island in the lake?
Yes, I do see that little man in the wake.
Yeah. If you picture that there was a small, tiny sun and a moon above that island, and this was complete dark, right? If that thing circles above it, only a part of the island would have daylight. The other parts wouldn't have it. I mean, if it was really tiny, right? So, old dude posted something else. Well, I just want to make sure we're not claiming that this is the shape of Earth, but it demonstrates how the sun and moon works above it.
So, what would you claim the
We
shape
don't
of
we
Earth is exactly?
we don't claim a shape. We have no idea. It could be really,
You
really
just know it's
big.
not, or you just know it's not orbital.
we know it doesn't curve, at least for 71% of it.
So then why would like following that thought path, why would NASA and all those people lie to us then?
No, I don't think there is many people left alive today. We know that I mean they did a really big lie, right? Because of political reasons. We went to the moon. We're the best. We're the strongest. Our weapons are the best. Our rockets are the best. And all countries tried to do the same thing. Like, I mean, even India, China, they all say that they. I read a comment. No, I don't know comments, Klets, but maybe I can address it later. Anyway, for political reasons, they started that lie, right? We went to the moon, right, and we took a picture of Earth from the moon, and it's a round ball. So they started out basically by lying back then, but today, 6 years later, where are those people? They're basically all dead. I think that the globe story is just tradition at this point. Your parents told kid you live on a ball in space. Your teacher told you this is what it looks like and showed you the globe right on her desk. And so now people are just believing the father's tradition, basically. And nobody questions this, well, except for us, because we tried to measure it, can't find that curvature, so we don't think we know we can't live on a ball, otherwise we would be able to detect curvature.
Also, I've been studying physics recently, and I've been learning about center of gravity and all that fun stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's say the Earth is flat, right?
Okay.
Wouldn't how would that explain exactly how gravity works? Because if the Earth was flat, that means gravity wouldn't work the way physics say it works,
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, the gravity channel, but I'll address it nevertheless. I mean, I understand why you're. Look, there are some people, even among our people here, who think that gravity can work even if the surface is flat, because, as I said, we haven't claimed a shape.
Yes.
We're not making any claims to what's underneath us, or we don't make any claims about an edge or where it ends or anything like that. We just don't know. We haven't explored it enough. If you want to have gravity, I think there are people that have modeled it out to work on any shape, right? But I don't think we need gravity at all, personally.
What?
I mean, I don't think we need gravity. What do you think would happen if we didn't have gravity? Because we don't think the Earth is spinning, right? Because there's no evidence for that. Gravity kind of goes away. Yeah.
Okay, wait. See, you went you had me for a second, but you just said you don't believe we need gravity.
Well, I mean, let me tell you why I say that. Like, if you drop something, it goes through there. Let's say you take an apple, drop it goes to the ground, right, and then it stops. Well, it goes to the ground for that simple fact that air is, less dense than the apple, and you stay on the ground because you're more dense than air as well, right? Helium, for example, is less dense than air, and that thing goes up. So.
Well, hold on. I have my physics notes. Density was, if I'm not mistaken, density exactly. Hold on. I'm just going to my notes 1 second.
Yeah, sure. Just so you know, we are getting off topic, but I'll entertain it for a little while. But and it doesn't really matter to the surface property claim, which is what we talk about here. I mean, you can have your gravity. I can grant it to you if you want to, and both of us can agree that we don't know the cause of gravity. We haven't even specified which one we're talking about. There are like several hundreds. They're like string theory, quantum, Newtonian, there's Einsteinian. I mean, we can't figure out the cause of it.
We're not physicians, so I guess we can steer clear of that conversation.
Right, we can. We actually.
Anywho, okay. You do agree gravity exists, though, right?
What's gravity? Define it.
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
Well,
I don't have any evidence for it. I know things go down, but they do that dense. I mean, since we haven't specified which one you were talking about, I mean, we can agree that things fall down. How about that?
So what do you think? So you think what makes them fall down is density?
I think they're more dense than air. And if there is a downward bias, I don't know the cause, so I couldn't claim towards that. But I'm not opposed to saying there might be a downward bias, or there might just be simple things like, whatever you put energy up, you lift something up, it wants to go back to equilibrium, basically like gas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh God, we have some.
Yeah, like we can point out, right, to you that dense objects within a medium that they're
I
more
believe that.
dense
That's
than,
how things sink.
they'll rise. They'll sink, right, and then the reverse, they'll rise, right. This is just observable and measurable, right?
Interesting.
But why is the big question? Why it's like that is the bigger question, right? And then, so if there's any scientific validation for why that occurs, we'd love to see it.
Okay. So also, another question. Do you personally have any theories on how the Earth is shaped? Since you guys don't claim anything, I understand that. I won't hold you against it, but I just want to know you guys' theories because I'm interested.
Yeah, I claim the Earth is flat and stationary, and we're contained. That it then?
All right, so I guess the conversation ended. I appreciate your question, though, Omni. It was nice talking to you. Anybody else in here has any questions or want to talk about the Earth? We are here for you, me and others. All right, let's in the chat complaining and moaning. I don't know. doing in there. He's talking about my ex follower. It's not that it's on topic. A little bit has to do with flat Earth. Look, I don't know why people follow me on X. I think it's because I post interesting posts. It doesn't matter if I'm a janitor with 0 followers, if I'm plain and truth with 15,000, 10,000, or whatever it is. You need to critique my argument and my information, not the person. Nobody cares if you have 0 followers, if you have 10,000 or 10 million. The information is what you need to critique, okay? And you can't read a sentence. That's insane. Probably that brain. People can only focus for like 7 seconds at a time at most, and they crazy. So, are we going to read some YouTube comments today? Are we live on YouTube? We have one bot in here. Let me go check. Let's see if you can interact a little bit with those people. I got some time. Maybe there are some questions, or I can read some things from the chat. Old dude. Is it a meme? Dearest Elon, it's over. Space is closed. We're finished. Donnie. Is that from the president? I don't know. All right. Okay. A few minutes ago, Professor Triangle said NASA was just classified as an intelligence agency, so now they are allowed to put out propaganda and not explain anything. Congrats to you guys. Yeah, that's exactly true. By law, intelligence agencies in the United States of America have the right to lie to we the people. They can't be sued for it, and we just have to, a lot of people believe anyway, even though they have a license to lie right now. I hope that this is kind of a preparation for them to actually come out and tell people they lied about the moon landing, but who knows? If they do that, their whole blue marble claim is also going to fall. So I don't know if they can actually do it. Old dude says, Let's says, you think you have explored the whole space? Old dude said, we can't. The heliocentric claim of space is a thermodynamics violation. That's right. Second law of thermodynamics. Klutz answers, we're doing it right now. Claim is false. That's all he has. Okay, next argument, please. I mean, you didn't exactly show any evidence for how space, as claimed, can be a real thing. I wouldn't expect a flat earther to understand it anyway. Old dude says, you've been fooled right now. Space is a scam. That's correct. It's absolutely is. Now he's asking for a source. I'm reading this for YouTube listeners while I'm looking up their comments. Gotta fill the empty air. Something for them to listen to. And as a former YouTube listener, I also thought it was interesting when people read the comments, because you don't sit there and actually look at this most of the time when you have YouTube in the background. You just listen, and when there's silence, there are still people. I'm going to read it for a little bit. Old dude explains to Klets, why is it a law of thermodynamics violation? Well, because of gas pressure. So Klets should answer. He should give us some evidence that you can have gas pressure without the container. And we know he cannot do that.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go eat my pancakes. It was lovely talking to you. Old dude, I have joined the Discord server.
All right. Thank you so much for coming in. Welcome back anytime. Have a nice day. Enjoy your food.
Right there.
Hello, Mohammed. You're leaking through.
Mohammed's still having a meltdown, I think.
Yeah, Mohammed, you need to mute your mic. You're playing.
Oh,
Hello. No problem.
yes. I'm sorry.
Mute.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It happened. All right.
Mohammed's still not over the Earth being flat part. He's gets a
All right,
little rambunctious.
it's a tough one.
It's funny how they all spaz out, but yet they still show up in here almost every single day.
Yeah, well, maybe one day it'll click for them. I know some people take a really long time. One thing I don't understand: Matthew Lawrence is here for years, and it still hasn't clicked for him. Although sometimes I feel like it has, but he just can't accept it.
Oh,
for some reason.
it has.
It has.
His monthly paycheck shows what he makes on it.
Right.
You can tell it has for him because of the way he has to weasel his way around answering your questions.
Right. I actually enjoy when he is in here because sometimes we can use it as a hostile witness for math questions and stuff. Like when people say you can take a picture of a round Earth from a couple of 100 miles up, and he will refute that. So that's good. Trouble going to YouTube on this phone. Let's see if I can do it on the other one. Klets is still chat skanking. Do we know Klets? Has he been here before? Is he a new guy? Weird that he won't grab a mic. But it's good content. So keep chatting away, Klets, if you want to. I'll read it. Show some people.
That's very interesting what he put up there, plain and truth, about his definition. The unlimited expanse in which everything is located. So how do they know it's unlimited?
I know. Klets, how do you know space
the
is
first-
unlimited?
The first dude they sent out never came back?
Right. That's funny.
That's like when they question us. Well, if it's flat, it must have an end. So that means it's either infinite or not.
Right.
Well, if it's infinite, you're never going to know.
They're happy about the infinite claim when it's space, but they're not happy about it if we would ever claim. Not that we do, but if we say the Earth is an infinite plane, they go crazy.
It's really interesting, that, actually.
Yeah. It's like there are two kinds of logic for them, and they can only subscribe to one kind. I don't know. Illogic. Let's check out my subscriptions, and where is my YouTube live? Here we go. All right. What do we have? We have 12 people watching. And I see their comments. And I cannot. Yeah. All right. I'm going to have to reinstall YouTube on my other phone because I can't switch back and forth here. But we'll get to you guys on YouTube. If you want to, you can start typing comments. Give me 10 minutes and I should be able to. Klets says, I think you're a bot. It's not a bot. I don't think we only have 2 bots in here today. One of them is the music bot. The other one is the YouTube bot. People just have decorum here. We mute when we don't have to speak. Klets says, let's go step. I don't want flat earth to not understand me. Lao Tzu says, cite one repeatable, verifiable demonstration of uncontained gas pressure in a vacuum. Yeah, good luck with that, Klets. You can't do it.
This is where it all breaks down. As soon as you start asking them for things, that's where it all turns pear-shaped.
Yeah, exactly. And they are all. That is the most funny part. We've had a few Donald C. people over the years. They're funny. They freak out. Low beliefs, emotionally driven. Yeah, for sure. I'm working really hard on not blowing my top when I talk to the Globers in here also. It's difficult sometimes when they are belligerent and smug and they have really, trollish arguments.
Tell me
Really
about
hard. It's really hard.
it.
Yeah. It's almost impossible to keep your calm. I've totally blown a fuse a couple of times. Now today I'm sitting down, I'm breathing slowly. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And then someone say something totally ridiculous, and off we go. But
One thing that makes it hard for me playing is I've got an exceptionally loud voice at the best of times. Like even just at mum and dad's place talking to my parents, I've got a loud voice. So
yeah,
I don't even have to put any effort in at all. And it's like, stop yelling at me. You're yelling. You just don't like the argument. And it's like they make excuses to get out of the way. And it's a crack up. And I'm just sitting back going, oh, man, this kid is so soft. Here's a cookie and a glass of milk. Sit in the corner. You'll be right for 5 minutes. Oh,
I
man.
know.
It cracks me up. It really does. So, yeah.
Total.
Number one, loud voice. Number two, short fuse. And not a good combination. Like,
that's. I mean, but they are snowflakes.
Yes,
so,
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
It's funny. I was gonna search for YouTube on the App Store, and I searched for Snowflake. That's okay. YouTube. I have to reinstall it. Okay, here we go. So yeah, Kletsy came in hot and heavy. He said, "Let's go step by step. I don't want Flat Earth to not understand me," and we're still waiting. That was a minute ago. Maybe he ran away. As soon as we asked for evidence, they always run away. It is hilarious.
That was something I found interesting yesterday. There was one chap that he'd make a claim, then you'd hit him up for some kind of backing for the claim, and another one, he could not provide information for anything he said. And even one of them, someone else questioned him. Even one of the things he said, he was asked to back it up, and he goes, I'll just Google it now. It's like, hang on a minute. Why are you Googling a claim that you just made? Surely if you're going to say something, you'd already have some kind of prior knowledge. Oh, I got that information off of XYZ. Where have you got the information from? He couldn't even lead to that. He had to actually Google what he was talking about to back up what he just said, which I thought was absolutely amazing. Like, surely you'd have some kind of inkling or a basic idea of where you learned that from. I learned that at school. Look, I'll just Google it now just to reinforce what I said. There was none of that. It was just straight up, I've got to Google it.
Right.
And you could hear the frantic typing in the background. It's not like that was hidden.
Click. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's pretty quick on the keyboard too. Yeah, I thought that was amazing. That's just wow.
But that is my favorite content. I gotta admit, I come here for the dopamine hit, and one of the things that gives it to me is when someone comes in all smug, tells us we're the most dumb, stupid people on earth, right? And then you start asking them fundamentals about their claim. What's the radius? They don't know. How fast does the ball spin? They don't know. They don't know anything, and they realize really quick. But it's such good content for the listeners, and so I want them to hang themselves. I almost don't want to tell people on the stream right now, right? There's a Glober in here who was going to ask some questions. Maybe he realized that I don't actually know my model. I mean, it is weird. Why do you come in to debate the globe if you don't know anything about it? It's super weird.
I like those guys when someone like Cyclone or Jedi or Heretic, AV, a lot of the really cool guys go through and just walk them through it step by step, and you can hear the tone change in their voice when they break. That's what I love. You can hear it all of a sudden, and sometimes they just drop out completely, and you know damn well you've got them. And I love especially Cyclone. He's pretty chill at it, and even that other little fella, Snyder. I like his style. His temperament.
Right. Yeah, that's those are my favorite shows. I go to On the Level, listen to his clips, and some of them are like that. And it's funny to see a change in a person who comes in, especially when it's genuine. That actually, I enjoy that even more. Just seeing a troll getting crushed, even though that's fun. But it's really satisfying when someone comes in and think they know a lot, and then you actually change on the spot. Like, okay, I'm going to take, because then you know they're genuine. So either way is satisfying. We have where do we have people today? It's the holidays. I haven't seen AV for a long time. I really enjoyed his discussions because he holds people down, not going to let go. He's like a dog with the bone. If he asks you a question, he's going to stick to that question until you answer it. I like. Don't let them change the top. Ask another question. Hold people to it. All right, I got my. Go ahead.
Some get quite upset when you try to hold them to their one statement. They get very offended.
Yeah. Why are you trying to hold me to some claim I just made 10 seconds ago? Make a claim if you can't back it up. They need to learn. Also, something else that I find super funny is when we have the same people who've been coming in here for years, making the exact same arguments, like that gunslinger guy. He's always, where's the edge and stuff like that, right? And every week we go over the distances and all of that stuff with him, and he still keeps coming back asking. It's like he's on repeat. He's kind of stuck in a loop or something, and there's many more than him. Weird.
Yeah, hard resets. Yeah.
Yeah, how come no one's been to the area where it's fatal to go? Like, that's the dumbest question I've ever heard.
Yeah, that was him, right? That was his question.
They don't realize that at minus 90 degrees centigrade, it's
Right.
instant death.
And then they change their names and they start over again. And sometimes, I mean, I know people reset. We've all heard that a bunch of times here. When someone comes in, you explain something to them, and Cogdis kicks in. Within 5 minutes or so, they're going to reset and ask you about the sun and the moon again. Even though we went over it like 10 minutes ago, they're going to ask the same question again. That's an actual reset, and it happens now. And sorry again, I find it really entertaining, even though it is kind of sad. I should feel bad for them because that's not healthy for your brain.
I think a lot of the times they do that because they've compartmentalized each individual argument. They want to talk about gravity. They want to talk about gas pressure. And each one gets its own individual compartment, and they forget that they're all tied together. And it's now we've had the discussion on curvature, so I'm going to forget that, and now I want to talk about satellites. and they compartmentalize each component of it, and that's why they're not linking the. By the way, you need the curvature that's now not measured for your satellites. So you're claiming they're flying around a ball. We've just taken your curvature and just made that go away, and now you're still trying to assume it's a ball even though it's measured as flat. And it's because of this breaking down of everything into individual components that they're not actually linking back to the original problem of lack of curvature.
Right.
When they're having their next talk, have a listen to them, and you can see how they're breaking it down. And I think that's a lot of the reasons. Like, I call a hard reset when they go away and they come back the next day and full repeat. I call a soft reset when they do that and then they'll be talking about, I don't know, gravity, or just pick another random subject because that's what we normally get. And they'll forget about the first part of the conversation. That's what I call a soft reset when they do that to us.
Yeah. Very interesting. I mean, I'm looking at it from a psychological perspective almost. How does that even work? We have a comment in the chat. There's been a run on one-liner interactions, then they ghost. Most curious. Yeah, that is curious. I mean, these
We've got Alana. Welcome. Hopefully I said that right. Alana. If I've said it wrong, please correct me. It's more than probable I've said it wrong. If you listen to my accent, I'm not that up on English.
Hey, Alana, that's a cat. And you have the tag Brat. Okay. Well, if you just want to sit and listen, that's fine. But if you want to ask questions about the Earth, there will be someone here who can answer them. She didn't want to talk to either of us. Oh, she says in the chat, hiya. Hi. Don't be shy. If you want to talk, you just want to listen. That is fine. All right. Well, you're very welcome. Back and enjoy. If you have some questions, if you don't want to talk, maybe you can type chat and I'll read them. Meanwhile, I have YouTube and we have some interesting stuff going on over there. Yep. All right. Thank you, Alana. Great. She says, I'm just here listening. Don't mind me. And now we're going to go to YouTube. And this is going to be fun. Phil Connors. Is that Professor Phil? I'm not sure. Anyway, he says, you still haven't said how you disproved gravity. Oh, he's in the wrong room. We're not here to disprove gravity. We're here to prove that the surface property of Earth is flat. Cool channel name says you're doing the 50 Shades of Grey, Phil. I'm just going to comments, even though we don't have much content for them. Cool channel name says that nobody can know anything, and anything could suddenly not be true tomorrow. Oh, is he one of those brain in a jars guy? Who knows? Phil says it's just a theory, therefore it's false. Quotation marks, so that was sarcasm. It's not a logical state. It's just a theory, therefore it's false. Not a logical statement. Yeah, I think he's right about that. You can have a theory, and it's not an all or nothing. It can be true or false. Anyway. Cool channel name says, are there any constant? Cool channel name says, are there laws of nature theory? We have laws of nature for sure. I think he's trying to make Phil think about things here. He's making concrete a theory or a recipe. I don't know. Stuff. Yeah, a recipe. Phil says, why are you asking questions instead of telling me how you disproved gravity? Oh, he's still on gravity. Okay. Cool channel name. You know, on YouTube, if you chat, you get a king's crown. So he has one of those crowns, and he says, as a king, I do the ask. Funny joke. I already told you. So you haven't disproved gravity. I mean, you don't have to disprove it. It's nothing to do with the shape, with the surface property. Does not attract mass. Time is not a medium. There is no bending or warping of time. I mean, I tend to agree. I don't know anything about those things. I haven't studied it in depth. And even if I did, most of those things are theories without any experiments. We can't use the scientific model to manipulate the independent variable and we can't see the outcome of the dependent. So a lot of that's theory. We don't know the cause of any of the gravities, even if you can pick any of them. We don't know the cause. Phil says that's just claims without evidence. Why do you pressure all? Why do you presume all objects float by default? Yeah, that's a pretty good question. A lot of globers come in. They think that if we didn't have gravity, they all of a sudden they would just float away into whatever their fake space or something. Why would you float just because there's no gravity? It doesn't. I mean, we're not suddenly going to change our density if they took away gravity, and air is denser than us. So that's just weird. And I think even most globers who are somewhat logical can agree that, yeah, we're not going to float away if gravity wasn't here. I don't know. Maybe. I need proof, says Phil. Cool channel name says there's no such thing as a force. I mean, didn't they change gravity in our universe to say it's not a track? We're being pushed. Things are being pushed down. I don't even know what the latest claim is. They've changed their minds a couple times about gravity.
As all different takes, yeah, Michio Kaku describes it as space pushing you down. But,
right.
you know, other theoretical physicists describe it as not a force at all, right?
Right.
It's just a redirection of motion due to the curving of space-time.
Right. Cool channel name says, Phil, do you have any proof of mass attracting mass? That's just a theory. It's not factual. Phil says, I'll wait for evidence of your claim. Okay. He's not going to be able to prove that mass attracts anyway. So, but he knows that channel theory, isn't it, Phil? Right? You know I'm right. Trust you in some life insurance. All right. Gonna taunt Phil in the chat here for a little while. We have 9 viewers on that channel right now. There was more before. Let's see, what else can I read from this? Otherwise, we're gonna check the other. These are actually entertaining. I hope you guys on YouTube are enjoying our little time together. We had a couple of globers in here earlier. We're waiting for them. If one of them jumps in, feel free to interrupt and just address them instead, because should hear that join. Sometimes I don't, so we'll see. Okay. Same Winterfall. No, that's comment. Read on it. Oh, he's talking about seasons now. Yeah. Oh, we have a shout out. T-Dub, OG Flat Earth. Shout out to T-Dub from YouTube. Someone likes you out. That's good. Thank you, cool name, for the shout out. Sure, T-Dub appreciates that.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah. All right. And on the other stream, we also have 9 people. Maybe there's going to be more coming. We have some comments there as well. Virgo Greg says, my compact isn't a sphere. It's flat. Okay. Have no contest. Oh, we have a troll. GOM. Just repeat. FE is a fool's game group. Okay. Can't type properly. Fool's game. Okay. Endless container. How is that possible? All right. Question about the container. Why say practically flat? Why not say it's fucking flat? Oh, shoot. Am I allowed to? Sorry, I could have. I'm gonna censor myself. Why not say that it's freaking flat? Well, Awake 1777, I'm gonna tell you it is freaking flat. For sure. I know it is. Flat Earth means up is up and down, down. That's correct, Virgo Greg. Thank you for that comment. For Globers, it should be in and out, right? Down is a different thing wherever you are on that ball. This message is held for review, Virgo Greg says. Okay. Well, there was a. I think I can read it. I can't read his username because it's kind of offensive. But so and so is a troll and really stupid, or both. Okay, and that comment was actually held for review. I almost want to allow it, but I don't think I should abuse my mod power on the YouTube thing. So, Virgo Greg, if you're still listening, I don't think I can unhide that one. I want to be careful what I do. I think the username is what got you, actually. Anyway, he commented to someone whose name was maybe against YouTube standards or something. Virgo Grudge says the rain cycle doesn't. So the repelling magnet. I don't know the content. I don't think he got any hands. Oh yeah. So he's been commenting on what we said before. But that bot is playing recording, right? Maybe it found my little spiel uninteresting. We'll go back to Flatloid's stream. See if someone else thing. Nope, we're at the end of the comment. I haven't either. See a couple of people hanging out on the politics server. See who's there now. Blood Thicker is in the politics Flat Earth channel. Sea Level is there, and Sunny on the plane. There is no bot in there, is no other people. I don't have a preference where we're at. Usually I go if there's a bunch of people, because I know the Globers, they're like herd people. They like a big herd. They're going to be afraid if there's only 3 people in the channel, they're not going to speak up usually. So if I see there's a little, if the herd is thin, I will go join just to make them feel more comfy. I think that's it. Oh, I got a notification. Let's want to be my friend. All right, I'm not beneath that. Let's. You can be my friend. There you go. I don't know what you're going to use that for though, but that is funny. Do you guys let anyone add you as friend? Or I don't have that many on Discord, so I don't care. Maybe we should. I mean, Alana, if you're listening, I can go over some flat Earth evidence for you if you wanna learn something, or if you wanna hear why we're here. You can just type in the chat if you want me to, and I'll just post it. It'll be beneficial for our listeners as well. I know I can't get any feedback for you, but this is for you, Alana. This is for you. All right, I'm gonna run my presentation. Take a couple of minutes. Someone else join. My ball. There it is. You know, people are going to get sick of feel because I do it so many times every week, but I don't care. We have new listeners. This is for them. Everybody else knows already. So Alana, I posted something in the chat for you. It's a picture of don't drop the ball, says Duke. Okay, I won't try not. Okay, so there's a ball in that picture. It has a lot of blue stuff on it. It's water, obviously. NASA sends these pictures out. They tell us they are real, and I like to say that I just say, sure, you can have your ball, your picture of a ball. Let's just say it's real for now. But now we're going to confirm that. So if water curves around that ball, can look at the chart over 10 miles, should drop 6.6 feet. It has, that's geometry. If the radius is 3,959 miles, we can do some math. It's also in that picture, and we can figure out how much drop from the tangent be. So we have 21-mile lake test here. I'm going to link to it. Actually, I like to use the 10 miles instead, because 10 miles you can actually almost do the test without any instruments. I mean, you can get a mirror or a zoom camera. So here's what I usually say, Alana. You bring a friend with you to a lake, say 10 miles wide. Put that friend on the other beach. Turn your laser on 1 foot above water on one side, and guess what? It's going to end up 1 foot over water on the other side as well. Which is weird, because this globe claim is that it should end up 6 foot up in the air, yet it doesn't. So we have a problem here. And we have done many of these tests. And the one I pasted is 21 miles. That's even bigger problem. You need 266 foot up in the air is where that laser should be. That's a 20 storage building or something. No, wait. 266 divided by 310. 10 storage? 10 stores? It's a lot. Almost a meter should be hidden. So on the 10-mile length, if your friend is on the other side, he needs to be 66.7 foot tall for you to see the top of his head. So you won't be able to do that even with the zoom camera. You're not. If it was a ball, you wouldn't be able to see him. So because the ball would curve away. So anyway, that means water doesn't curve. Earth has 71 water covering its surface. It means it cannot be a ball. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can look at the video I sent there, and you can go out and do these tests yourself. Probably do it even over a smaller lake. Let's see, what does 5 miles give you? 16 feet. That's far. 10 foot is about 3 meters. It's like 5 meters. So even over 5 miles, you can probably see your friend on the other beach without the camera. Or maybe if it's really, I don't know about that. But with the camera, you can absolutely do it. And you can absolutely see the beach. So next time you go out to the beach, and you bring a little beach chair with you, put it down there on the beach, and look over to the other side. Can you see the white sand on the other side of those 5 miles? If you can, the earth isn't a ball. And I promise you that you will. And you have probably done that many times already. Not exactly that example, but I think you've seen further than you should see. For a 6 foot high, tall observer, you can only see about 3 miles out, or the horizon should start to curve away from you. Yet you can see ships. We have a guy in here, sometimes Indio. He was in the Boston Harbor, or wait, Boston Harbor. It was in Massachusetts. He saw a container ship 30 miles out. 30 miles. See it. It should have disappeared way before that. Earth was a ball, and if water curves. So yeah, that's the feel. And this is our claim. We don't believe the Earth is flat. We know it is, because we have gone out and tested it, and so can you. I'm scrolling through all the topics flat at the moment. I remember before I couldn't find that Jay Tolian link. Guess what? He has everything organized. There's even a section there called Jay Tolan. There's one for Eratosthenes. Now I'm looking for the funny Globers. Questions to ask Glober. I'm going to read them. It's an example of things that Globers cannot answer. And they are here to debate us. Very funny. Oh, there's Antonio Subirat's Book of the Sun. Isn't that really hard? I mean, DJ is today, but he has made a really nice server. Flat Earth. Probably click my tag if you want to get to it and join. He has a bunch of AI. Some of them are trained on Flat Earth and from 24/7 YouTube, I think. So if you want to practice debating a bot that's going to defend Flat Earth, you can go over there and try it out. I think he has a couple of Glober bots as well. Sure, I haven't messed around with them. That would be funny. I mean, all the AIs are already Globe. If you want to debate Grok, you're going to defend the Globe no matter what, even to a point where it's illogical. You can pressure him a little bit. I think I got him to admit gas pressure can't exist without the container one time.
And welcome to Arusha. Also, there's a Tardusalam. Sorry I didn't see you down there, man.
Yeah, welcome. Questions about the Earth, free. I like that argument, by the way. We didn't even have to engage about satellites because they need to prove their ball first. Usually the way I've dealt with it is that I'll just grant them the satellite, fine, it's up there, it does something, I don't know anything about it, but it has nothing to do with surface property, and then I move on. But I know about that approach. It's a good one. I mean, we actually brings them right back to the topic of the room, so it's probably a better answer to give you. Like, I mean, you can have your satellite, but only after proving the ball.
Yeah, I've got no issues with the whole mechanical devices flying above our heads. I've got no problem with that at all. I've actually been in a plane before. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's not what they're claiming, the mechanical devices. It's the location of where they're claimed to be is the issue.
Right.
But yeah, the requirement to prove the ball in the first place in order to get those where they're claimed to be, well, that's another story altogether.
Yeah, I remember that we brought that up with Josh at some point, and he didn't really have a good answer to that. I don't even know about that guy. Has he? Which side now? Is he a flat earther? Is he still a glober?
No, he's still a salesman for satellites.
Right. I mean, yeah, his whole job. So I get that.
Even in here, anytime he gets the opportunity to push some kind of satellite story, he's very quick to drop it in the side chat.
Right. All right. Funny questions to ask Globers if they come. I think they should be able to these questions before they even entertain the thought, debate, and anyone. Even debating the most new flat earther who accepted it 5 minutes ago would probably be crushed by these questions. So one of them is, does the earth spin west to east or east to west? I have like a trivia night for Globers and see who gets it right. What causes the globe spin? Good one. Uh, the globe claim is that there was some kind of space cloud or something. There's a story attached to all of these, but usually they will. Is the sun closer to the earth in the winter or the summer? One. Actually, it is closer to the earth in. Maybe I shouldn't give the answer. No, we'll save it for a real. How about we all know the answer anyway? Or maybe the YouTube people want to know. Is the sun closer to the earth in the winter or the summer? Maybe we should ask YouTube. YouTube, if you heard the question, type it in the chat. If you get it right, I'll read it. Negatorx says lol. All right. If you YouTube people, if you want to answer the question, you can go ahead. Is the sun closer? The claim, the Glober claim, right? Sun closer to the earth in the winter or the. Which face of the moon is the earth blocking sun? That's a good one. That's a good one. Which face of the moon is the earth blocking the sun? Okay. These are like trick questions. Some of. How many times does the earth rotate on its axis per day? These are good questions. I mean, if you're a flat earther and you don't know the answer to these things, you need to you can ask. You should educate yourself on it because we need to know the answer. Obviously, otherwise we go over. How many times in a single day is it high tide? It's a good one. I think I know the answer for that one, actually, if I'm going to be honest here. I am pretty sure I do. If Earth is a globe, how many zones does China have? Well, I actually did answer that earlier today. So if you were here and you paid attention, you should know the answer to that one. If Earth is a globe, how many time zones does China have? Come on, YouTube guys, you should answer questions in the chat just for fun. I'll read your answer. Okay. What experiment has ever directly measured the Earth physically moving rather than calculating movement by assuming a rotating Earth first? They will try to cite experiments that do not actually measure motion. Okay, what experiment has ever directly measured the Earth physically moving rather than calculating a movement by assuming a rotating Earth first? I always get those mixed up. I know. Experiment has ever directly measured Earth physically rather than calculate by assuming a rotating Earth first. I don't actually know what he means here. Talking about Aries failure, or it's not the Michelson Morley, because that was about the spin. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. It'll be interesting. They will try to cite experiments that do not actually. Okay. Oh, maybe it's just a hypothetical. No such experiment has taken place, right?
Well, all these questions are a little incoherent and a little bit loaded because an experiment is not made, or the point of it is not to measure anything. It's to see if your dependent variable is caused by your independent variable. That's what it's actually supposed to do. So no experiments are going to be used in measuring anything related to motion.
Right.
Unless it's still not a measurement, but let's say you see something move in nature. It's a naturally observed phenomenon, and you don't know what causes it, right? You can't attribute a force to it. Let's say you see something move in a downward vector. What are you going to use to as an independent variable to see what causes things to move downward? Now, the silly globe believing zealot is going to say this word gravity as if it is a thing that you can use as an independent variable to make things go down. Well, then I would charge the globe believing zealot, where can I get some of this gravity so I can apply it or take it away to see if my dependent variable occurs, if I can make something move downward. They don't have any of that. None of that. They have no physical force, no physical thing that they can grab and make something move downward. They just can't. And that's where it all falls apart. So, yeah, if we're going to ask questions about experiments, we have to be hyper specific.
Right.
Is that a question from the YouTube?
No, this
chat?
This is a question that we compiled. I think Jay put most of these up on his server, Funny Glober Test, to ask them when they come in and they're gonna school us, right? So there's kind of, some of them are like a little bit tricky, and some of them are like genuine, like what causes the globe to spin is a little bit tricky. You need to know the history of the Big Bang and all of that crap to answer it. Of course, they're not gonna.
Right.
And I think this was more of the answer wants that no experiment has ever directly measured the Earth physically moving. So I think but he wants them to kind of try to cite experiments or whatever.
Sure. Whose website did you say this was from?
Now this is on the Flat Earth Central. In my tag it says FE. It's DJ's server.
Oh, okay.
It has a lot of cool stuff. Here's another one. How does the atmosphere spin faster than the globe, and what drives that motion? Interesting.
Yeah, these are good quizzes. From
their own model, yeah.
Right. These are good quizzes because most people have no idea what the official claim or official explanation without demonstration is going to be. Whatever begging the question fallacy they're going to commit, which, it's funny. All these questions are very interesting to me because they start with an assumption, right? And sometimes it's best, if you're ever asked a question, to ask the one asking the question, what are the assumptions that you're making before I answer? And so the assumption would be that there is this thing called a globe. And that would be the thing needed to be proven very first. Then every question after that could follow. But I understand the whole point of the questions, right? It's just to see if people really know if the Earth is spinning, how was that ever detected?
Yeah.
So.
I mean, we're basically just quizzing them on their own claimed model. Of course, we can always answer, well, you can't even have that answer unless you prove it's a globe first. So
right.
We have an easy way out because we have the truth on our side. So it's funny. Here's another one.
It's troublesome. It's troublesome for someone to deal with the initial question, which is there really a globe at all? Because they almost cannot fathom. They cannot imagine a scenario where the globe apparently is not fact. So they really get upset. The incredulity comes out because they go, well, of course it is, right? Why would you even think otherwise, since we have NASA, since my textbook said so, since my third grade teacher told me about gravity? It is, the assumption is already in their mind presumed or established fact. And that's not my problem, but y'all might want to if you're listening to this and you're wondering why I'm saying these things, consider that fact. Who actually proved to you that it was a globe first? I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, 100%. They're just going to tell you some teacher in third grade or whatever, and that teacher doesn't know anything. She was told the same thing 30 years earlier, whatever.
Yep.
It's tradition at this point. Nobody knows. I don't think many people who, if there is anybody that knows, it's a lie. They're super
You're
old.
right. So you make a pretty interesting point. This is tradition now. So it almost falls under this category of like a mythos, things that are transferred by mouth, right? So it's a myth. It's transferred by tradition, oral tradition. So you're going to have to go way back and tell us who established this globe and is it existing in physical reality. Let's not deal with myths. Let's deal with what is.
Yeah, I think that's what we push for, because we can't exactly prove who started it, the lie.
Right.
But nowadays, it is absolutely tradition carries it forward. I want to make people think about that, and if they can maybe question it, because not all traditions are good, right? They used to sacrifice people in volcanoes, for example. That's not a good thing to do just because it's tradition.
Right.
Anyhow, and he has a couple of refraction questions that are funny. What is the refractive index gradient needed for refraction to hide curvature over long distances, such as 20 to 100 miles? And in parentheses, a devastating question. Globe defenders cannot produce those. But they always try. Fraction, interesting. But not when it works against. How do you measure refraction in the atmosphere in order to account for it in an observation? That's another question. And here we have a good one. Can you guess the shape these are used? Place that in our fun. Fun for our Glober friend. Globers, can you guess the shape of these just by looking at them? And that was the last question in his post. I like this. Probably put the triangle test well there. It's always funny as well. And if you've seen the video of these, you know that when you flip them around, you can see that they're not balls. They're like, one of them is just a circle, another one is a cylinder, another is concave, and I think the fourth one actually is a ball. And I mean, I agree that the moon could look something like this, but when we're talking about stars, not going to be the round shapes like this. I mean, not even NASA produces unless it's fake, Saturn picture or something. They look nothing like the graph they put out. Stars, or even the wandering planets above us. I guess some of them could be called roundish. Not that it matters, since we're talking about the surface property. But anyway, Globers want to go to the guy. Hey Jeff, how are you? Welcome. Alana still here? Enjoying the show. Doug, are you a Glober? I thought you were a flat earther. He says, sorry guys, I don't believe the earth is flat. That's sarcasm. Rayleigh Criterion says no belief. Correct. Matrix says, watch the video above and try to explain your way out of it. Yeah, that was a reference to the 21-mile Salt Lake. I hope you're still here. And oh yeah. He was. I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know that is. All right. So you got us. I was like, oh, wait, Hugh is not a glober, but it's a trigger word for us. If you come into this channel as a glober and you say, why do you believe the Earth is flat? Someone is going to go off immediately like a bomb. Squirrel? I can't pronounce that word. I used to say squirrels, but that's not correct. Squirrels don't lie. Matrix post an appropriate picture. It's Morpheus from the Matrix. He says, show me. We know that scene. One of my favorite movies, actually. Duke says you have to use your brain. Matrix says, I have to use my brain for your knowledge. Fourth going on here. Rectangle with hole. Old dude. It is a rectangle hole. Reddish. Pinkish. I got to tell you, old dude, it's very nice to have you chat when you do a presentation because you put up videos and everything. Perfect. Get a little extra support there in the background. Much appreciated. And I try to do the same when else is speaking and they're referring to some video, and if I have it available, I will paste it in. We are Jeff Epstein says island shape. Possibly. Old dude says, isn't it an air filter intake? Some Mad Max V8. I mean, wouldn't that be a V4? 8-cylinder. Oh, just one of them. Yeah, maybe. You probably know more about cars. I have actually changed an engine in an old Pontiac Firebird. Bought one of those when I was 23. Just moved to the States for the first time back the last 20 years, but the first time I went to school here. And I needed a car. I always watched that show, Knight Rider. He had one of those Firebird. So I wanted one. Bought it for $1,000. It was white, and I had a paint shop paint midnight blue metallic, almost black. In the sun, it was a little bit bluish into it. It was so nice. I missed that car. But the engine was shot, so we had, and then it ran fine. I wonder where that car is today. When we moved back, we placed storage. For some reason, I don't know, we couldn't come back for a few years, and then when we came back, it was gone, even though we had paid storage. That was kind of weird. Whatever. Someone is probably enjoying that car. All right, do we have any Globers here today? Otherwise, I'm going to look at YouTube again, and if there's no comments there, I'm going to shut up for a while. Both of them. Casey, welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Gams, welcome.
Thank you, bro. You believe the Earth is flat?
I know it is. That is my exact claim. I know it's flat. It's not a belief. Do you know why I say that?
Not. Oh, fact. I don't know what's called, but the Earth is not flat.
Yeah. Do you know why I say I know it's flat? I can tell you. I have evidence.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you able to have a look at the side chat? I'll post it. It's only 2 posts. I want to ask you one question. I want to
Yeah.
see. I want to see if you recognize the ball in the picture. Just the ball. Don't worry about the numbers. There you go. Do you see that ball?
What ball?
In the
The red ones.
No, scroll down to the bottom. There's a ball there. Has some green, some blue, some numbers on a chart. Don't worry about the chart. I'm just interested in the picture right now. See there's a picture of something
Yeah.
around.
The
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah, it looks like the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've seen these pictures maybe from NASA, right? They look something like that. Yeah. This is not a trick question. I'm just, we're having a conversation here back and forth a little bit. Just
But can you repeat it, please?
repeat. Yes, you
Yeah.
see do you see the ball in the picture? Yes. You said yes,
Yeah, I
right?
see it.
Right. All the blue stuff. What is that? No?
Water.
Yeah, it's water. And notice something peculiar about that water. It curves around the ball. See? It curves around the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Let's say that this is a real picture of the Earth. I'll grant
Okay.
this is what Earth looks like. This is where we live. I'll say that to you right now, just for the purpose of having a nice back and forth discussion about it, right? So now all we have to do now is confirm that curvature. Because they told us the size of the ball, 3,959 miles. That's the radius. So we can do a little bit of math to figure out how much water curve over. That's what the chart. For example, over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot. That's a 6-story high building of curvature. So if you take your friend with you to a lake that's 10 mile wide, and you shoot the laser from 1 foot above water on one side, it's going to end up 1 foot over water on the other side, 10 miles away. You with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. Problem with that is that if Earth was a ball, it should end up 6 foot up in the air on the other side, above your friend. But it doesn't. It ends up exactly the same height on the beach you are on. So that's a big problem for us. That is the reason why we say we know that the Earth is flat, because we cannot find curvature over water, over distance. And Earth is covered by 71 water, so we can safely say it cannot be a ball, because if it was a ball, water curve, and it doesn't curve. And this is just one test. And you don't even have to trust me. You can easily find a lake like that, maybe even just 5 miles wide. Bring a friend to the other side. Can you see the beach from 5 miles away? Yes, you can, because the Earth does curve. So I'm going to post one of the laser tests that we have done for a 21 mile, which is even more devastating. A 21-mile test that some people did over in Salt Lake. You can watch that video, and I would be delighted if you had questions or comments about it. But
I will watch.
yeah, it's very cool, and you can do these tests yourself. If you can't afford a laser, you can get your friend to just flash a mirror in the daytime. You see that mirror flash miles away, you know he's not hidden by 66 foot of curve. And you shouldn't be able to zoom into him on the other side with zoom camera either, because he has to be he needs to be taller than 66 foot for you to see him if Earth is a ball. But you can see him, so it's not a ball. That's why we call ourselves flat Earth, because we know that water doesn't curve. If you're still in here, I don't think. Oh, you are. If you have any questions after you have watched the video, feel free to come back. We enjoy talking to you.
No, you have a good point, but I have also a point, which
Mhm.
is when you get up into a plane and you
Yeah.
travel, okay,
Yeah.
the Earth not, how can I say it, not flat. It will not go to up and down. It will go straight forward. Not will go down. It will if it will be it will if the Earth it's flat.
Yeah.
It will not go. You cannot travel from, I don't know, from country to another country straightforward.
Well, if you're thinking about it, ball you can. But if you're thinking about, and I'm not making a claim as to the shape here, we don't know the shape. But for example, you can easily, if you look at this little island in the chat, right? There is a person standing at point A. And if he travels, he can travel out three, let's say that's a country. He can travel around in a circle and come back to his point again. Air flights are a little bit like that. Or they can travel over a flat surface. Again, I'm not saying that it's round or square, or I'm not claiming a shape. We're only talking about flat. Flat isn't shape, right? But this is an example. So on that, if Earth was an island like this, and I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it is, you understand that you can fly from point A over to the tree, you can fly to a smaller tree, and you can fly back, right? So no globe required air is what I'm saying.
So I have to address something real quick, and I know that there may be a language barrier to a degree, so we'll try to agree on terms. But when people say that you can go straight, which means no curvature in any axis, a straight line, that you can end up where you started by going straight, that is an actual impossibility unless we're dealing with some kind of portal where it immediately deposits you back to where you started. It would have to be something metaphysical, something supernatural, because nobody can ever go in a straight line and end up where they started. That is an impossibility. Now, if our friend here is saying that you can go due east, well, that's a whole different story, because now east is in relationship or perpendicular to north, which, by the way, both of these are horizontal directions, cardinal directions in nature. So if you go due east, meaning basically taking a circle around your northern point or your point of orientation, then yes, you could go in a circle on a flat plane easterly or eastward and end up where you started. But that would be a circle, that would not be a straight line.
Yeah, 100%. There is possible for humans to travel in a straight. We just don't do it. Especially not east to west. We use a compass and it's going to point into the north. I was actually looking for that video of the demonstration. It makes it a little bit easier for new people who are new to the topic to understand what's going on. But the compass will point north, and east and west are just direction that circles around that point. We even call them great circle routes. I mean, I should say we, but the Globers call them that. So everybody knows that plane flies. It's not exclusive to a flat Earth or around. They all travel in circle. And if they fly somewhat straight, they're going through a flight corridor or whatever. So, somewhat. It's not a claim of a map. Don't freak out. Yes, exactly. Yeah. I made sure I disclaim that picture. I know people can use.
Did our friend leave? Is he still here? Is that
no?
We are Jeffrey
lost.
Epstein.
We lost.
Oh, he left.
But that's all right. He said he was going to watch the video. He might come back. I mean, sometimes we overload these people because we want to explain everything at the same time. So I didn't want to do that. So he's probably fine. Maybe he'll watch. He won't. But it's not always about the person. We talk to our YouTube listeners as well. So it's very. I think there we go. Old dude posted the North Pole circumnavigation, and also picture which is not a claim of a map. and we shouldn't freak out. I'm going to save that top one so I have it ready. Bait. Again, it can confuse people because they think maybe we claim that that's the shape of the Earth, but if we preface it with the disclaimer, it shouldn't be a problem. And if you're looking at this at YouTube, I'll do also the disclaimer about those pictures. It's same, not a video or just to demonstrate the point. I know this was one of my questions I had when I became a flat earther. Like, what's the shape? Or, I mean, when you're new to it, it's easy to slip into the AE map and things like that and think that you know everything. And if you're new to flat earth, you can slip into ice walls and all kinds of weird stuff, right? But as you grow, as you learn more, you realize make claims about things you have no empirical evidence for. So stay away from those kind of things nowadays. Dixie, welcome. AA, welcome. Har.
Sometimes I really believe that those who are still stuck in the globe ideology, religion, paradigm, whatever, don't even know the questions that they're asking. So we will say Earth is not a globe. And sometimes we'll interchange that with the Earth is not a sphere, just to be a little bit more accurate. So the Earth is not a ball, it's not a sphere. And so they instantly ask us, okay, well, then what shape is it then? Now, we also make the positive claim or the assertion or the observation that the Earth is flat. Well, if we say flat, that is not a shape. It is a description of the surface which we dwell atop. We cannot give you any kind of shape for the Earth. We actually have no idea. And that's not because, we're idiots. It's more the fact that we have no way of actually knowing the complete nature, description of a shape, even if it's a shape that we could describe as to what the shape of the Earth is. But we are also not saying that it is a plate or a disc or any of those things. That's not what we're saying because we don't know a shape. I mean, a disc is a shape. It's a little bit cylindrical, but it's circular in nature, right? It's not that. So we can't give it dimension. We're just describing to you. We're giving a description of the surface, the nature of the surface, which is flat. And flat, by its definition, or in mechanics and engineering, its mechanical definition is a horizontal surface that rests between two parallel points. Okay, and I've said this. AI Overlord talks about this quite a bit. Apparently, the highest peak on the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of like 7 to 8 miles above sea level, which is a horizontal reference. The deepest trench that we can find, which I believe is the Mariana Trench, and I don't even know if they've actually found the bottom of that thing, but it's somewhere in the ballpark of 8 miles deep. So the flatness of the Earth rests between those two extremes, those two parallel lines, those two highest and lowest points. It is flat, and the sea level is right in between those two places. So that is a flat, horizontal, straight surface. That's what we're describing. Nothing else, no discs, no maps, flat surface.
Yeah, absolutely. And I liked what you said about some people think we're idiots for not wanting to make that claim, but when it actually is the exact opposite. We are not idiots. That's why we're not making a claim of shape. Cannot prove it. Idiots would be the people claiming that Earth, is a ball or has specific size, that is ideal, if anything.
100%.
Welcome, Nameless. Nameless? Nameless. 2 L's. Nameless. Okay. And we can remind our YouTube listeners, if you want to join the discussion, we are, where are we at right now? We're on IngHub. So discord.gg/ENGHUB. Home server is at discord.gg/flat earth. This is old dude who pasted in the link there. Has a lot of good information. And sometimes we're on politics, which is discord.gg/politics. So it's kind of the first test. Like Professor Tryon just said one day, can't figure out how to join the discussion. Probably shouldn't join it. So it's a little bit of an IQ test to get to the right server and figure out where we are. But there's a long list of channels on those servers, and if you haven't favorited it as I have, you're gonna have to scroll through a little bit to find us, especially on the politics server. There is a little bit of a disconnect, actually. I was going to bring this up. When we say space is fake, freak out, obviously. But it's a definition question a little bit there, because I mean, most of them think space is what Katy Perry wants, right? Oh, they've been to space. We don't deny that. We're talking about outer space, low orbit, not in question. I would guess we have technology to take us up 50 miles. That's a belief on my part, because I don't know. I've never been in one truck, so I don't. It's not like I know. But if they want to call that space real, right? But when we say space is fake, we're talking about this space where we can't go, way out. I don't even think the ISS is at 250 miles up, but that's another question. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with Earth either. I think it's way closer, but if it's even up there, again, just a belief.
You know, the idea of space is another one that almost needs to be defined or clarified. We mistakenly assume that if somebody comes in here and talks about space, that they're talking about a region with an extremely high vacuum that is somewhere beyond an arbitrary line that we consider to be no longer Earth's atmosphere. Okay, so that's a problem. Air doesn't take shapes. So an air sphere is kind of stupid unless it's contained by a sphere. And in that case, it'd probably be more of a, whatever the container would be. So if it was glass, it'd be a glass sphere, not an air sphere. So it's kind of a really stupid term, this whole atmosphere thing. But I digress. If that is indeed what you're talking about, a vacuous region somewhere beyond an arbitrary point where the Earth's atmosphere ends, then yes, it is indeed fake, because it would violate the second law of thermodynamics for that atmosphere, contradiction in terms, to not fill the available volume, which apparently, according to the mythos, is an ever expanding volume. So, if anything, this volume, which does not have any kind of container, which kind of ruins the whole thing, if it's ever expanding, that would probably mean to me that the vacuum is increasing, because you're enlarging the volume and keeping the available material at the same level. Because I don't think anything's violating the first law of thermodynamics, certainly not, globe believers, right? We wouldn't be both violating the first and second law with these claims. That would be silly. So, the space that is defined as the vacuous region somewhere beyond wherever this arbitrary line is called the atmosphere, that is completely fake. Otherwise, it would violate both the first and second law of thermodynamics.
100%.
If we have another event, we should probably ask a question. What is space? And see what kind of answers that we get.
That's a good idea. I don't know who can even start events. I know I can.
I
If
think
you
you
really
have to
want to
be,
stump the Globers, just ask them what the horizon is.
yeah, another good one.
Yeah, that is a good one.
So I think to start an event, I think you do have to be on a PC and a moderator, I think.
Right.
I'm never on a PC, so I
Yeah,
can never
neither am
start
I.
them.
No, I'm always on my phone. It's easier. Open my PC for a really long time. I don't need it anymore. Well, I gotta go eat something. I'll be semi-AFK because I'm certainly not gonna sit there and talk and chew at the same time because that's gonna drive people crazy. I'll be back later.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? No, they leave so quick. Anybody new here want to help me understand what space is? What is space? Could you define it? Could you describe it? Okay.
Does anybody here think they live on a spinning space ball? In the everlasting vacuum of the darkness of space forever and ever. Anybody listening on YouTube, come on in, hit that link. Come and ask your questions. Any questions about flat Earth that you live on? All righty then.
I think we scared all the Globers off.
Uh-oh.
Yesterday was fun. There was a guy in here ranting for about 6 hours.
You talking about Storm or whatever?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Something Storm
That-
or Storm something. Yeah.
That can be entertaining for a little while, but after, it gets a little monotonous after a while, though. But yeah, interesting. Let them rant. That's all they got, man. Say what?
Hello. Professor Triangle was good.
Is this Lats the Lats of Flat Earth? Is this your second account?
Yeah, I just have different accounts depending on which device I'm using.
Oh, alright.
The same one though. Sorry to disappoint you.
Yeah, the more the better.
Mike here, glad you could join me. And today I have two special guests. I have David.
Flat Earth with a encircled, encompassed Antarctica. Antarctica is a landmass covered with ice, a whole lot of ice.
How far out did you get to go?
How much ice is there? Anyway, so you know I don't have a serious face. Sorry, Dave. You get.
But
how far out did I go? I was in McMurdo Station.
Okay, so you're right on the edge, under just directly south of New Zealand, right?
Yeah,
that's
sort of. I mean, everything is south.
Well, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm pulling your leg, man. Listen. So look. Okay. It's pretty. You go to Christchurch, New Zealand, on the way to Antarctica to go out to the ice, they call it. So I was in McMurdo to put a data ingest system. Now, this was in my career at NASA when I believed we lived on the globe Earth. I bought all the science, all the space, the vast universe, and billions of stars. I bought into all that, just like most of us did at one point. And so I'm down there, and we put this system in to capture the data. And it's for polar orbiting spacecraft, so that because there's a big data hole in the Antarctic data set, a big hole.
Are you talking about the map part, the part where Hollow Earthers say there's nothing there?
Yes, any map that you would have seen of the Earth showed this huge gaping lack of data in the center of Antarctica. And I can tell you the reason why that is because there is no center in Antarctica. Antarctica is a ring, but I didn't know that then. So we go down there. Now, here's the thing, and I was about to tell you a little while ago, is I set this system up. Everything's functional. We were ingesting data. We're retransmitting it offline when there are no spacecraft orbiting over, quote unquote. And about 10 years later, I'm watching a YouTube video and I'm looking at images on Google Earth of Antarctica. And there's a big gaping hole in the data set for Antarctica on Google Earth. And I'm like, now you got to understand, I personally went there to correct that. So I was kind of like a little weirded out. Like, why in the heck is there no data for this large area of Antarctica? When I went down there to correct that. And this is here 10, 12 years later. So I called my old boss and said, hey, Mike, what's the deal? How come we don't have any data, any imagery over the center portion of Antarctica? And his answer to me, and I talked to my pastor about this even, because I was like freaking out about it, because it didn't make any sense.
You think after 10 years they'd have some data, right?
Dude, 12 years.
12 years, okay.
Yeah, and we spent $500,000, which isn't a lot of money by NASA standards, but on this project to go down there, I didn't even want to go, to be honest. I was newly married to my wife. I didn't want to leave her for 5 minutes. You know what I'm talking about. So anyway, so I go down. I was lamenting the whole time, you guys. Anyway, so I call Mike and I say, what's the deal with this? And he says, well, Dave, they opted out. They didn't want our data. They got a pipe. They got a fiber optic network from McMurdo to Svalbard. Now, you got to understand, Svalbard is almost the total other side of the world, okay? It's one of the most north places on the quote-unquote planet, okay?
Now, is this an undersea pipe from McMurdo that far?
Yes. Fiber optic pipes under the ocean from McMurdo Station all the way to Svalbard. Now, even on a flat Earth map, it's freaking far, okay?
So wait a minute. Supposedly we have satellites. We have all this great space technology.
Yes.
Why the heck do we need a fiber optic pipe from
Listen,
McMurdo?
that's what I'm getting at. So he's telling me this, and this is what he's telling. And I'm going, now I don't even think I believe that I knew about flat Earth yet then. This is what was leading up to my going, holy crap, we're deceived. So I'm on the phone with him, and he's retired at this point from NASA. I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. why the hell, he said, well, they opted out to send the data to Svalbard. That's the Norwegians, okay? And that they would process the data and sell it back to us.
What?
I'm just saying. So I'm like, okay, this doesn't make any sense at all. Doesn't, you know? Now remember, how many guys can you talk to that said, hey, I personally went down there and put it in a data retrieval system for polar orbiting spacecraft in Antarctica? You hear that every day, right?
Well,
So
in the flutter community, there's a few.
Yes, I know that.
So it's important that everybody understand that you were there to map what's essentially still not there and still not mapped
That's
today.
right. To fill out an area of data, a huge area that was not there. And so, and it's still not, see, here's the thing. He says, well, yeah, they pipe it over the fiber optic network to Svalbard, and then they sell it back to us. Well, it's still a big gaping hole in the data. Hello.
So 2017, we have yet to map a portion of one of our continents if the Earth is a globe, correct?
And we supposedly, quote unquote, have continuously polar orbiting spacecraft. Guys, listen, you know, there's a whole series of spacecraft that I worked on also called the EOS, Earth Observation Systems. And it was like 5 different spacecraft, and they each looked at different spectrum. One was for atmospheric qualities, another was Terra, another, anyway. They are all polar orbiters because the whole idea is that the Earth is spinning and these daggone satellites go around and they get a different swath of the world as the Earth spins underneath it.
Right, strip data.
Again, I'm speaking. Huh?
That's called strip data, right?
Yeah. And so, okay, and from a global perspective, that makes sense, right? Okay, so how come there's no data still from the southern part of Antarctica?
Well, according to Rob Simmons, and he gave us Russia's, Japan's, and the U.S.'s image servers, the Titan, the MRR-8, and the Epic Discover are all pictures of models taken from ground-based cloud radar, and then they put the model together of Earth. All their image data is fake. It's not a picture of Earth from space. So we know that about those satellites because Rob Simmons, and that's the guy, in case you don't know, folks, it's Photoshop. It has to be. Well, it has to be Photoshop because there are no pictures of Earth. So we know for a fact those images are not from space. They're just images put together by a computer called MyDoll. And so now you're saying you were stationed in Antarctica. Your job was supposedly to map this missing big area. Because NASA, if they show a radar of the South Pole, you see this big gaping round circular hole there of no data of anything mapped. And so your job was to map this out. 12 years later, you come to find out that they mapped nothing. It's still the same today, right?
Correct. Matter of fact, I did some research on my own work and looked it all up because they have what's called mission design reviews. Okay. And Cindy, you probably know about that, right? So
I know. Yeah, we had that in our. Yeah.
And so they would also look at proposals, whether it's a mission or a project was viable. And it's a lot of work leading up to before you're ever even able to execute any part of a project. And that's how they raise costs, and people have careers for 30 years on one spacecraft project. But anyway, I'm just saying. I looked it up and I could find all this work. My boss had gone and campaigned with University of Wisconsin and all these guys, and there was all these project plans and proposals regarding this, and why they were going to spend the money, why we were going to go down there and do that. You could find it. It's out there because I looked it up. I wanted to see what led up to why I went there, you know? And basically, his answer does not give an answer because it doesn't make any sense. He didn't answer the fact that there's a big gaping hole in the data still.
In other words, nothing mapped. That's what we call a gaping hole in the data. There's nothing there.
There's a map of Antarctica on a globe Earth. I used to have a globe in here for joke purposes. On a globe Earth, anybody that looks at it, you show Antarctica. When you look, go to Google Earth, and if you zoom in, you'll notice that the lines from data scans, they converge at the middle and they become nothing. It's just white. There's no data. It's kind of filled in, kind of like the guy who made the Earth image, right? It's Photoshop because
it has to be. All right, awesome. Now, David, you, Cindy, and I, we were talking about actual what we would call real satellites, not ones orbiting a ball, of course, but real satellites that actually resonate probably on a frequency perfectly in our magnetic field. They have found technologies, and Cindy, you know what you've heard of the TR3, the funny triangle shaped spacecraft they got. We have aircraft that actually can hover almost indefinitely in tune with our magnetic field. That's what I'm understanding. Cindy, you mentioned a project that you cannot talk about, of course, and we'll respect that. But they are, in most part, what are really satellites, correct? What can you tell us about this, Cindy?
Well, I have not researched that particular aircraft myself, but I can tell you that the research that I've done shows us that the satellites that they claim are orbiting Earth are not orbiting Earth. There are
not flying around the ball, kept in check by gravity by constantly falling and missing the curve, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That are never seen in any photos, by the way.
That's a crazy concept too, that you're spinning around a ball, constantly falling and missing it because you're going 17.
Sci-fi movie.
Yeah, that's science fiction.
Want to create a sci-fi movie? It's a really good topic, but in reality, yes, they're building satellites because I have friends who work for these companies who build them. Yes, sir. There are people who build these and work on these programs, and that's not fake. What's fake is that they are being sent into orbit. That's the part that's fake. And so that's the part that we're researching. We're looking into these anomalies because we know that outer space is not factual. It's created. It's a sci-fi movie. It's not something that's able to be, you can't go there.
Yeah.
It's
we
just not
can't get to the moon. So, Cindy, let me ask you, Cindy, I've talked to NASA engineers, and they claim, well, I work on satellites. Are you saying that somebody who works at NASA could actually work on parts of the equipment that go on things that are actually going up in the air to hover, orbit Earth, or ride along our magnetic field? Because, David, you were talking about they find this sweet spot, a resonating frequency, that they have technology that they can stay up there as long as they stay in tune with Earth's magnetic field. Is it possible employees, Cindy, can build these things and they tell them it's an orbital satellite, but still be functional and be used for maybe one of these platform devices?
It's hard to know what they would be used for because we're not in the know, and most of the people who work on these satellites are not in the know. There's no way they would have an idea of where they're being used or how their functionality actually works, but they are building them. I know I have a close friend I grew up with who works at Boeing, and when I first started posting that satellites were fake, she was very upset with me because she built satellites. Well, a lot of us work with people who build or work on satellites. I've worked for NASA, I've worked for the Air Force, I've worked for Lockheed Martin, I've worked for Raytheon, I've worked in other NASA contracting positions, and we're all doing something. We're all working on projects and programs. The problem is it's a need-to-know basis. Everything is need-to-know. You're told what you're told, you do your job, you come to work, and you retire, and that's pretty much it. So most folks would never know that the hard work that they're doing is not what they think it is.
Can I interject on that?
Yeah.
That idea?
Yeah.
Okay. When I was at Goddard, Mike and Cindy, and anybody listening. There's this environment of it's a wonderful, almost utopian ideal where you're all doing this great work for the betterment of mankind, and you almost believe this. You really do. And a lot of us at Goddard, it wasn't just a job; it's what we did. I mean, you could sleep there and shower there and shop there. They had a shop, and so they create this environment that's conducive to. Nobody starts going, "Oh, they're keeping secrets from us." I mean, that's so. No, anyone listening to this should not think like the people they're kept under a ball and chain, and it's such an utterly amazing work environment that you never stop to think we're doing something bad. Right. I mean. You're it's a given. You're doing this wonderful work, and everybody's doing their little portion, and then they launch a spacecraft. Ooh, cool, you know.
And what he's saying is exactly right. The environment is happy, proactive. They teach you, they train you. Everybody's friendly. I mean, for the most part, I was with NASA for 4 years, from 1996 to 2000. My time with NASA was my first actual career position outside of college. I was terrified, but I was so excited. And to meet all those people and to think back to the folks that I've worked with, amazing people. So I don't want anybody who works for these companies or works for the DoD to ever think that I'm putting down NASA employees or Air Force employees or any of them. I still have a love for them, I'm still friends with them. We're all under this blanket of unknown. None of us know the truth. That's what it is. Nobody knows unless you're in the top. I don't know. Probably.
Even the top at NASA, they probably don't know. It's all obscured by fervor and excitement and ideals that most of us were taught since kindergarten.
Right. Yeah. If you think about the movies that have come out and the way that it affects the mind, so sci-fi movies, rockets. There's a movie called The Knowing, and they put together a thing. What do you call it? It goes into the ground. It's the I can't think of the title of it, but it's all the kids from 50 years prior drew pictures of what
time capsule.
Thank you, time capsule.
Yeah.
They put in pictures of what they thought, and I thought it was funny that they drew rockets. Who would have thought 50 years prior of rockets unless it was put into our media? There's no other way you'd even think of a rocket unless media portrayed rockets as future. Of course. So I saw I've been watching this movie a lot lately because I pick apart movies as I try to figure out what they're doing next. And so I pick apart Hollywood movies, but The Knowing is a good one because it kind of shows you the direction that they're taking. They're using specific agendas, space absolutely, the globe absolutely, evolution is huge. And so they're taking these things that we've been taught since kindergarten, and they're manipulating people to believe. And these are psychopaths. They don't have guilt. They do not
have feelings.
Correct. They're able to teach these things in schools and in college and all the way up to people who are PhDs. And they know they're false. They know they're fake. There's no proof. It's all theory. But they can do this because it's an agenda, and it goes with their agenda. So,
can I add to that?
Yes.
Okay, this is a scriptural ideal, guys. Is that God says that He will do nothing. Will I do nothing without first telling my servants, the prophets? Mm. Satan or Lucifer or whatever name you want to give him, the serpent, he has these aspirations to be like the Most High. So he also has his servants, the prophets. We call them the media. And so he tells us, they tell us what they're doing through movies, through media, like you're saying, Cindy. So they're laying their game plan or their intent in a whole lot of movies like that. Yeah.
You know, guys, this is very interesting, and I shut my camera off so I get a better stream. But you know, when we talked with Rob Simmons, he's very honest. He gave us Russia's, Japan's FTP servers, all their model of Earth that they used to superimpose the images on to make it look like they're taken from outer space. Totally straight up, honest about what map projections you use, and he gave us that website and how to configure the map that they use for different projections and things. When you talk to other NASA certain employees at certain departments, they straight up tell you, oh no, it's not this and this, and so none of it leads to outer space or you know, living on a spinning ball and traveling 483,000 miles an hour. What it tells me though is that it seems like there's a separation between the people doing the work at NASA and a media conglomerate or a other type of government that does the faking part, the part where they take you in on the ISS and fake, you know, weightlessness through the HoloLens technology JPL is working with right now, or telemetrics that they've contracted, and that allows them to bring in actors from any place over the world and put them on the same set. It's almost like the stuff that these engineers are building are actually used and put on these platform type what we'll call satellites, just for a better lack of term right now, so they can look at the Earth and get cloud cover and things. They're heavily interested in our magnetic field. We'll probably talk about that in another video. We'll talk about the sun in another video and how the eclipse, nothing blocked the sun. But it almost seems like there's this other type of government thing going on that's sort of separate from NASA. It's like NASA has another division that we would call liars and deceivers, you know, part of NASA. And then we have the people that actually do real work and real technology for NASA. That's what it's looking like. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Again, the mass of people, and they are many. There was between 17,000 and 35,000 at Goddard at any one time throughout the history of Goddard. All of those workers, like Hubble was built in our clean room at Goddard, right? It never enters their mind that what they're doing is going to be for deception. They think that it's for science, for knowledge, for the betterment of mankind, so that we could understand how we were created, right? Which the very thought of that's kind of insane, but anyway.
What do you got to say to that, Cindy?
Can you please repeat what you just said, David?
I said that that just at Goddard alone, there's a lot of people that work for NASA in its entirety, that work who are engineers and scientists and other support personnel supporting all of that infrastructure. That at Goddard alone, there was between 17,000 and 35,000 people just working at Goddard.
Okay, so when I was at Dryden, and it's not called Dryden Flight Research Center anymore, they did change the name not too long ago. I don't know what the new name is, but when I worked there from 1996 to 2000, we had to go through Y2K. And because I was an IT support person, I know exactly how many computers there were. I'm going to give you a basis. It was 2,500 computers that I had to fix prior to Y2K, which is, you know, everybody remembers Y2K. If you don't, you need to go research it. But so I can tell you we had approximately 2,500 computers, which equates to approximately 2,500 folks. If I had to guess, based on my experience in those 4 years, as a truther now, and I became very awake in 2009 to most truths, and I became aware of flat Earth in May of 2016. So I have many years as an awake person. When I go back and I think about the photographers who were in the office next to me, who came out of the building and said they couldn't believe people believed in the fake moon landings. That was in 1997, 98. I don't remember the exact date. I just remember it happening. So
wait. NASA employees that are in the know are going, I can't believe these people bought into that moon landing crap.
Oh, guys.
This is what I overheard, yes.
No. You just reminded me of something I mentioned the other day to somebody who was like, oh, a pastor friend of mine. At Goddard, we had a digitization project in the education office. A guy named Dr. Bob DeBreese was the head of education at NASA Goddard. I did a lot of education outreach, but I was also technologically adept, so they would include me in these extra projects. We were going to digitize all the lunar lander and all of the Apollo mission stuff they had in archive, and it was missing. It was gone.
Oh boy.
Okay. and I remember, but here's the thing. Then I still believed all the other garbage. So I was like, well, it didn't make any sense. You know, like, how would you lose? I guess the most historic moment in all of mankind. Why would you lose that?
You lost all the telemetry data to the most important event ever, right?
Yes, they got like freaking 10 sound bites from the lunar mission, you know.
I'll tell you, I was the retrospect administrator. Retrospect is a system that we used to back up computers for the whole facility. So this is dating myself, obviously, because retrospect is, I think it's outdated. I don't think anybody uses it now. But if you look in history, you will see that retrospect was the technology, the app, basically. We didn't have Windows. This was a long time ago, so it was different. But we used a system called retrospect to back up computer systems. Now, if I'm understanding my role right as the backup administrator for Dryden Flight Research Center, everything was backed up every night based on my job, what I did. I backed up computers, and it was a system. It did it automatically.
Now, wait, Cindy. Are you backing up like super important data like the moon data, or was the moon data not as important?
And everything that was on
they're personal freaking MP3s.
So we can lose the moon data, but we're backing up everybody that swiped their key card for the last 20 months, right?
Yes,
okay, I got it. Just as long as I understand NASA's priorities. Gotcha.
Yes. So we're backing up the work that they do each day to make sure that they're not
family pictures.
What's that?
Family pictures. Look, wait, because I'll never forget my first week at Goddard. I went into an engineer's office like he's a freaking GS-15 or something. Okay, that's like a $250,000 a year. Okay, it's like 150 to 250 a year salary. I go into his office. One of his hard drives had crashed. I'm not making this up, guys. And I get called on a tech support call. I pull his drive and I run this data retrieval tool. And it's all organized pornography. It's all porn with categorized folders.
That's terrible.
But my point is that all that stuff is all saved.
Right.
Well, you got to back up the porn. Can't lose that, right? But we lost the moon data. Data.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, and this is off topic a little bit, but there's a lot of cancer at Edwards Air Force Base where Dryden Flight Research Center is located. I don't think that's accidental. I don't believe that that's accidental. I believe that there's a reason why they allow so many, I don't know what it is. It's not just chemicals. There's so many things going on at the base, at Edwards Air Force Base, that environmentally are harmful to humans. I don't think that's accidental. I think that the smart people that they hire, they don't want them to remain smart, and they maybe don't even want them to stay in the know. We had an SR-71 pilot who, I think it was 2007, somewhere in there. Anyway, she was an SR-71 pilot, Marta Bonmeyer. She was flying SR-71s for her career, and she died in a small airplane accident in the mid-2000s. So you understand, I have a lot of questions about these so-called weird, strange deaths that happen, whether it's cancer, whether it's an airplane crash, whatever it is. I have a lot of questions. Marta Bonmeyer crashing a plane and dying after flying the SR-71? It's odd.
Well, she's not the only one, though, Cindy. We had there's YouTube videos about a guy that worked in Antarctica supposedly found out something. It seems like if you're a type of person that they can't trust, and you have information that need to know information only, it seems like some of these people are dying mysteriously or disappearing, even, right?
Or they're having mental issues that cause them to have to take or to be prescribed, not have to take, but be prescribed drugs that alter their mind to the point that they're practically useless.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a good setup, right? Because, somebody comes clean, like you guys, whistleblowers, and they go, well, they're doing this and this and this. But then all of a sudden you can go back and say, well, we have their mental history here.
Yes.
And they're not
nuts. They're nuts.
Yeah, they're nuts, and they're not really saying the right things. We are taking care of them. We have them on medication, but they're just saying wrong things, and so we can discredit that way also.
Yes.
And so there's, people are always wondering, well, where are these NASA employees that are saying the Earth is flat? Folks, I got 2 NASA former employees right here on video that know for a fact, from what they learned from NASA and what they've studied out themselves, that the Earth is indeed not a spinning ball. Amen?
Amen.
And I know, Cindy, I know that you got family to tend to right now, and I would like to make some more videos with you guys because, David, we still got to talk about planes flying along a magnetic field of some type, because we know everything's based on magnetics. We know that. We know from the eclipse that the sun and moon are just projection lights, and I'd like to hear you guys' theory about that. Cindy and I got some photos to show, so the next video I'll bring those photos. Cindy and I do not agree on everything, and that's great because we need that. We need not to be on the same page and beat the same drum. What we need is to research the information and bring forth ideas and share with one another. And most importantly, as flat earthers, folks, we need to get along. I can't stress that enough. There are no shills and gatekeepers in the flat earth community. There is no such thing as that. Nobody has the key to the whole thing, and they're just hiding it from us, okay? It's not even possible. And, and I get so mad. Yeah, I don't share the views of maybe Jaron or Bob or even Cindy. I don't share all her views. But I can tell you she is not a NASA gatekeeper, and I can tell you she's not a shill. She is very genuine. She is serious, and most importantly, she loves the Lord Jesus, and so does you and myself, David.
Amen.
And I'm so glad that you guys had a chance to watch this video with us.
I think we could even do a series, Mike.
You want to do a series, David?
Thinking about all the subjects that we've discussed today, just on our own, aside from the recording. Honestly, if your listeners are interested, I'm open to doing a series and doing different subjects on each one.
Yeah. Well, David's already got a YouTube channel, and you're gonna have a YouTube channel, Cindy. So I want to call Cindy Guns.
Cindy Guns.
Well, just whatever, but it's just something cool, something dangerous sounding.
Well, hey, Mike. I would love to be involved in a series, but I'm really shy and I don't like to talk a whole lot.
That's a bunch of caca, David.
I'm pretty sure you're lying like NASA right now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, no, because David, you had some good points about planes. I'd like to talk maybe about planes like the TR-3, which Cindy didn't know about, but I got pictures of one. And we do have things up there, and we do have things up there taking pictures, but that does not take away the fact that 99% of all of our communication has to be done through undersea cables, simply because there are no satellites above us. There's no such thing as our 24 GPS satellites hovering above us either. Anyways, all right, guys, we can do it. We can talk about a series. This is Mike, David, and Cindy Holland. And we, all three of us, are glad that you watched. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys. God bless. when I worked at NASA, probably 1997, 98, the guys in the photo lab, two of them were coming out of their office at the same time I was leaving my office. And I heard them laughing and saying they couldn't believe that people believed in the fake moon landings. 2007, one of the guys I worked with at Lockheed Martin told me that the Earth was flat.
So you have a Fort Worth connection.
I do have a Fort Worth connection.
And that is?
I worked for Lockheed Martin in White Settlement, which is Fort Worth, Texas, for a period of time. That was not one of my fun positions. That was strictly business, financial business stuff.
Gotcha. Just wanted to bring it up because we are Flat Earth and we're in Fort Worth. So
right.
Just want to make that connection.
I did live in Fort Worth for 2 years.
All right. That's enough in my book. Okay, so talk a little about how you came to work at NASA, your credentials, and your role while you were there. It's a big question.
Okay. So back in the early 90s, I was a college student and was working at the Air Force Base, Edwards Air Force Base. Some of the folks that I worked with suggested that I apply for a position at NASA because I was going into an IT college degree. And so I did. I found in the base paper, they had a bunch of positions posted for women, mostly women for some reason, which is interesting. Back in the 1990s, they were pushing that. So I applied, and it was very simple. It wasn't like you do today. It was a very simple process. And so in 1996, I was hired on with a contractor for NASA. The contractor is called Woodside Summit Group, and they do various contracts, not just NASA. But I worked directly in a NASA facility called Dryden Flight Research Center, which is one of the main NASA facilities in the U.S. I worked there from 1996 until 2000. Credentials was basic, very basic. I had 2.5 years of college under my belt, and they were looking for people just out of school. So they liked that I had some college, and then they trained me on my position and then expanded from there. It was a lot of fun. I learned a ton in the 4 years I was there, IT stuff.
So doing IT stuff like in charge of servers and things like that?
I had 4 servers in my office. I had my own office, which was located right next to the photo lab, which was a unique place to be anyway. So I had 4 servers. My servers were the backup servers for all the computers at the facility.
Okay. The entire facility?
The entire Dryden facility.
Gotcha.
Did all the backups. It would rotate through computers each night.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What kind of degree did you get? Or what did you study? When
business
you
IT.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. How did you come into Flat Earth? Because you weren't a Flat Earther when you worked at NASA.
Correct.
Right? So tell me about that journey.
So it's actually, if you don't mind if I go back a little bit further, when I worked at NASA, probably 1997, 98, the guys in the photo lab, 2 of them were coming out of their office at the same time I was leaving my office. And I heard them laughing and saying they couldn't believe that people believed in the fake moon landings. Huh. Now, obviously, I wasn't aware of any of this then. I had no idea. So I honestly just thought they were crazy. So I kind of brushed it off and I didn't think about it again for many years. And then in 2007, one of the guys I worked with at Lockheed Martin told me that the Earth was flat. And I discarded the information because he didn't really give me a lot of detail. He was an engineer, very smart guy on the F-1 2017.
Wait, a smart guy that believed in a flat Earth?
Very educated.
Okay.
Very educated and very
Gotcha.
smart, and aerospace background. Told me that the Earth was flat, and again, I discarded it because it was just nonsense at the time. So fast forward a couple of years, and in 2009, I woke up to pretty much everything. And it's a hard awakening when it's all in one, but
Sure.
fake moon landings, 9/11 inside job, chemtrails, HARP, and you just fill in the blanks from there. I started to research like crazy. So from 2009 until May of 2016, I was just researching, studying. I worked for the government until 2012. So NASA, then Air Force, then Lockheed, not necessarily in that order. But in May of 2016, I was doing my research, and I ran across a video that said 75 biblical proofs of flat Earth. And I was intrigued, having had it sort of in my face a couple of times and knowing the moon landings were faked. So I watched it, and my life hasn't been the same since that moment.
Yeah. So, so your background, I mean, you're a Christian, right? Or you believe in the Bible?
I do believe in the Bible.
Because lately I've found that Christian just means you take the scientific worldview and project it back on the Bible. But if you actually believe in the Bible, that's a different story.
Correct.
Right? If you believe in a literal biblical account.
The geocentric.
Right. You had a geocentric account. So in that process, was there one verse that like really jumped out at you, or just kind of like hit you for the first time again, when you reread it from a flat Earth perspective?
So what I did was the book of Genesis, chapter 1. I went through the entire chapter for about 3 hours and went verse by verse, because that's the account of creation. And so when you look at it with an open mind and believing in a literal Bible, which I do, then you stop and you take account of each verse. And when you do that and you go through the entire chapter, then suddenly you can see creation in a different light. It's never taught to us that way. So to read it with a different mindset, an open mind, then the entire chapter basically tells you how God put Earth together. It's like a terrarium.
Sure.
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, my whole deal is, one, if you can even get past the idea of a firmament with waters above and waters below, but the fact that God created the earth first, and then he created the sun, and so what was the earth rotating around for 3 days until the sun was created? And I've come to the conclusion that if that is true, it was rotating around Chuck Norris. It was probably, I can't come up with any other solution. Who's an Illuminati shill, by the way? Chuck Norris is.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Research that one.
Joke. I don't want him coming after me. So, tell me a little bit about the work environment at NASA. Just kind of elaborate on atmosphere. Do people like each other?
Yeah, great atmosphere. I actually miss it. I have dreams about working there still. So as bizarre as that sounds, I miss the entire, everything. The people, the facility, the things that we did. It was a very important role. I was part of Y2K. Y2K was this big, false flag, basically.
Right.
But, you feel important, you feel good. Everybody there was on the same team. You really felt like a team member, and we had a lot of fun. We had events. We had a lot of food, catered events, and I don't know. It was just unique. I was friends with a lot of pilots, who can say that they worked alongside an SR-71 pilot.
Yeah, Maverick and Goose, right?
Yeah.
So you talked a little bit about the photographer story, and the moon landing it's a conspiracy. You can be a non-flat earth, you can be a ball earther and not believe we went to the moon. In fact, one of the guys on the show, his name's Chad. I mean, I wouldn't call him a flat earther, but he does not believe we went to the moon. I mean, he thinks it looks ridiculous, And so I'm curious, back when you heard them say that, did it touch any points where you had said, oh yeah, I've heard people that say they didn't think we went to the moon, or was that kind of the first time you'd heard that idea?
That was the first time, and to be honest with you, I didn't take it seriously in any aspect. I supported NASA. I supported what they did. And I think the majority of people who work for NASA really enjoy what they do and support what they do. You wouldn't question it. You wouldn't. So for the photographers to say something like that is a little weird, right? Well, a few months ago, I realized that when I got my tours through the photo lab, there were no pictures of space. They were all jets. So the photo lab has a lot of photos, but none of space.
Wow.
Yeah.
So brings me to my next question. I've heard you mention how you've met Matt Powerland before, or Matt Boylan, who claims, I have no reason not to believe him, claims that he was a photorealist painter for NASA. And did you know of any other quote unquote painters that were there while you were there?
I did not. In fact, I knew we had painters because when you walked into the main building where I worked, I think it was building 1600, in that foyer we had a beautiful painting of the globe that we knew was a painting because they made a big deal out of it and presented it and gave it to us in our building. And so I knew there were painters, but I just thought it was painting. I never put two and two together.
Yeah, I mean, he's become famous for saying photo or painting, right?
Right.
So, I mean, it seems to me that probably 95% of people work at NASA and don't even know there's a debate about the shape of the Earth.
That's right. If I had to guess based on what I know now and what I knew then, you wouldn't question it. It's not something you'd even think about.
Right. Yeah, and so to me, I mean, even there would have to be a percentage that knew they were hiding something, but they don't even have to know that that's what they're hiding, right? I mean, for all they know, an astronaut, for example, could be told, hey, we're not sending you up because we're saving money and we're using it for anti-terrorism.
Absolutely. Everything is parceled. Everything is compartmentalized. You have a specific need to know. And that's true with NASA, Air Force, Lockheed, every government position I've had. It was always need to know. And so you don't really ask outside of the parameter of your position. It's kind of a no-no. It's kind of you just know not to.
Yeah, and if you do ask and you're told something, then you're responsible for it, right?
And anybody who knows something and they tell you, then they're in deep water because you're only allowed to speak about what you're allowed to speak about. So my badge would have colors on it, and those colors dictate what areas I'm allowed to go into, what my need to know is. And so everybody has specific things on their badge. So if you're talking about your program and you're talking to someone whose badge clearly doesn't show that they're briefed in that program, then you're going to get in trouble for speaking about it.
And so from what I understand, there were some things that you were briefed in on, which you weren't allowed to speak on, which you've never spoken on because of your duty. So give me an idea on like 1 to 10, from your point of view, what your clearance level was, and then relate that to maybe the percentage of the facility you were even allowed to go into. Or would it be even hard to even speculate on that?
So I worked on something called a black project. When you work on a black project, it doesn't exist. And was pretty much, if you look at my going away placard from the F-117 program, and I went into the black program, it says, be a light on the dark side. The reason it says that is because I was going into a black program.
So, which begs the question, if a project doesn't exist, where does it get funding from?
Same place, but it has a name that isn't its name.
Right.
It's hard to explain that.
Sure. No, I get it. So my point would be, if NASA is getting $50 million a day and they are not sending rockets up or people up, then they've got extra money for quote unquote black projects.
Correct.
And yeah, so that's super interesting.
Yes.
Okay. Do you, knowing what you know now or knowing what you believe now, do you have any guilt associated with having worked there or anything like that? Or?
No, I don't have guilt, but I do have a little bit of shame for our government, in that I was a big patriot, very pro-American, very pro-Republican. I was just a very, pro-government, pro-Air Force. And not that I'm not still, because the people who work there, they're still good people. They don't know. But I'm ashamed of the people who are at the top level who know this, and they don't have guilt. And they send stuff down the pipe to the people the regular everyday people to do these jobs, and these jobs are pretty much creative jobs. In order to create this atmosphere, you have to have a budget office, you have to have an IT to support all the computers. What are they actually working on?
Right.
Yeah, no, we don't know. So no, I don't have guilt for what I did.
So my buddy Paul, who does a show with me, he was talking to a girl who works at NASA, and she works on tracking submarines, which sounds weird to me. So are you aware of that and or any other what I would call space-related programs that NASA works on?
We didn't have a lot of space stuff at Edwards, at Dryden, because we were more related to the jets. That's why we were located at an Air Force facility that supported jet flight. I can tell you there's a lot of programs that are unusual that they typically deal with flight, though. I have not heard of a submarine, although it could be a tracking thing that we're talking about.
Yeah, maybe tracking. I mean, it sounded interesting to me. I mean, coming from the biblical mindset of the waters above, we were wondering if they were trying to go under and up or something.
I think they are trying to test the waters. There's you've seen the video where they're trying to go through. Yeah,
that's phenomenal
stuff. They're not able to get through that.
So, what would you tell a non-flat earther who's extremely skeptical? If it's possible for someone who used to work at NASA to believe in flat Earth, I would say it's possible for anybody. But what would your message be?
I would say definitely keep your skepticism, because you have to be skeptical of everything, and I am still. But I would say keep an open mind at the same time, and just look into it. Give it some time. It's not going to happen in one day. And you can jokingly say just give it a day, but the truth is you need more than a day. And you need to be open-minded. And just because it's so taboo doesn't mean it's wrong. It is taboo, and I think there's a reason that it's become that way. I think it was purposeful. Anyone who says the earth is flat is crazy. Well, I'm not crazy. I hold a clearance, and so I can tell you I'm not crazy. The people that I've met who are flat earthers are not crazy. What's crazy is not being willing to look at something that's unusual without, and don't put it aside without looking into it. Just look at it.
So what would you tell other NASA or ex-NASA or government employees that maybe have a weird sense of something that might be going on? Or
if I was still working, I would be very quiet because of my career. So I get it, and that's the truth. It doesn't mean you have to come out publicly to look into it. It just means you look into it and decide for yourself. You can still quietly share this information with those that you know, the friends, family, your children, and say, you know, maybe there's another option here. Maybe this ball, this globe is a theory, and we don't maybe have enough fact to back up the theory as fact, because we don't. So I would say look into it quietly if it's more comfortable to do that, and then just share with those who are close and see what they say.
any passions besides flat Earth or biblical cosmology?
Truth. I'm a truther. I basically code myself as a truther because I don't have it in me to lie that way. I don't like lies. I like truth.
Why does truther have a negative connotation? I don't understand that.
It's odd because we tell our kids not to lie.
Yeah.
Don't lie, you know. And then as adults, somehow it's okay. I'm not sure why that is, but I can't help myself. I have an addiction to information. It's kind of a weird thing, but I have an addiction to information and I can't get enough. So I'm always researching. I'm always trying to fill my mind up with more truth and not junk. I'm very careful about what I allow into my mind.
Hoping the beep beep of the truck there. Those are all my questions. I'm going to say something. Is there something else you want to touch on? Or think would be beneficial to touch on?
I don't know. I just really, it's on my heart to share this. I prayed for wisdom, and this is kind of how this happened is I pray every day, and God is my Savior. God is my God, but Jesus is my Savior, and when I pray, I mean it, and God knows my heart, and I prayed for wisdom, and 3 days later, I found that video, and I don't think that's a coincidence. I believe that that was His plan, and it's only opened my mind and to the truth of the spirit world more, not in a weird way. The spirit world is real. God is in the spirit world. We're not there. We're here on the earth that He created for us. So as a Christian, and that's probably the number one thing about who I am, is I belong to Jesus Christ. And not all flat earthers are Christians. I get that. And they don't have to be. But I can tell you that I'm more blessed in my walk, in my faith, than I ever was prior to understanding the geocentric model.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah, amen.
So, one of the things that is super important here that I think everybody needs to take from Cindy's story is that you can work someplace and not necessarily be part of the overall lie, okay, if there's an overall lie, which I believe there is. And what I want you to do is take her story and apply it to your life. So me, I work, one of the things I do is I'm in commercial construction, and I do pricing and estimating for large construction jobs. But I don't swing a hammer, I don't lay tile. I sit at a computer and I plug numbers into a spreadsheet. And, you know, we're out of Fort Worth, but we build jobs in Austin and Houston. And there's jobs that I've worked on at the computer that are now built and, you know, people are living in that I've never gone down and seen, I've never touched. So, you know, maybe that's a conspiracy in my life that maybe we don't actually build buildings, but I do know that we have a team down there, and that supposedly those buildings were built, and people are living in them now. And so I can see how 99% of people at NASA probably 95 of those 99 don't even know that flat Earth is a debate. And the 99 are sincerely doing their job, the best that they can do, and serving their country. And I believe that's the case. And then I believe then there's the 1%, which in my opinion, 99% of that 1% may know that they are being deceptive or hiding something, but they may not know they're hiding the shape of the Earth. They may be hiding the fact that maybe they're not going to space. Maybe they're faking that they're going to space in order to save money, so those funds can be used for black book operation type stuff or to fight anti-terror. I know that if someone came to me and said that I needed to fake being a construction worker so that they could use a salary to go fight terror in some country, that sounds like something I would sign up for. And so I can see how people can be deceptive, but do it in an honorable way. And so I think that of the 1%, 99% of the 1% are acting in that way. And then the last 1%, the 1% of the 1% would know what is going on. And so while it does seem like an insanely large conspiracy, I don't believe that it has to be. I think even the astronauts, for example, can be in on it, but not know what they're in on. And flat Earth just sounds ridiculous to them because there's no reason for them to doubt what their superiors are telling them. So combine that, I got a construction degree, but I didn't build one building while I was in school. It wasn't until I got out in the field and did an internship for 3 months where I literally learned more than I learned in 3 years of school. No offense to where I went, but that's just how it works. You learn how to do your job. And so people that have physics degrees, astronomy degrees, that's awesome, but they got their degree by regurgitating what their teacher or the books told them. And so, school teaches you what to think, not how to think. And when she talked about the lack of critical thinking in our world, it's a huge void. And so all we're trying to do with this is to get you to ask questions and don't be so attached to the ball because it's not yours. You didn't invent it, okay? There's no reason for you to cling to it like you created it. All we want is for you to question, because condemnation prior to investigation is ignorance, and we don't want you to be ignorant. And I'm not saying I have proof that it's not a ball. All I'm asking you is to look into it. So I want to thank Cindy for coming on. We really appreciate it, and as always, thank you for watching.
Hey guys, can I ask you a question? Hello. Earth flatters. I mean flat earth.
كي تسعد غطى عمره الزبي غطى عمره ذاك
I'm قاعد ميوت.
ميوت انت
وميوت هم.
وريتو الفلات ايرث هذو نعرف الفلات ايرث الزبي
هم غفلت. Y'all are all flat.
I worked at NASA, probably 1997, 98. The guys in the photo lab, two of them were coming out of their office at the same time I was leaving my office. And I heard them laughing and saying they couldn't believe that people believed in the fake moon landings. 2007, one of the guys I worked with at Lockheed Martin told me that the Earth was flat.
So you have a Fort Worth connection.
I do have a Fort Worth connection.
And that is?
I worked for Lockheed Martin in White Settlement, which is Fort Worth, Texas, for a period of time. That was not one of my fun positions. That was strictly business, financial business stuff.
Gotcha. Just want to bring it up because we are Flat Earth and we're in Fort Worth. So
right.
Just want to make that connection.
I did live in Fort Worth for 2 years.
All right. That's enough in my book. Okay, so talk a little about how you came to work at NASA, your credentials, and your role while you were there. It's a big question.
Okay. So back in the early 90s, I was a college student and was working at the Air Force Base, Edwards Air Force Base. Some of the folks that I worked with suggested that I apply for a position at NASA because I was going into an IT college degree. And so I did. I found in the base paper, they had a bunch of positions posted for women, mostly women for some reason, which is interesting. Back in the 1990s, they were pushing that. So I applied, and it was very simple. It wasn't like you do today. It was a very simple process. And so in 1996, I was hired on with a contractor for NASA. The contractor is called Woodside Summit Group, and they do various contracts, not just NASA. But I worked directly in a NASA facility called Dryden Flight Research Center, which is one of the main NASA facilities in the U.S. I worked there from 1996 until 2000. Credentials was basic, very basic. I had 2.5 years of college under my belt, and they were looking for people just out of school. So they liked that I had some college, and then they trained me on my position and then expanded from there. It was a lot of fun. I learned a ton in the 4 years I was there, IT stuff.
So doing IT stuff like in charge of servers and things like that?
I had 4 servers in my office. I had my own office, which was located right next to the photo lab, which was a unique place to be anyway. So I had 4 servers. My servers were the backup servers for all the computers at the facility.
Okay. The entire facility?
The entire Dryden facility.
Gotcha.
Did all the backups. It would rotate through computers each night.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What kind of degree did you get? Or what did you study?
Business IT.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. How did you come into Flat Earth? Because you weren't a Flat Earther when you worked at NASA.
Correct.
Right? So tell me about that journey.
So it's actually, if you don't mind if I go back a little bit further, when I worked at NASA, probably 1997, 98, the guys in the photo lab, 2 of them were coming out of their office at the same time I was leaving my office. And I heard them laughing and saying they couldn't believe that people believed in the fake moon landings. Huh. Now, obviously, I wasn't aware of any of this then. I had no idea. So I honestly just thought they were crazy. So I kind of brushed it off and I didn't think about it again for many years. And then in 2007, one of the guys I worked with at Lockheed Martin told me that the Earth was flat. And I discarded the information because he didn't really give me a lot of detail. He was an engineer, very smart guy on the F-117.
Wait, a smart guy that believed in a flat Earth?
Very educated.
Okay.
Very educated and very
Gotcha.
smart, and aerospace background. Told me that the Earth was flat, and again, I discarded it because it was just nonsense at the time. So fast forward a couple of years, and in 2009, I woke up to pretty much everything. And it's a hard awakening when it's all in one, but sure. Fake moon landings, 9/11 inside job, chemtrails, HARP, and you just fill in the blanks from there. I started to research like crazy. So from 2009 until May of 2016, I was just researching, studying. I worked for the government until 2012. So NASA, then Air Force, then Lockheed, not necessarily in that order. But in May of 2016, I was doing my research, and I ran across a video that said 75 biblical proofs of flat Earth. And I was intrigued, having had it sort of in my face a couple of times and knowing the moon landings were faked. So I watched it, and my life hasn't been the same since that moment.
Yeah. So, so your background, I mean, you're a Christian, right? Or you believe in the Bible?
I do believe in the Bible.
Because lately I've found that Christian just means you take the scientific worldview and project it back on the Bible. But if you actually believe in the Bible, that's a different story.
Correct.
Right? If you believe in a literal biblical account.
The geocentric.
Right, you had a geocentric account. Yes. So in that process, was there one verse that like really jumped out at you, or just kind of like hit you for the first time again, you know, when you reread it from a flat Earth perspective?
So what I did was the book of Genesis, chapter 1. I went through the entire chapter for about 3 hours and went verse by verse, because that's the account of creation. And so when you look at it with an open mind and believing in a literal Bible, which I do, then you stop and you take account of each verse. And when you do that and you go through the entire chapter, then suddenly you can see creation in a different light. It's never taught to us that way. So to read it with a different mindset, an open mind, then the entire chapter basically tells you how God put Earth together. It's like a terrarium.
Sure.
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, my whole deal is, one, if you can even get past the idea of a firmament with waters above and waters below, but the fact that God created the earth first, and then he created the sun, you know, and so what was the earth rotating around for 3 days until the sun was created? And I've come to the conclusion that if that is true, it was rotating around Chuck Norris. It was probably, I can't come up with any other solution. Who's an Illuminati shill, by the way? Chuck Norris is.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Research that one.
Joke. I don't want him coming after me. So, tell me a little bit about the work environment at NASA. You know, just kind of elaborate on atmosphere. Do people like each other?
Yeah, you know? Great atmosphere. I actually miss it. I have dreams about working there still. So as bizarre as that sounds, I miss the entire, everything, the people, the facility, the things that we did. It was a very important role. I was part of Y2K. Y2K was this big, you know, false flag, basically.
Right.
But, you know, you feel important, you feel good. Everybody there was on the same team. You really felt like a team member, and we had a lot of fun. We had events. We had a lot of food, catered events, and I don't know. It was just unique. I was friends with a lot of pilots, who can say that they worked alongside an SR-71 pilot.
Yeah, Maverick and Goose, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So you talked a little bit about the photographer story, and the moon landing it's a conspiracy. You can be a non-flat earth, you can be a ball earther and not believe we went to the moon. In fact, one of the guys on the show, his name's Chad. I mean, I wouldn't call him a flat earther, but he does not believe we went to the moon. I mean, he thinks it looks ridiculous.
Good.
And so I'm curious. Back when you heard them say that, did it touch any points where you had said, "Oh yeah, I've heard people that say they didn't think we went to the moon," or was that kind of the first time you had heard that idea?
That was the first time, and to be honest with you, I didn't take it seriously in any aspect. I supported NASA. I supported what they did. And I think the majority of people who work for NASA really enjoy what they do and support what they do. You wouldn't question it. You wouldn't. So for the photographers to say something like that is a little weird, right? Well, a few months ago, I realized that when I got my tours through the photo lab, there were no pictures of space. They were all jets. So the photo lab has a lot of photos and none of space.
Wow.
Yeah.
So brings me to my next question. I've heard you mention how you've met Matt Powerland before, or Matt Boylan, who claims, I have no reason not to believe him, claims that he was a photorealist painter for NASA. And did you know of any other quote unquote painters that were there while you were there?
I did not. In fact, I knew we had painters because when you walked into the main building where I worked, I think it was building 1600, in that foyer, we had a beautiful painting of the globe that we knew was a painting because they made a big deal out of it and presented it and gave it to us in our building. And so I knew there were painters, but I just thought it was painting. I never put two and two together.
Yeah, I mean, he's become famous for saying photo or painting, right?
Right.
So, I mean, it seems to me that probably 95% of people work at NASA and don't even know there's a debate about the shape of the Earth.
That's right. If I had to guess based on what I know now and what I knew then, you wouldn't question it. It's not something you'd even think about.
Right. Yeah, and so to me, I mean, even there would have to be a percentage that knew they were hiding something, but they don't even have to know that that's what they're hiding, right? I mean, for all they know, an astronaut, for example, could be told, "Hey, we're not sending you up because we're saving money and we're using it for anti-terrorism."
Absolutely. Everything is parceled. Everything is compartmentalized. You have a specific need to know. And that's true with NASA, Air Force, Lockheed, every government position I've had. It was always need to know. And so you don't really ask outside of the parameter of your position. It's kind of a no-no. It's kind of you just know not to.
Yeah, and if you do ask and you're told something, then you're responsible for it, right?
And anybody who knows something and they tell you, then they're in deep water because you're only allowed to speak about what you're allowed to speak about. So my badge would have colors on it, and those colors dictate what areas I'm allowed to go into, what my need to know is. And so everybody has specific things on their badge. So if you're talking about your program and you're talking to someone whose badge clearly doesn't show that they're unbriefed in that program, then you're going to get in trouble for speaking about it.
And so from what I understand, there were some things that you were briefed in on, which you weren't allowed to speak on, which you've never spoken on because of your duty. So give me an idea on like 1 to 10, from your point of view, what your clearance level was, and then relate that to maybe the percentage of the facility you were even allowed to go into. Or would it be even hard to even speculate on that?
So I worked on something called a black project. When you work on a black project, it doesn't exist. And that's pretty much, if you look at my going away placard from the F-117 program, and I went into the black program, it says, be a light on the dark side. The reason it says that is because I was going into a black program.
So, which begs the question, if a project doesn't exist, where does it get funding from?
Same place, but it has a name that isn't its name.
Right.
It's hard to explain that.
Sure. No, I get it. So my point would be, if NASA is getting $50 million a day and they are not sending rockets up or people up, then they've got extra money for quote unquote black projects. And yeah, so that's super interesting.
Yes.
Okay. Do you, knowing what you know now or knowing what you believe now, do you have any guilt associated with having worked there or anything like that? Or?
No, I don't have guilt, but I do have a little bit of shame for our government, in that I was a big patriot, very pro-American, very pro-Republican. I was just a very, pro-government, pro-Air Force. And not that I'm not still, because the people who work there, they're still good people. They don't know. But I'm ashamed of the people who are at the top level who know this, and they don't have guilt. And they send stuff down the pipe to the people the regular everyday people to do these jobs, and these jobs are pretty much creative jobs. In order to create this atmosphere, you have to have a budget office, you have to have an IT to support all the computers. What are they actually working on?
Right.
Yeah, no, we don't know. So no, I don't have guilt for what I did.
So my buddy Paul, who does a show with me, he was talking to a girl who works at NASA, and she works on tracking submarines, which sounds weird to me. So are you aware of that and or any other what I would call space-related programs that NASA works on?
We didn't have a lot of space stuff at Edwards, at Dryden, because we were more related to the jets. That's why we were located at an Air Force facility that supported jet flight. I can tell you there's a lot of programs that are unusual that they typically deal with flight, though. I have not heard of a submarine, although it could be a tracking thing that we're talking about.
Yeah, maybe tracking. I mean, it sounded interesting to me. I mean, coming from the biblical mindset of the waters above, we were wondering if they were trying to go under and up or something.
I think they are trying to test the waters. There's you've seen the video where they're trying to go through. Yeah,
that's phenomenal
they're
stuff.
They're able to get through that.
So, what would you tell a non-flat earther who's extremely skeptical? If it's possible for someone who used to work at NASA to believe in flat Earth, I would say it's possible for anybody. But what would your message be?
I would say definitely keep your skepticism, because you have to be skeptical of everything, and I am still. But I would say keep an open mind at the same time and just look into it. Give it some time. It's not going to happen in one day. And you can jokingly say just give it a day, but the truth is you need more than a day, and you need to be open-minded. And just because it's so taboo doesn't mean it's wrong. It is taboo, and I think there's a reason that it's become that way. I think it was purposeful. Anyone who says the earth is flat is crazy. Well, I'm not crazy. I hold a clearance, and so I can tell you I'm not crazy. And the people that I've met who are flat earthers are not crazy. What's crazy is not being willing to look at something that's unusual without, and don't put it aside without looking into it. Just look at it.
So, what would you tell other NASA or ex-NASA or government employees that maybe have a weird sense of something that might be going on? Or
if I was still working, I would be very quiet because of my career. So I get it, and that's the truth. It doesn't mean you have to come out publicly to look into it. It just means you look into it and decide for yourself. You can still quietly share this information with those that you know, the friends, family, your children, and say, you know, maybe there's another option here. Maybe this ball, this globe is a theory, and we don't maybe have enough fact to back up the theory as fact, because we don't. So I would say look into it quietly if it's more comfortable to do that, and then just share with those who are close and see what they say.
any passions besides flat Earth or biblical cosmology?
Truth. I'm a truther. I basically code myself as a truther because I don't have it in me to lie that way. I don't like lies. I like truth.
Why does truther have a negative connotation? I don't understand that.
It's odd because we tell our kids not to lie.
Yeah.
Don't lie, you know. And then as adults, somehow it's okay. I'm not sure why that is, but I can't help myself. I have an addiction to information. It's kind of a weird thing, but I have an addiction to information and I can't get enough. So I'm always researching. I'm always trying to fill my mind up with more truth and not junk. I'm very careful about what I allow into my mind.
Hoping the beep beep of the truck there doesn't. Those are all my questions. I'm going to say something. Is there something else you want to touch on? Or think would be beneficial to touch on?
I don't know. I just really, it's on my heart to share this. I prayed for wisdom, and this is kind of how this happened is I pray. I pray every day, and God is my Savior. God is my God, but Jesus is my Savior. And when I pray, I mean it, and God knows my heart. And I prayed for wisdom, and 3 days later, I found that video. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I believe that that was His plan. And it's only opened my mind and to the truth of the spirit world more, not in a weird way. The spirit world is real. God is in the spirit world. We're not there. We're here on the earth that He created for us. So as a Christian, and that's probably the number one thing about who I am, is I belong to Jesus Christ. And not all flat earthers are Christians. I get that. And they don't have to be. But I can tell you that I'm more blessed in my walk, in my faith, than I ever was prior to understanding the geocentric model.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah, amen.
So, one of the things that is super important here that I think everybody needs to take from Cindy's story is that you can work someplace and not necessarily be part of the overall lie, okay, if there's an overall lie, which I believe there is. And what I want you to do is take her story and apply it to your life. So me, I work, one of the things I do is I'm in commercial construction, and I do pricing and estimating for large construction jobs. But I don't swing a hammer, I don't lay tile. I sit at a computer and I plug numbers into a spreadsheet. And, you know, we're out of Fort Worth, but we build jobs in Austin and Houston, and there's jobs that I've worked on at the computer that are now built and you know, people are living in that I've never gone down and seen, I've never touched. So you know, maybe that's a conspiracy in my life that maybe we don't actually build buildings, but I do know that we have a team down there, and that supposedly those buildings were built and people are living in them now. And so I can see how 99% of people at NASA, probably 95 of those 99, don't even know that flat Earth is a debate. And the 99 are sincerely doing their job, the best that they can do, and serving their country. And I believe that's the case. And then I believe then there's the 1%, which in my opinion, 99% of that 1% may know that they are being deceptive or hiding something, but they may not know they're hiding the shape of the Earth. They may be hiding the fact that maybe they're not going to space. Maybe they're faking that they're going to space in order to save money, so those funds can be used for black book operation type stuff or to fight anti-terror. I know that if someone came to me and said that I needed to fake being a construction worker so that they could use a salary to go fight terror in some country, that sounds like something I would sign up for. And so I can see how people can be deceptive, but do it in an honorable way. And so I think that of the 1%, 99% of the 1% are acting in that way. And then the last 1%, the 1% of the 1% would know what is going on. And so while it does seem like an insanely large conspiracy, I don't believe that it has to be. I think even the astronauts, for example, can be in on it, but not know what they're in on. And flat Earth just sounds ridiculous to them because there's no reason for them to doubt what their superiors are telling them. So combine that, I got a construction degree, but I didn't build one building while I was in school. It wasn't until I got out in the field and did an internship for 3 months where I literally learned more than I learned in 3 years of school. No offense to where I went, but that's just how it works. You learn how to do your job. And so people that have physics degrees, astronomy degrees, that's awesome, but they got their degree by regurgitating what their teacher or the books told them. And so, school teaches you what to think, not how to think. And when she talked about the lack of critical thinking in our world, it's a huge void. And so all we're trying to do with this is to get you to ask questions and don't be so attached to the ball because it's not yours. You didn't invent it, okay? There's no reason for you to cling to it like you created it. All we want is for you to question, because condemnation prior to investigation is ignorance, and we don't want you to be ignorant. And I'm not saying I have proof that it's not a ball. All I'm asking you is to look into it. So I want to thank Cindy for coming on. We really appreciate it, and as always, thank you for watching.
Flat Earth doesn't cure you. Like, if you were a globe earther and now you're a flat earther and you have problems with your character, you still have problems with your character. Like, waking up one day and saying the earth is flat didn't make you have good character all of a sudden. The human journey still exists.
Being a
But
flat
lean-
earther does not make you a good person. It just
leans more to
doesn't.
the fact that it's not going to be like a utopia if everybody knows that the Earth is flat, which is what some of these guys said the end game is. Oh well, what does it mean? Everybody's going to be like kumbaya? No, I don't think so. There'll be a whole new
someone
set of
told me.
problems.
Someone told me if everyone was a flat earther, there'd be no war and no famine. Everyone would live in peace and everybody would live in abundance. And I'm like, dude, you're smoking some straight up fags. They also told me that nobody would fight anymore. And I said, well, how will we do that? What about people that are born that have violent tendencies or this or that? Oh, well, we'll have to deal with them. Well, what do you mean deal with them? Well, yeah, we'll have to get rid of them. Well, what do you mean get rid of them? And of course, at the end, they said, well, we'll have to kill them. So I said, oh, so your utopia requires random killing of people that don't fit your group's identity. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, we just have to kill everyone that doesn't agree with us. I'm like, oh, good job, bro. That's real peaceful.
That's like the Charlie Kirk follower mentality. They took Charlie Kirk out, and then they're like, "Oh well, let's start canceling all those guys. Let's see how they like it." I'm like, dude, isn't that what he was advocating against? And you guys are just
Yeah.
gonna fall right back into the same thing. He was basically, if you want to carry his legacy, don't do the same thing they're doing. Do the opposite. Like,
Yep. You know
That's
how I
the one thing
defeated
that
that
pissed me off
guy's
from
logic
the
with his kumbaya utopia? It was so simple because he was like, well, everyone will have money, everyone will have food, everyone will have what they need. No one will be, jealous or envious of anyone, and so they won't have any motive to fight or go to war because it won't be like, oh, I don't have food, you have food. And then I said, well, okay, and I'm like, okay, so everyone will have a wife. Every man will have a wife. Every wife will have a husband. Yeah, they'll all have their own children. Sure, okay, cool. So every man is going to have a wife, right? So there'll be no covetousness, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, what if your wife's prettier than my wife? And his whole worldview fell apart because we know for a fact that in a situation when you have all these humans together, that some guy is going to covet another man's wife, and that wife's going to be wooed by him, and you know, be we all know this. Like we're not deluded into thinking that it's circumstances that yeah, circumstances can make people do things worse than they otherwise would, but there's always disequitable circumstances. You can never make somebody's life identical to somebody else's life where they have no reason whatsoever to covet anything that they possess. That's impossible to remove. You can't equalize everyone. You can't equalize everyone's desires to even know that you can give everyone what they want. So it doesn't even make sense. Absolute lunacy.
you can't get rid of the problem of sin, man. No matter how hard you try.
Right. Yeah, you'd be like, well, we'll just make all women have D cups by force, and that will make all women's faces look the same by force. That way, no man could think another man's wife is more attractive than his wife. And then if one woman's tall and one woman's short, we'll cut her legs off, and then we will put those legs on another girl and graft them in, and then they'll all be the same height, and vice versa for the men. They'll all have facial hair. Like, get real, dude. You could keep trying to manipulate reality into this perfection all you want, but we all know it's not possible.
That was the problem with the Matrix, the first iteration. They tried to make it a utopia that people didn't.
Because it's like at the end of the day, you're presented with circumstances, and you have to make moral decisions in those circumstances, right? And you're either going to do the right thing or not do the right thing, and everybody's capable of not doing the right thing. And not only are they capable of not doing the right thing, oftentimes they don't. In fact, confidently, we all know for a fact that confidently we can say about everybody we meet that they not only have they done wrong things in their life, that they did wrong things in their life, eyes wide open, knowing what they did was wrong, and they did it anyway. We all know that about every single person in this room, and about every single person we've ever met, and about every single person on the face of the earth. We all know that. And anybody who thinks that's not true is retarded, and we all know that. And anyone who says they never have done any of those things, we all know is a liar. That's just the facts. But if everyone knew the earth was flat, then all of a sudden that would magically disappear overnight. Oh, get real. Isn't that the same stupidity with the Globers' zealotry of thinking that the advancement and evolution of mankind is going to lead to a peaceful utopia in the future one day? And that salvation of mankind is in the cosmos, out there somewhere in the stars? And
Yeah,
isn't that just a reverse saying the salvation of mankind isn't out in the stars, it's on the earth? The face of the earth is the salvation of mankind. Does that even make any sense?
Yeah, theirs is in reverse. They actually have to colonize a new planet where only the best and the brightest and only the upstanding moral people are going to be to start a new civilization. So that way, when they start that new civilization, it'll be pure. You know, only the cream of the crop.
Hey, speaking of the guy who asked me about AI recently, so you know all this stuff about traveling to other worlds, right? You could actually create a society that believes people have already traveled to other worlds and are communicating back with us, especially with the way AI is going. You can literally pattern human behaviors and interactions, and basically have this whole crew of virtual people that allegedly exist on another world communicating with us, and they'll like send us messages about their hopes and dreams and about the things they need, and how they witness this and that, and people will believe it, dude. They'll be watching it on a TV screen, and they'll literally think that these people are on another world, 2 or 3 light years away or something. Hey, Yoder, you want to know something funny? Huey was being called out for the Black Swan argument on Nathan's show earlier. They were critiquing the Black Swan, saying that all the extra stuff isn't needed. All you need is the distance to the oil rigs.
Holy smokes.
But I'm only saying that not to critique that statement, but to critique that, within a couple of weeks ago, there was a list put out of arguments that are bad or badly employed or that need to be critiqued or thought about or talked about. And man, some people got so butthurt about it.
Yeah, we were talking about him in here, man, in the morning time. It was quite fun, man. We had it was a pretty stacked panel. And then it wasn't even I think the list, we stopped at 30 something when we did it. I think Yoder expanded it. It's in the 40s now, probably more than that. I don't know where he's at with it.
I thought of a new one just the other day, and I was like, "Oh, this would be a good one," but now I'm having a hard time remembering it. Let me try to remember what was going on yesterday. Maybe it'll jog my memory.
Yeah, he's listening. He's probably busy at work. Yoder, can you type in what number you're at right now? Are you in the high 40s, right? Like 48 or 49 or something? Yeah, 48. And that's not to say that that can be added to. It's just where he's at with it. I mean, I think we were talking about it too. If it's a black swan, it means it's an anomaly, right? That's the anomaly, the black swan. But why does it have to be a black swan though? Because that would assume that we're taking a position that if someone is proposing that the Earth is a globe, but not experiencing it, like the common experience. But if the common experience is such that the Earth is flat, then wouldn't the black swan be that the anomaly would be the Earth is a globe? That's what we're talking about. I don't know what I mean. What do you think about it? Because that's where that's what I could see that. You'd have to actually take on the world perspective that the Earth is a globe, and then say, well, the black swan would be that the Earth is flat, and then you see it. You went to Santa Barbara and you saw that extending distance to the horizon, which far exceeds the predictable curvature amount. That means that now that is the anomaly. But that wouldn't that be just a common experience that everyone would have anywhere they go? Like there's no curvature being tested. I mean, or at least amount of curvature that's taken at any distance that would be given the geometry of the Earth, its characteristic. So it's not per se a black swan. I don't know.
It's like everyone thought that all swans were white because they saw freaking white swans everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? In relation to the horizon, no one's ever seen a white swan in regards to that, right? So what's the whole thing's just ridiculous. It's all set up around a scripted, ridiculous argument about there not being any refraction, screaming at people and muting them. It's all set up around that. A cherry-picked, blurry observation that's heavily distorted on purpose. So people will say the word refraction, and then someone can say, "Oh, it's not refraction. You're an idiot." And that's the whole.
Well, you can concede.
thing that
You can concede refraction. You could concede that the reason why things look different at different times is because of refraction, but then that gives up the geometry because now you only have a myriad of observations that are basically seen through the lens of optical phenomenon, and so your underlying geometry has to be proven separately, right? So the image itself isn't proof of the geometry.
Well, in all cases too, the bottom up obstruction would have to be observed at distances that would be equal to the person observing it, like wherever they did observe it. So if they said I seen a bottom up obstruction and I saw the ship, it was at like 15 miles or whatever, then that would be the standard, wouldn't it? Like you couldn't say that specific optical phenomena of seeing the ship disappear from the bottom up. You'd have to be able to see that, you know, in the case of like testing it. So if you don't see that, like some people I've heard that they don't see the bottom up obstruction, it just goes to the vanishing point. So then it doesn't make it true then bottom up obstruction, even just saying that is not true to be in all cases. There's so many things wrong with that. And what's even worse, if you give them a way they can see that it's not just a specific type of optical phenomena, but like also the waves that could be, causing that obstruction, that blows our minds. It's not just Earth curve. The undulation of that ship and that GIF that DJ posted one time, it demonstrates that. At a fair distance away, the observer can see that I think it was a Coast Guard ship. I don't know what ship it was. I think it was a Coast Guard ship. As it was like moving through the water, it was undulating. You could see it like where the waves were actually distorting the bottom of that ship. Then it would pop up above the wave, and you could see most of it again. Oh yeah, thanks for that, Yoder. Yoder posted the arguments in the text. Can't try to remember. Was Flat Earth the one that actually was somebody from Flat Earth saying the 69 mile per 1 degree? Welcome to the channel, Nerb Hey. Oh, really? Oh, wow. I didn't know it was that well accepted. So this place is the only place that would raise an objection to that, what it seems. I don't know why. I just can't find the reasoning behind why people are so hung up on that map. I don't know why. Like that one, like that specific map. Well, yeah, I mean, I can see why they. Doesn't that just go back to what AI was saying earlier? How do you know if you've been 90 degrees underneath Polaris? Like that would be the next thing. Who's verified that?
Oh, that's why I told you earlier, AV, that that guy that we were talking about has the flat Earth map. He just doesn't know it yet because he made a whole bunch of claims about Polaris is in the center, right? All the stars rotate east to west around Polaris, and that there's ground positions of those stars. So all you got to do is just get a ground position above a known territory, and then you have a plot point using your 69 miles per degree, which you claimed were linear distances from the center, which is the ground position of Polaris, right? Which you've never validated, but that's neither here nor there. So you put a dot in the center of a paper, right? That's Polaris. Then you put a dot for the ground position of the star. Then you get the angle to Polaris to get the distance. And then wherever you are, right? Let's say you're in New York City, for example. You now know where New York City is to Polaris. And then you can then see, through a period of time where the star moves to another ground position, you get that ground position. You could plot all these points out, right? So I told that guy, well, if you're making these claims, just draw that out, plot the points, and draw it on a piece of paper and see what you get.
Yeah, you get
You're going to get
spokes on
something that looks, yeah, you're going to get something that looks almost identical to an azimuthal equidistant projection, right?
Yep. You'd have to. I mean, you get spokes on a bicycle wheel, But so now it's just like we're demanding measurements from the Glober, and then the Glober doesn't have to demand measurements from us now when we're making this claim. Like it's just, I don't know. It's too much to actually take on and say that we can't be bothered by figuring out the measurements after, the Glober says, okay, well, you wanted me to give you the measurements of the globe, but you're making a 69 for 1 degree rule, and have you measured that? Like, they could say demand the same. Well, what's going to happen then at that point? We're just going to shout them down into oblivion? Like, yeah, Yoda brings up a lot of good points. He said you get a globe actually doing that.
No. You get something, but it won't be a globe. You'd have to make another step to put that into a globe. You may get a confusing bunch of weird. Man, there's no 360 Holmes. Only on one axis. So let's say that the star, you're going to have a flat piece of paper, You're going to put a dot in the center, right? And then you're going to draw out your coordinates, right? Based on latitude and longitude, which is just time and distance or angles. And so all you can really draw out is a bunch of dots that are in a spider web like grid, for lack of a better term. Like a circular, circles expanding out, right? Because these are quote unquote circles of equal altitude around Polaris, right? So you're going to end up with what looks like the classic spider web azimuthal equidistant coordinate system. And then you can only plot your points on that. So you're going to get something that's flat with a whole bunch of points plotted on it, and those are going to have consequences. If you're making the claim that these are direct, triangles on the surface of the Earth, and the point that you're at is getting the ground position of the star from your point from where you're at, and so you can start plotting these points out. Now, maybe the case after you plot all these points out, you're like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense about the relationships of the distances between all these cities unless I curve it or something, because I have to decide, did I make a false claim about the relationship of the geometry of the sky to the ground, or did I do it the other way around? And then you're going to have to decide to abandon your claims about the direct geometrical relationship between the sky and the ground, which is one thing that flat earthers did in the past. They said the sky doesn't have a direct geometrical correlation to the ground. And then, after a while, they started adopting again, but now that I'm a flat earther, I can start doing a direct, mapping of the ground from the sky. Based on my claim of elevation angles to Polaris and everything goes east to west and this, that, and the other, but you never actually plotted those points on any map. You can't even, when asked, you can't even do it. But yet you come in here and try to lecture us that we're just believing our friends who live in Australia when they say, this is what I saw when I looked south. Okay, that's what you saw. But apparently those guys that live in Australia are liars, because other people say everything's, measured in elevation angles to Polaris. And it's been driven into their minds and they can't even think for themselves. So yeah, maybe the case that when they get to that junction and they see that what they basically created was a relevant relationship between the ground and the sky, that when they look at it, they're like, well, the easiest way to solve this would be just to assume the Earth is a globe. Or because otherwise I have to abandon all my claims I've been making about the relationship between the sky and the ground. When I thought it was that part of the whole flat Earth, let's just call it a mantra for lack of a better term, that a lot of them have been saying, right, is you can't determine the ground from the sky. So you're told you can't determine the ground from the sky, and then you're bait and switched and saying, but here's a sky determination that tells you what the ground is.
Right,
So
or Eratosthenes
could
baked in
argue,
assumptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, using elevation
You could
angles as a
almost,
method.
yeah, you could almost argue that it's a cyclical, like it's a cycle, right? And they were brought along for the cycle to be convinced that, whether they realize it or not, they're basically being retrained to believe that how you determine what the ground is by appealing to the sky. And then it makes it very easy to just go right back into the way of thinking that you had before.
Hey, AI, let me ask you a question, man. Did you bring this up to anybody about it? Like the other chats that you go to?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like taken in and thought of or critiqued or anything. Like they just dismissed it, or what?
Well, I mean, there was a long time when they would actually respect what I had to say, but then once it became a personal issue between me and some of their members, who, by the way, were doing direct bad things to me, and I was just defending myself essentially. That's when they started not caring so much, and basically that they allowed those guys to trick them into demonizing me. So rather than listen to the merits of what I had to say, that just be like, well, I could just dismiss what you say because you're a liar, you're a shill, you got bad intentions, yada yada yada. And it's like, dude, I'm just asking you, draw that out for me. You made a bunch of claims about the geometry of the Earth relative to the sky. Can you draw that out for me? That's it. And to be fair, some of the Globers were critiquing some of these guys, saying, "Hey, can you just do this steps for me? Like you're saying that I can do this with a flat Earth. Can you just do the whole process so I could see it happen?" And they're like, "No, I'm not going to do it for you."
That's pretty crazy, man.
It's like the equator, right? I mean, the equator, according to some people, is where the sun passes over the Earth, where it's like equal time and equal night or something like that. And then one of the other explanations is the equator is quote unquote 0 degrees declination of Polaris in your field of view. So basically, whenever you're going away from Polaris and then all of a sudden you can't see it, that's the equator. Well, if that's true and that is the quote unquote equator, and you're claiming a degree relationship of the declination of Polaris as a straight line distance, which would be the base leg of the triangle, right? The angle from you to Polaris would be the hypotenuse, right? Then you're claiming a literal distance. You're claiming a circle that has a specific circumference, right? And the distance to that, if you claim it's linear versus what the Globers would claim, those are two different distances, right? That has consequences. And then if you're claiming that all the other stars are, have ground positions and they could be plotted within or without this circle as essentially either a concentric circle within those circles or maybe a little bit elliptical or maybe off a little bit here or there, but either way, they've got real distances because you're claiming the base leg of the triangle is a real distance to the ground position and you're claiming it's a linear distance. Well, you could plot that out on a chart. I've yet to see one of these charts. And it's not as simple as somebody who doesn't really know the argument about that coming in here and not being educated or not understanding it and being asked for that. No, these are people who supposedly have been under the tutelage for years of people claiming to be experts in celestial navigation and experts in how to measure the Earth with elevation angles and all this and that. But then when they come in here and we ask them for something simple as, oh, well, can you just draw that out for me? Can't be done. Oh, well, can you tell me how you get these things in the South? Can't be done. So it's a head scratcher, isn't it? Now you could argue until you're blue in the face that elevation angles proves the Earth is flat, but when any of those questions are asked, you can't answer them based on this whole synergized celestial navigation argument. And then the Globers are listening. What do you think the Globers hear? They hear, well, the reason why none of these flat earthers are doing what you're asking them to do, it's not because they're just mad at you. and there's a little, tete-a-tete between your personality and their personality. No, it's because if they actually did it, it would result in a globe, and me being a glober already, accepts the Earth being a globe. So I'm just laughing at these stupid flat earthers because it's the answer so obvious, solves all the problems of why they can't reconcile these distances, right? So the glober goes away completely unconvinced. Never even the glober actually never even took a pause in their worldview because everything that was argued about to them was silly. But rest assured, if you just repeat elevation angles has a specific definition, therefore the Earth is flat, you think you've won. Well, I mean, maybe you've won something, but it depends on what you're trying to win. Okay, real distances and straight line baselines and angles, they have real consequences, right? Like if you're building a building and you're trying to lay walls out on a floor, right? That's gonna be either it's going to be plumb level square, or your distances are going to be wrong, and you're going to end up with a different shape. So if somebody then asks you, well, can you draw that out for me, or can you build that out for me, and you can't do either, and your entire argument exists within rhetoric, but you can't actually model it or demonstrate it, then that person may not be convinced. And it's not unfair for them to ask you to do either of those two things, especially if you're claiming to have specific knowledge and expertise. And to go into other people's forums and spout off at the mouth like you know what you're talking about, and then when pressed with a simple question that you should already have the answer for, to be able to then validate that you have any expertise in what you're talking about, and then you can't produce it. I mean, that's pretty embarrassing. Hey, Miggy, you're fired. No, I'm just kidding.
What up, homeboy? Damn, on my day off? Damn. What's up?
Man, yeah. So what? So like for example, if I told you to tell me what my position has always been about the stars' relationship to the Earth, would you be able to do that?
I mean, it would be the common answer that we all say in here. They help navigate, but they're not any relation to the surface condition. I mean, I don't know. Did you say something according to like it having a relationship to the surface condition? Which would be something I haven't heard, but I've never heard you speak of it like that.
Well, my position was always that once I realized it, that basically the stars are they're just something we see in our field of view from our observer's location, and their true place relative to the Earth and relative to different observation points is actually unknown and can't possibly be validated because no one's ever been to the star field to validate their actual locations. So you just have all these different observer-based model interpretations, which you can synergize to use for certain practical benefits, but there's no real true knowledge about the physical locations of the stars relative to the Earth.
Yeah, I mean
because no one's ever been out to the stars.
That was Yoda's position. Try to get a 90 degree to any star. Has anybody ever done that?
Not on the surface of a ball.
Oh, what's up, Radwin?
I mean, I would challenge anybody to get 90 degrees on any surface. Yeah, go out in your backyard and make a level piece of land and then get something 90 degrees from it. That's actually truly vertical. I mean, maybe you could say drop a plumb line, but then you wouldn't even have to worry about the ground at all, would you? You could just go out in your backyard and drop a plumb line and then just say there, now I've got 90 degrees. So why even bother leveling the surface? But like if you went out back in your backyard and poured a slab of cement, right? Even that cement isn't going to be perfectly level. Even if you think, well, it's kind of like a liquidy substance, and so it's going to, just self level. Not necessarily, because cement actually has some viscosity to it, and then you got to screed the top, and so you may be off a little bit. And so then if you put some wood on top of that cement, right, you got to fasten it to it. That wood isn't going to be perfectly straight. Then you're going to put a wall up, and you're going to use your level, right? Maybe you're going to use the 3-4-5 rule from your floor, but you ain't going to get that perfect either. So you may be at 89.5 degrees or 89.75 degrees off of true vertical. If you're going to tell me that you're going to go out there with a handheld bubble level, a plumb bob, and wood, and actually construct something that's perfectly 90 degrees oriented vertically, you're smoking some crack. But that doesn't mean that your house is going to fall down. Right, your walls your building doesn't have to be idealistically perfectly plumb level square for it to function, right? It just has to be within the tolerances for the purpose that you're utilizing it for. And in most houses, bubble levels is all you need. Good enough.
Some people might hear you right now and mistake you for saying that gives the glober the excuse that over a distance you could have the occurrence where there is that little bit of tolerance to have the globe exist. Because if you're saying, well, I measured a level straight horizontal surface and I connected it to another level straight horizontal surface, as in the case of surveying and that, when they transfer the line, that they're actually doing it over a surface of a globe, according to what you're saying. So they might mistake they might mistake what you're saying for that.
Well, you got to think about it like this. So, what's the most accurate leveling device that we possess? Probably water, right? And I'm just going to use numbers that somebody else gave me. This is just for sake of argument, okay? So what they told me is that a water level, and the water level being not a bubble level, but a water level, and the water level is where you actually use water over a long distance. So you might take it in a tube, right? And you have one end of the tube here, and you could have like 200 feet of tube, on the other end, and then you fill it with water, and the water will rise up in the tube to the same level. And so you could then take a pencil and mark off level where that water is, and go to the other side and mark off level, and now you got a level between that 200 feet, right? Maybe you had 3 points on it, so you could do the middle too, right? So supposedly in that scenario, the confirmed accuracy can only be within a 50 millionth of an inch. That's what I was told. So even in spans, water level to be able to measure is only accurate within a 50 millionth of an inch. So according to that logic, if the Earth was a globe with a sufficient radius to where the entire known territory of the Earth that we have ever had available to us was a 50 millionth of an inch of curvature over that entire span, and then you extrapolate the Earth out to be this globe of gigantic proportions, right? And by gigantic, I mean, I haven't done the math on it, but you'd be talking about millions and millions of miles of radius, I'd imagine. Then yeah, the accuracy that we can employ would still leave the logical option that it is curved at that rate of curvature, because we don't have anything more accurate. Now, if somebody said, no, you're wrong, that can't possibly be true, guess what? I'm sorry to say, but they'd be wrong. Unless they have a more accurate methodology of measurement than that, which they don't.
Yeah, that's great, but the issue isn't that. It's more of what's on the table right now, and that's the size of what the claimed radius is. So if the tolerance that you just described is still within bounds of being able to measure specific radius, like that they say that the Earth is, then that's different than it exceeding that and not being able to measure it, like if it was a bigger ball. You get what I mean? So I just kind of wanted like maybe there to be where you said like, yeah, if it was outside of that range, there's no way you could detect if you're on a giant ball or not. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying it's within the
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. And then what happens on the other part of the flat earther arguing against that, they will think that if you say something like that, that you then think that this giant ball that you're postulating for a hypothetical means that you could then walk forward and eventually you'd be standing sideways to how you were standing before, because you'd be on the quote unquote side of the ball. But why would you assume that? You would only assume that if you're carrying over certain trappings from the previous worldview that you were critiquing. So, for example, plenty of flat earthers will say that up is up and down is down, right? And that a down is not inwards to a giant ball. Well, you could actually live on a giant ball and up be up and down be down, unless you're linking the direction of down to the ball's surface, right, as a radial from the center. So you're mixing your worldviews there, and you're actually not doing an adequate critique of different positions. You're only limiting yourself to two options, and the first option is entirely something you've been told, and you're still living within that view and trying to make it work on this other view where it doesn't necessarily have to exist. There are some people, dude, that couldn't even fathom this. Like, so if you take a piece of paper, right, and you draw a circle on a graph paper, make the origin of coordinates right at the intersection, right? Draw a circle so you have the X and Y axis, right? We all can imagine, we've all seen graph paper before, right? So if you make the Y axis up and down, right? Then if you're going off on the side of the ball, you'd fall off. And you hear people say all the time, well, if the earth was a ball, you'd fall off, right? So they understand the principle, but then when it comes to thinking about it, they don't apply it. And so if you tell them, hey, even flat water on the surface doesn't tell you the overall shape of the earth at all, right? It just tells you the surface that's facing up is flat. Right? That's all it can tell you. It doesn't inform you about the extent of the boundary, right? It doesn't tell you where the quote unquote edge is or if there even is an edge. It doesn't tell you what's underneath the earth. It doesn't tell you that if you go far enough away from where you are now, eventually you'll reach a part where the earth just keeps declining in elevation for an undefined period. It doesn't tell you any of that information. And so if you're saying from everywhere we know of is flat because it's covered in water, right? And then now I can start making claims about places I've never been. That's where you start putting your foot in your mouth. Some people think that if you just keep walking, you just are going to always have more land to keep walking on, right? That's some people's interpretation of what flat Earth means. And you're just going to keep walking and walking and walking, and the land will just never stop. Maybe you could walk 1,000 years and there'd still be more land, and you'd have no way of knowing if it just keeps going for another 10,000 years. Now that's different because notice how I say you could keep, you have no way of knowing, but there's people out there that say, oh, I know the boundary conditions of the earth. I know the extent of the earth. Well, how do you know that? Just like God said to Job, did you stretch a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Well, have you? I'm being serious here. All the flat earthers, listen to me. Have you stretched the line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Have you gone to the ground position of Polaris to tell me where it is thereof? Et cetera, right? There'd be a lot of flat earthers making a lot of claims that they can't possibly substantiate, while at the same time criticizing other people for being critical of arguments. It literally makes no sense.
AI, are you saying that Earth could be a bigger ball?
Well, logically, if everywhere we know is flat within an accuracy of a 50 millionth of an inch, right, and you can't possibly know the full extent of it, then yes, logically, you could be living on a gigantic, enormous, astronomically kabungus, big chungus, fat mungus ball. Yes, that's just logic. And if I said anything otherwise, I'd be being dishonest.
Sorry.
And so anybody out there who, has an ire against me, like Neil from FED, who wants to go back and report to FED, oh, AI said you can live on a bigger ball. Well, if you say that's not true, go ahead and disprove anything I said logically. Go ahead. With any argument you could possibly think of. Because logically I'm airtight, and there's no instrumentation that exists. There's no instrumentation that exists that can disprove what I just said. So yes, let's just call it a Schrodinger's possibility.
Hey, AI, if I'm not mistaken, is that not a similar sentiment to what Flat Earth Dave had in his interview with Jesse Lee Peterson? Remember when he was grilling him? He's like, "Oh, are you sure without a shadow of a doubt? The Earth is flat," and he kept not answering that. It's like he wanted to reserve that similar type of possibility. It seems. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but it's according to the idea that he's postulating that the Earth is flat. So there's this whole you can't. Okay, there's a double speak. If you're okay, I get it. Everybody gets AI's point, right? You understand why he's saying that, though, right? Logically. I don't know if you're. Well, I kind of need to hear how you. Let's put it this way: 20 cups. All right. So you heard AI.
It was just like that. That's kind of what resonated with me. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you heard what he said, right? So what did you understand by what he said? Hey, is there any way you could tell
based
the
on the
audience? I'd like to know.
yeah, in a nutshell, what I got is based off of the precision of our available instruments, right? The accuracy of what was it, 15 millionth or 5 millionth of an inch or something like that. We could not tell if it was curving within that range because our instrumentation is not sufficient.
Outside of that range. Now, within it, you can.
Yeah.
Outside of it, you can't. So if something was, greater than that, like it was a lot, the ball was bigger, you would be able to detect whether or not you're on a curved surface beyond those parameters.
Well,
And now
not
check
to
this out,
muddy the
brother.
waters, but we could be within a crater on a bigger ball, right? Where you
Okay,
wouldn't
that's
expect
fair, but
curvature.
before we lose the point, I just want to point out that
Uh-huh.
other things that have been claimed to be direct measurements of the surface of the Earth to make the conclusion that it's flat, right? They may be sufficient, but they are not more accurate than a 50 millionth of an inch. Okay, celestial navigation is not more accurate than that. Okay, I hope we all understand that. Celestial navigation doesn't result in pinpoint accuracy. Okay, let's be clear. Do we all agree? Okay, as far as I know, I mean, you're talking in the celestial navigation, you get results that are like accurate within a mile or something, or maybe 300 feet, or who knows. Anyway, it's not in the sub inches. Okay, period. Lasers aren't even, lasers over long distances aren't that accurate either. Now, are they sufficient to the task to be able to get information from? Yes, but not on a subscale. So yes, there is a quote unquote logical Hail Mary dreamland where a glober could say, maybe I live on this gigantic ball, right? But that still destroys their entire paradigm.
Yeah, but overload, it will go infinitely. It will go infinitely. There will be no possibility to just tell if someone just keep making that ball bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
and bigger.
exactly, brother, exactly. So I got one question for you. I got one question for you. Have you laid a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof, sir?
No, I didn't. But
No,
I want
to answer the question. I just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I didn't. I just answered.
All right, perfect. So now you can continue. Go ahead.
The point is, even if we assume that you get those instruments that can give you the measurement, that won't be sufficient because someone else will come and will make that much bigger. So you have to have accurate billions of an inch.
Necros, you're breaking up, bro.
I'm sorry. I'll disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, he's basically just saying you're going to get into an infinite regression.
Mic check.
Yeah, we get you. We heard you. I heard you, bro. You're saying if you do something within a millionth accuracy, someone's going to claim a billionth accuracy, and then someone's going to claim a trillionth accuracy, and so that they can always claim that they live on a cosmic entity. That's so before we live on this little ball inside this huge universe. Well, let's just make the ball the size of the universe.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the truth. Hey, bro, maybe that's the truth. Maybe the Earth is the whole universe.
Yeah, I was actually saying that from the very beginning. But no, I think, does anybody have, I'd like to do this as like a teachable moment for anybody listening. Does anybody have any objections to what he's saying? Or you'd like to raise any comments? Or perhaps you'd like to engage with what he's proposed? I don't know if there's anybody that's taking what you're saying right now because nobody's chiming in. And they're just like, is he saying the Earth is a globe? Because I think that's like as the globe that we all know of or been told, not the one that you're talking about.
I literally agree 100% with what he said.
and he
Okay.
understood my point. So, but for the moment, because we have that line just separating between the claimed globe that we already know about, so that have specific dimensions, and no curvature, meaning that it's flat. So curved on not curved, so meaning that it's flat. Dependent to the accuracy, that will be when we agree that it's not that claimed globe with those specific dimensions. We can try to find if we can see if it's curving just a little bit with that accuracy, like the example that he gave, millionth of an inch or billionth of an inch or gazillion of an inch. Who
Well,
knows in the future?
but that's how level is defined, right? So when you're actually trying to get with like the water level, that's how you understand that. Yeah, you're going to get level off of that. So if anything is beyond that, how are you going to define that after that? What would that be?
I don't know.
There's no
The definition.
there's well, no, I'm saying that if there's something that exists that's outside of that parameter, then it would be named something else, you know. But as far as we know, that's level, that's flat.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I work with the fact that level is horizontal. They are equal. Level is horizontal for me. So that's my baseline.
Right.
I don't think anyone's going to have any pushback here. Like, yeah, there could be a scale so big that, yeah, level is horizontal at this scale. I don't think anybody in here is claiming anything beyond the known world, like that being, you know, the Antarctic Circle. So I don't think you'll get any pushback. And there already is a very small group of flat earthers called crater earthers who believe that we're on a crater on a bigger ball. But I think, yeah, there's already these ideas going around.
fair
I don't
enough.
see this being a problem with anyone.
Well, check this out. Yeah, so if you were, let's say you did, just for sake of argument, live in a crater on a giant ball, and up is up and down is down, and level is level and horizontal is horizontal. So, in other words, level is not a circle conforming to the equipotential surface of a ball. Level is just horizontal. So, if you live in a crater on a giant ball, if you were able to get out of the crater and go towards the edge of the ball, you would be experiencing a descension. You wouldn't be rotating radially as you travel over the arc. You'd be experiencing the arc as a descending hill. And then once you got to the edge of it, you'd fall off, for lack of a better term. Right? And that would fit, what I just explained would fit all of the claims of the flat earthers over the past 10 years about the earth being flat, about level being level, all of those things, right? Except for the one claim that the overall form of the earth, right? But the known territory would still be flat, it'd still be level, it could still be measured with angles, all of those things could all still be true. So all of those things don't logically exclude the scenario I just described. Now, some people, whenever you argue that way, here's what they will rebut you with. If the earth was a giant ball, then you're saying water would stick to the side of the ball. Now, real quick, that is an actual rebuttal that I was given. Not just given, but screamed over to be given. Now, does that make any sense? Is that a fair rebuttal?
I think
Or
it
do you need
depends
me to
how
No,
clarify
it's not.
it?
It's a straw man.
Yeah, it's a straw man, exactly.
Yeah, of course.
But not
'cause
only is
what
it a
you're
straw
saying is
man,
at the top, right?
yeah,
There you
right.
go.
So it's not just a straw man, but it's an example of how people are so conditioned into a line of thinking that they can't even think outside the box. So their version of a globe must be
the glober's version of a globe. And anybody who mentions a shape that is a globe, it must work that way that the globers claim it worked. It can't work any other way. So it just shows you just how deep the systemic indoctrination is into people's minds, that it left them permanently scarred or permanently inoculated to being able to think for themselves.
Well said, bro.
That's wild. Isn't that wild?
This is a really healthy discussion because at the end of the day, it's all speculation beyond the known land masses, right?
That's
This is
correct.
Correct.
speculation.
And within the tolerance that we can measure level and flat. So anything
Let me give you
outside of
another
that
hypothetical. Go
falls
ahead.
into speculation. No, I was just gonna say anything outside of that falls into that realm. But logically, it would still stand. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. So the argument that's being used that water, can't stick to a ball, is relevant in the scale that the Earth is being portrayed in the heliocentric model. But when you're talking 100,000, I don't know how many times bigger it would need to be, there would be a place where you could have water on a giant ball.
Yeah, well, see, the part of that whole that mental exercise is, if you say water can't stick to a ball, therefore the Earth can't be a ball, that doesn't logically follow. Now, if anybody's not following what I just said, ask about it and I'll help you understand it. So I'll say it again. If you say water can't stick to the side of a giant ball, therefore the Earth can't be a ball, that doesn't follow. That's not a true statement. Anybody misunderstand it? Or everybody get it?
Can I ask a question? Could water stick to a ball with a radius of 3959?
What? No. That's a positive. I'm doing it in the counter positive. So, for example, when people say water can't stick to a giant ball, they'll oftentimes do an example by pouring water over a basketball. And they'll say, look, the water can't stick to this basketball. So, according to their previous reasoning, they would then have to conclude that the basketball is not a ball. Do you see the problem? Anybody not get it?
I think what needs to be highlighted is the physics that are working on the Earth that we're on right now. So if they're saying this thing is like something where physics is being used, then what if that thing that we're on is something that physics is described in a different way? You know what I mean? Like that's because you're on the thing that physics is being utilized.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So you're trying to use a demonstration of a ball that you can see, like a basketball, pouring water on it, and then saying that the Earth is exactly like that, but it doesn't follow because it's not analogous, because it's not like that thing that you're holding in your hand. It'd be an entirely different entity.
Right. So the correct logic form would be water can't stick to the sides of a giant ball. Therefore, the Earth can't be a giant ball with water sticking to the sides of it. Not that it can't be a ball. The can't be a ball wouldn't follow from the previous statement, but it would follow that it can't be a ball with water stuck to it. But there's a little bait and switch in there that a lot of people don't even realize that they're bait and switching themselves. They're not trying to bait and switch the person they're talking to. They're doing it to themselves and they don't even realize it. Why are they doing it to themselves? Because they've been so indoctrinated in a way of thinking from the past and they're still not on the other end of the road yet. So, for
I think
example,
some people.
if you deny a perfectly logical option that you don't have any explicit counterexamples against as being a possible option, you're doing yourself a disservice logically. You're actually stifling your own thought processes because you're railroading yourself from previous artifacts from the way you used to think when you were a glober and from the way other flat earthers are encouraging you to think in the present moment, right? So you're still being railroaded, right? You got to look down and see the railroad track on your left and on your right and realize how many of the left railroad track is from the globe artifacts and how many of the railroad tracks is from flat earthers who are still stuck in a paradigm of thinking that isn't actually being honest with itself.
AI, aren't you opening the door to gravity on a bigger ball? Somebody would be
I could care
upside down
less.
somewhere. Yeah, but somebody would be upside down somewhere in some part of the
Why?
universe. Well, a ball is spherical, right?
So
somewhere in existence, if it was hypothetically a bigger ball.
No, doesn't follow.
Why? Why not?
You missed a step. Because you missed a step.
Okay.
Okay. If I take a ball in my hand right now, and I put something on the bottom of it. Actually, I'll do it. I'm gonna. So I got a. It's not a ball; it's a cylinder, but it'll work for now for this example. So I'm holding a cylinder in my hand. It's a soup can. I turned it perpendicular, so now the curve is facing down. And I'm going to take this nut driver, and I'm putting it on the bottom. So now I have a curved surface. The bottom of the curved surface, I put a nut driver to it, and I let go, and it went down. So something being a curved surface has nothing to do with the direction of down at all.
So I am struggling to understand. So are we talking about? So the argument is a body of water can't stick to a ball, right? But in the scale that you're talking, it's no longer a body of water. It would be something like water tension, and your water tension could stick to all parts of the ball. Right?
Water tension, dude. Water tension can't even stick to the side of a soup can. So how in the world could it stick to something bigger? The amount of water on the side of a can, it's only going to have droplets on it. As soon as you add more water to it, it runs off. So how would having a bigger ball mean that water tension would mean water would be sticking to the sides? That doesn't follow either.
You need air pressure for that water to do that anyway.
Yeah, I understand how Roots is thinking about that. So Roots, it's not about the scale. It's not like you're thinking about a droplet of water sticking to a pool ball, for example. No, that the surface tension, I agree with you. But in that scale, because you can, no matter how big is the ball, you can't make those droplets like a quarter of a cup, the third of a cup of water. And you can't do that. Even if you make that ball with a rough surface, no, you can't make the droplet bigger. Little bit bigger, but the surface tension will break. So it's not about the scale. So if you scale that ball, you can stick an ocean. You can, if you scale that ball to billion times bigger, and you can stick the ocean to the side of that ball, and you call it a droplet sticking because of the surface tension. No, it's not because of the scale. About the scale, it's about the molecules of water and how they work and how they create that layer on the surface of water that we call surface tension.
All right, I understand that, but how would up and down work on a bigger ball?
There is no up and down on a ball in reality, like Overlord exactly said. The up and down are in reference to horizontal, and in a ball you can have in out or away from the surface of the ball, close to the surface of the ball, on the surface of the ball. But there is no up and down in reality.
Are you confused, Roots?
Right, there's also.
Am I the only one?
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for somebody. I think AI should start dropping some bombs here. I mean, he's gonna lay them. But now I can come in here. I was just waiting for him to reach a crescendo that he feels like he wants to move in.
Dude, I'm happy for some people to be confused right now and some people to get it. That's fine. The fact that they're scratching their heads is sufficient. Because that's what they should be doing, rather than making bold claims about the nature of reality beyond the scope of what they're available to access. Right? For example, uniformitarianism, right? The physics locally are the physics everywhere. That's part of the Glober's problem, right? They're making all these claims about things trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away that they have no direct access to, assuming that everything that works here also works there. So real quick, like let's say in our previous hypothetical with the crater Earth, and then you're imagining water sticking to the right hand side of it, right, like on a piece of graph paper. Well, that's not necessarily true, nor is it necessarily false. Nor do you have to have gravity in any kind of traditional conception that Globers would believe in. So, for example, you could just, when you go to the side of the Earth, if it exists, the creator of the realm could just have a completely different set of physics there, for all you know. How would you know? The answer is you wouldn't. This is the point I want you guys to get through your heads. The answer is you don't fucking know. Do you get it yet?
Dun dun dun. That's it. I was waiting for you, dude. I was waiting for you to say that, man. But so you understand, Roots? The problem is when you're trying to upscale to a level that you can't possibly understand what it would be, you can't then therefore make a claim as to that's how it would be. You get it? Because hold on, Nicholas. It far exceeds the amount of knowledge that we could comprehend within the realm that we are in right now. Does anybody get that, or is it just?
If someone
I don't know.
remembers my discussions, when I talk about the surface and the property of the surface, I always explain and explicitly say that it's about the known surface to a human race, the known surface to us. And I'm not talking about what is not explored. If there is something to explore or there is none, I don't know about that shit. So I'm talking about the surface that we know, we human, it is flat. The oceans, the water,
right,
the surface of water, on the known Earth to us, the known Earth that we can go to we can verify that we already measured and explored and navigated through. That's flat. And I agree with you 100%, Overlord. It can be whatever it is. It can be a concave, it can be non-reality, the end of the reality. Reality is this known Earth. Away from that, it's the end of reality.
Yeah, bro. Exactly, brother. So let me posit this for you guys' thought processes. There's a predisposition, especially on the Glober side, and especially on the secular, materialist, atheist, evolutionist side, to put God in a box that he must operate within the laws of the universe, right? So there's certain things that occur within the universe that even God can't undo, like gravity or like this or that or the other. But remember, if God is truly the creator, then he transcends all of that, right? And the same token, On the flat earth side, people are making claims about the nature of reality and the way it functions that also puts God in a box to where his limitations are strictured to the creation. In other words, the creation is imposing limits upon the creator, not the other way around. Right? So for example, in my metaphysic, which means, my overarching understanding of the way the natural, the supernatural, and all reality work together, is that the creator is on a level of omnidimensionality that is beyond our comprehension, right? And so if there's an area of free space that we could actually travel to where down is no longer down, and it's now flipped, I would have no way of knowing that that exists, and I would have no way of claiming it can't exist. I simply can't, because I know that the nature of the being that created this place is sufficient to be able to have that if he so wants it. And who am I to tell him what is out there, what is over there, what is down here, and what is up there? Because just like he told Job, hey, bro, who are you to tell me what I created?
Yeah, I get your position now, AI. Thanks for going over it again. People make assumptions, especially when you talk about, say, multi-dimensions or something, like they have an idea of what that is or what that would look like. For all we know, it may be connected physically, to this place, and who knows? So I think I get what you're saying. It's not that you're making any claims or even trying to push any ideas. It's that stop living inside this paradigm like you think you know how things work. Because
we
like
can.
AI said, physics could be completely different and it could be a physical place,
Well,
just
just one second. Hold on, Nicholas. There is that the Creator has given us a sound mind to understand the nature of our Earth, in so much that we can identify it as what we see it and be able to rectify it with some sort of a semblance of knowledge. Right? It's not going to be just like leaving us out there like, babes in the woods. Like He's going to give us a way to understand the nature of our Earth. At the same token, only so much to say that we can identify it as what he's made it as, not what its constituent parts are derived from, and like the length of it and all that. That's far beyond the comprehension of any human. You know what I mean? Like there's the nature of what he did and how he made the laws of our reality, and that's far beyond anyone's understandings. So we can only know what we know, right? And be able to tell people what we know based on our common experience. Is this making sense? Like, it's been my position to always have tell people about this, because I have the same sentiment,
ultimately it's about keeping an open mind, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, because every time we talk about the flat Earth, you've heard me say it. I've always said that the known territory is a horizontal plane, like as far as we know. I don't say anything beyond that.
Yeah, it's simply about not making a positive claim.
If we do like AI said, like AI overlord said, we will not fall at the crisis that the heliocentric model have now. So they have now to create that idea of multiverse, because they created those assumptions about the unknown world, so the cosmos and those unknown places and the edge of the universe, and if the Earth is the center or not the center. So they created many assumptions that it led them to change their theories over the time. So from gravity, attraction between masses, so to the bending of the curvature of space-time, to adding materials to the world, unknown materials like dark matter, dark energy, now to create the idea of the multiverse, because they can't stand that their background, microwave background reading got that the Earth is in the center of their known universe. So they created the idea of multiverse. So if you followed what AI overlord said, we will not fall in that trap. You will be always in what you know. You don't assume anything about the unknown, so no one will debunk your ideas because they are not founded. You don't have anything to defend them. So you will create something, a new explanation, a new excuse to defend that.
Right, that's a fair point, but for the Globers out there who didn't understand that, because some Globers come in here and say, oh, the reason why you don't make claims is because you don't want to be debunked. It's the reason why we don't make claims about things we don't know about is because we don't know about them. That's why. Not because we just want to stop ourselves from being debunked because we're afraid of being debunked like you Globers are. It's like, dude, if I don't know about the fundamental nature of certain things, why should I make definitive claims that I do? Like, that's just stupid.
Let me highlight an example. So we all see the effect of what everybody understands, what the word gravity, when somebody says that, right? We see the effect. Everybody sees that. You can drop something in the medium of air, it falls to the ground. We all see that. How does that law function in a perspective of understanding the causal nature of that? That's unknown, right? You would say that like I would. It's unknown. So if that's true, then everything AI said is also true. Because then the creator made something that nobody can know how it operates to then therefore say that it can't operate in a specific way by putting water on a ball. Do you get what I mean now? But yeah, there's this idea of a causal mechanism trying to be defined by our common experience, and then, fumbling around like, 3-year-old kids that are trying to learn about like quantum physics or something. You know what I mean? You're not going to get there.
Well, there has been examples of flat earthers who had this philosophy, which is falsification of somebody's idea doesn't mean you have to replace their idea. Falsification is independent of having an alternative idea, right? You can just falsify somebody's claim. It's perfectly fine. And so they went from that sentiment to this sentiment, which is, I feel obligated to give people answers for the answers and stories that the globe side had for certain phenomena. So now I have to come up with something to tell them about how gravity works, how this works, how that works. It's like, why? Why is that your responsibility now? Why is it your responsibility? Here's why. If you feel this urgent sense of responsibility to replace just so stories for someone, the odds are that you're going to replace that with another just so story rather than the truth. And that is why you should always have the humble attitude of I don't know. So for example, well, if the Earth's not a globe, then what is it? I don't know. Why make some stupid story up?
Want to hear something funny? I use I don't know at work, even when I do know the answer, so they got to go find somebody else to do it.
Excellent idea, brother. So wait a minute. Are you trying to say that I do know and I'm holding out on you?
No. I'm just saying I always say
right.
I go like this. Oh, I don't know. Like that.
Yeah, here's my challenge. Next time someone asks you to speculate on something after you just proved their claim wrong, and they just stick to your guns and say, I don't know. And then if they say, well, then how can you just prove my point if you don't have an alternative? You'd be like, I don't know any alternatives. I just know yours is wrong. Also, when they clip this out, because our friends over in 24/7, who watch and clip out our convos, it'll probably be titled. Feel free to share it with Neil from FED so he can get butthurt about it, and then go out and tell everyone that I'm a Glober now, because they can't even think for themselves to realize that I'm actually just putting out logical arguments that really don't actually have conclusions. because the conclusion of all of what I just said. Who can tell me the conclusion of all of what I just said? Anybody? 3 words. 3
I'll wait
simple,
till
humble
somebody,
words.
I'll wait till somebody else says it.
I don't know.
I don't know. There you go.
No problem.
Let me see if I can give and you gave a great analogy. You gave a great explanation. But for anybody that's listening that still doesn't understand it, if they're a Glober, like, oh no, you got to have a replacement. No, if I tell you to hand me a red crayon and you hand me a blue one, and I say that one's not red, and then you're like, well, that's the only one I have. What else could it be? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't give them you don't say, oh, that you're right. That one's not red. Here's a purple crayon, but it's red. Right? I mean, why would you do that?
Because you don't want to hurt their feelings and you want to help them like understand what you're saying. So you'll admit that the purple crayon is actually red.
Well, there's another sentiment from a famous flat earther that they're happy that all the stories have been taken away about reality, because now it's an age of wonder and new surprises on the horizons, so to speak. There'll be new discoveries. There'll be new things to learn. You won't have to hear about endless drivel about, stupid space stories about something happening a trillion miles away that nobody cares about and it's never going to affect their life in any way, shape, or form. But they can actually focus on the wonder of what's here, what we actually have available to us.
Yeah, it's just they stick on the title. The title says it all. Even what you have to follow, which is flat Earth. We are talking about the surface. We are not claiming any shape. It means that we are agnostic about what is over the known Earth surface to us. So you stick to that. You don't talk about the sky. You don't know what is the sky. What are those stars? Who are those stars? You don't even know what are those things.
Yeah, I like how you said that. Who are the stars?
Yeah, who are the stars?
Yeah, you don't even know. You don't even know whether the stars are sentient entities or not.
I know. I know. Can you debunk the claim that Apollo is the sun, is a guy on the chariot and something like that, and have superpowers, and can appear like that to you? Oh, do you? Can you? No, you can't, because you never verified what the sun is.
Hey, you know what's interesting, bro? Here's what's interesting. A lot of people in the world, in fact, the majority of people in the world adhere to the great religions of the world in the billions. And in their scriptures, it says things, and in their traditions, it says things about the nature of the cosmos. Some of them, it says that the realm of earth is given to man, but the realm of the heavens is for God. So there's already a separation there. And then it says in other places that the stars were disobedient. Well, how could they be disobedient if they don't have sentient agency? And then in other places it says that the stars will fall to the earth. Well, how could that happen? And et cetera, it goes on and on. But they claim that this is the scripture from the creator of the world they live in. But then when a quote unquote scientist comes along and says, no, a star is not a sentient agent, it's actually just a burning ball of gas, they just lap it up like it's the gospel truth without even thinking twice because some scientist mook in a lab coat said so.
Yeah, I lived that, and I talked about that with the Muslims because in their scriptures it say the same thing, that the stars are like that. They will fall to the earth and some kind of things like that, but they don't follow this scripture, but they follow what they are told from the so-called scientists, not scientists in
Yeah.
reality.
How could they? Yeah. How could they fall to the Earth if they're billions of light years away?
And bigger than the Earth, and would incinerate the Earth as soon as they landed on the ground.
Yeah, Beetlejuice is like what, a million gajillion times bigger than our sun. So crazy.
Wait, did you say Beetlejuice?
Yep, Beetlejuice.
Why Canis Majoris is 1.8 quintillion times bigger than the sun.
There you go.
Oh yeah. So a lot of people will never touch Canis Majoris, and of course they'll never touch Labia Majoris either.
Yeah, and you don't know if it is the thing that you just know the name, its name, what it is, and if it is those dimensions that they are telling us, or if it is just an inanimated matter, not a sentient, like you said earlier. Yeah, you don't know. No one knows. You can't know.
Hey, if you want to see smoke come out of their ears, tell them that they don't know that the light on the moon is actually reflected sunlight. Like they can't know that. What you'll see, they'll be spinning around. What do you mean it's not reflected sunlight?
You don't know that.
Yeah, prove it.
Or like an ambulance light. You know that ambulance light with that cover that spin inside the lamp, and that light will spin over and over. If you make that ambulance lamp like spherical, like the moon, and the same mechanism inside, you will have moon phases.
Well, they were actually telling me too. They were like, "Well, so you're saying that it has its own light?" I'm like, "No, I didn't say that either.
Yeah,
Never said that. I'm just saying you need to prove how you know it's sunlight being reflected on the moon."
Crazy times, crazy times.
Right? So it's like I think it's something that's true for both sides, not necessarily something that's true only for the people that have mainstream ideas.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference is that the blue sky is a tangibly accessible common experience, right?
No, I'm
So
not.
it's not.
My point isn't about the validity of my statement. My point is about how people form ideas and how that, like, even if you're someone that doesn't believe in mainstream ideas, you're still getting your ideas in the same way as someone that has mainstream ideas would, right? Because you're still looking up to an authority figure for your ideas. Do you get my
Yeah,
point?
to a degree. To a
see-
degree, but when it comes to kids, a lot of what they learn about is there's like stages of development where their mind and their brain are working together to give them certain informations. At that point in their developmental stages, they could be imprinted with a falsehood. And it's not so much that that person they see as an authority, it's that there's just this natural inclination to believe. They don't even understand the concept of authority. Their mind just does it naturally.
Yeah, no, fair. Yeah, but that's not really in opposition to my point or anything. I mean, yeah, that's not. Yeah.
Right, but there'd be a big difference between, telling a kid about something that's outside of their common experience, like the Earth being a globe, which a kid has no way to understand that, right, as an experiential level, versus telling the kid that the sky is blue and your sneakers are blue. It's like they can clearly see the blue is on both objects. Like it's natural to make that conclusion, and for the parent to say the sky is blue, the sneakers are blue, but the sky isn't blue because I said so. Like that would be a big difference, wouldn't it?
No, my point isn't related to like the shape of the Earth at all. Like, it has nothing to do with that. It's just like a general observation I have. Like, yes, okay, sure. If you want to talk about this in the context of the shape of the Earth, sure. Yes, people that believe the Earth is round do look up to an authority figure and then just accept that idea. But at the same time, people that believe the Earth is flat or whatever, any other shape or model or whatever you want to call it, they also in turn look at someone with a bit of authority in that community and then accept their ideas. Like, yes,
No, I mean, yes and no. They don't accept it simply because the
they don't
person
accept
has
it.
a perceived authority. They accept it because they look at the evidence and the reasoning, and then they see that the conclusion makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same thing. Like, yes, someone is just making a more convincing case for you, but there's still someone in a position of authority.
No, but the thing is they never made a convincing case to the children. They just told them, this is the reality you live in. This is the truth.
And that's convincing enough. Because, like, what do you mean? That's a convincing case. Being convincing doesn't really have any relation to the truth of the matter. Being convincing is just like literally that. Like, they're convincing, sure. They're really, yeah, they're forcing their ideas, sure. They're just saying something is true and they're without really justifying it, sure. But that in turn is convincing. And that is why people believe it. It doesn't mean, like, it doesn't really make any difference.
Yeah, well, it's like does anybody ever convince a child to use their mother tongue? So if you're raised, in an English speaking household, at a certain time in your stage of life, you're going to start speaking English. Like, you're not actually taught it. You just naturally learn it from being exposed to the tokens, and your mind already puts it into where it needs to go. So, like, nobody's convincing you. It just happens.
I think that's quite different, seeing how you wouldn't really have any other options in regards to your mother tongue. Like, if your whole family speaks English, you wouldn't really be able to start speaking Spanish, would you?
Yeah, but
Right, so
my
it's the
children
same-
watch TV and they know some bit of English as well. So even though they're taught their native language, by watching and observing information from the TV, they can understand and learn English words,
Okay, I think
So I agree with Ardent, like nobody's teaching them English, they just absorb the information and they just speak it.
I think a language is very different from an idea. Like, the main way in which you communicate is definitely inherently different from like an idea, like from a scientific idea. Like, those are two very different things. I don't know. I think we both probably agree on what I'm saying. I think we just kind of got lost in the whole discussion, probably.
Yeah, it's fair, but see, the thing about children is they don't have primary access to any of that extra data or the idea of what science is or how it works or anything. They're just in an absorption mode, and they absorb certain truths about the nature of certain parts of their identity, and that's like who I am, who's my family, all these types of things, and the nature in which I live, my safe spaces, all these things. So by giving that quote unquote alleged facts to the kids at that point in their developmental cycle, it's imprinted as part of their identity. In fact, this is well known in psychological circles that children of that age, the young age, they imagine the world just as they see it, which is flat and stationary, and then they're told that it's not like they see it, it's contrary to their common experience. And then they have a conflict inside, and then they create in their mind a two model system where they recognize that the earth presents itself as flat and stationary, and then when they imagine the earth from the outside, they imagine it as a floating ball because they've been shown a bunch of fantasy images of it as a floating ball. And so they actually are having this dualistic a reality where one is their real common experience and one is pure fantasy.
Okay. Sure. Right. I don't really get your point. Like, yeah, okay, probably. Right.
What I'm saying is they're intentionally taking advantage of children at their most vulnerable time to usurp these developmental stages and implant their ideas into their heads.
But I mean, you can't really not do that though, because that would just have children that aren't part of your society. Like, that isn't, I don't know, the shape of the earth isn't the only thing we instill in children. Like, there are a bunch of other stuff you tell children.
I agree.
they'll be part of your system, function.
Yeah, that's fair and all, but when you look at the media that children get, it is disproportionately focused on the cosmos and the ancient past, such as dinosaurs, etc. It's unbalanced in the amount of time they focus on making sure that they say globe, globe, globe a million times, that they say stars, that they say cosmos, that they say dinosaurs. I mean, just look at kids stuff that you can buy. Like a large portion of it is covered in dinosaurs or space propaganda. Like it's not even up for debate that is what the majority of kids stuff is covered with.
Right. 2 questions for you. First, what would you want to see on TV? And second, do you not believe in dinosaurs?
It doesn't matter, dude, whether I believe in them or don't believe in them. Why is it so important that young kids who can't even think and understand time on that scale have to be told dinosaurs, dinosaurs, dinosaurs?
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm asking then. What would you want a kid to see on TV then? Like, what would you want a kid to be shown?
Well, how about living animals that are actually alive that can be actually seen and touched and felt, and not fantasy animals?
Okay. Besides that,
Rest assured, all of the depictions of dinosaurs on they're constantly changing what the dinosaurs look like, what they were doing, when they lived. It's all fantasy. Like it's pure fiction, the majority of the stuff about dinosaurs, when you could really teach them about actual animals.
I mean, they do teach them about actual animals, though. Like a big part of kindergarten education is literally just teaching kids animals. Like I don't think I hope you guys remember kindergarten, and I think you guys do, but
No. See, you're missing it. It's the damage of the exposure to dinosaurs in space has already been done before you even get to kindergarten, dude.
But what's so bad about learning about dinosaurs?
Dude, it's not per se that it's bad to learn about the concept of dinosaurs. That's not the point. The point is they're cementing in these kids' head a cosmological scale of time and creation, in that they're synergized together in this worldview. They're basically indoctrinating them with a worldview.
Oh,
it's not about dinosaurs. It's not about space. It's about the worldview attached to it.
I get that, but first of all, if you were to, like, I don't know, have your ideal way of raising a child, you would still be indoctrinating them in a way, because like raising a child is inherently indoctrinating them. Like when you're teaching them a language, you're technically indoctrinating them. You're teaching, like, that's the only thing that you could speak now. If when you're teaching your child what's left and what's right, that's technically indoctrination. You're making them assign to a part of their body a name and to the other part of their body another name. Like that's indoctrination. It's not an objective truth. It's something we use as a society to work better. We just work better when we both have a common left and a common right. But at the end of the day, it's something completely arbitrary, and therefore it's inherently like indoctrination. Like education and like raising a child is inherently indoctrination. It's not bad to indoctrinate a kid, because that's how you make them be able to like question their ideas at the end of the day. If they wouldn't have that basis of like what you call indoctrination, they wouldn't be able to question stuff. Like if
Yeah, exactly. So right, so if kids aren't inundated with space and dinosaurs before they're in kindergarten, oh my goodness, society would fall apart. You're right.
No, I'm not saying that. That's really not my point. I don't think you understand my point. My point is, if you don't teach a kid about space and time, and like dinosaurs or whatever, why would they ever have an interest to question that? Why would they ever even know about that? Like, why would they ever even think about that if you don't ever speak to them about it? Do you get my point? Like,
right. So then parents should tell their kids, hey, this is a bunch of mumbo jumbo that isn't actually scientifically proven at all. It's mostly fantasy and worldview and philosophy under the guise of science, which you're going to be taught is one of the most ultimate arbiters of truth. And then they're going to try to trick you into this worldview. And so you should be suspect about it, because none of this is primarily accessible. And you'll notice that everything that you see about it is pure cartoons. Yeah, you're right. Maybe the parents should teach the kids that.
Sure, I'm not necessarily saying that. I don't think you're getting my point. My point is,
I am getting your point. Why is it the case that if somebody says they want to homeschool their child and teach them flat Earth, and not teach them the quote unquote mainstream? Why are they considered a pariah in society, and that maybe there should be legal rules to prevent them from doing so?
Because that's not the standard. Like, it's normal for that.
Who cares? Who cares, dude? So if you just invent a standard, then you can impose it on parents and usurp their natural right to raise their own children?
Yeah, we have standards in general that people have to respect in order for us to work. You, for example, would be arrested if you didn't feed your kid because it's a standard to feed your kid. Like, that doesn't make it.
No. It's not a standard to feed your kid. Holy crap.
Yeah.
It is, though. It is, though. It fits the definition of a standard. Why would that not be a standard? Yeah, okay, it's a standard because of very obvious reasons, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make it any less of a standard. Like, it's still a standard in the semantic sense of a standard. Like, yeah, okay, people need food. It's a very reasonable standard, but it's still a standard, though.
Yeah, people need food. They don't need to imagine Uranus smells like farts and it's raining diamonds on Smegma Prime.
What? Is that what you were taught?
No, dude, that is literally the news that comes out all the time. They sent a probe to Uranus, the planet, and they found out that it lets off a gas which smells like farts. Literally can't make this stuff up, dude.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. It's a gas giant. Sulfur smells.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if knowing any of that had any relevance to my daily life whatsoever, especially not some planet allegedly 1 trillion miles away that it rains diamonds on, which no one will ever be able to mine. It's like, who cares, dude? Stuff is so irrelevant, yet it's propped up as if it's somehow important.
I mean, yeah, a big part of science is that, I guess.
Yeah, a big part of science, falsely so-called, is making a bunch of outlandish claims about things that they can never prove or make valuable to anything we ever are going to do in exchange for prestige and money. Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Science isn't paid that well. You'd be surprised. We're not paid that good in science. Like,
But hey, listen. Somebody in a field which is absolutely unproductive getting paid at all is too much.
You just called it prestigious and a waste of money, though.
No, I said some people do get prestige from being a scientist. In fact, scientists are revered in society as being the upper echelons of sincerity and truth.
I don't know where that's happening, but no, we're not. I don't get paid. Literally, I get paid a shit. Like, I'm paid awful. Like, what do you mean we're revered?
Okay, cool. What type of science do you do?
I'm a chemist. I have a PhD in chemistry.
Okay, so what products do you make?
What do you mean? What products do I make?
Well, like, in order to get paid well, you have to provide a good and service to somebody who's going to pay you for it, right?
Yeah, I do
so what do you make with your chemistry? Like, do you make
research.
chemicals? Do you make pills?
No, you don't. Yeah, okay, so research isn't just like making stuff. Like, when you do research, it's way more niche than what you'd imagine it to be. Like, it's not I make drugs.
Okay, yeah, I'd agree with you. So what you need to do, friend, is you need to start getting grant money to do research on exoplanet chemistry and trying to recreate the raining diamonds on planet Snoofa Prime 10,000, and then you could make a lot of money.
Sure, cool.
So instead of actually doing real chemistry on the Earth that might get me a better polymer for my earphones that's microbial and won't actually scratch my ear and leave me a rash, you could pretend that you're doing science on another world.
I don't get if you're angry at science in general, chemists in general, or just people that like doing stuff about planets. I don't really know who you're angry at.
No, see, your chemistry doing actual research in real chemicals is something real that should actually be remunerated with reward.
Thanks.
Versus other dudes who are pretending that they know the chemical makeup of a object trillions upon trillions of miles away as if it's relevant, and money's being funneled to them instead of to you, which could actually get me a phone case that wouldn't slip out of my hands.
Okay, sure, I get your point. Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels distant when people talk about that type of stuff. I personally don't see the necessity of that type of stuff, and that's why I wasn't ever interested in that part of chemistry, and that's why I never, when I was
bro, that stuff has no necessity. I'll tell you. So here's the necessity of all of that quote unquote research.
It definitely does.
It don't, dude. It has zero. The only necessity it has is into backing up the materialistic, secularist, atheist worldview nonsense. That's the only thing that it's ever done for anybody.
You'd be surprised how much of research seems very meaningless, and then it turns out to be really meaningful in the end. Like, research isn't something that's like, okay, you study something for a few years, and then okay, boom, you've discovered something that's like life changing and has really like in good applications in very many like different fields. It doesn't really work like that. How research works.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, let me ask you this question, brother. Let's do some research. So, on the Earth, they've only dug down 8 miles approximately.
Okay.
So they weren't even accurate with their predictions of what they would discover for 8 miles deep on the actual Earth we're standing on. Yet they want to tell you what planets that are trillions of miles away are made of. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine that be true. Seeing how
Yeah, no, it's not hard to imagine. It's hard that anybody takes it seriously.
No, it's very no, I get your point. It's not intuitive at all, but a lot of science isn't intuitive. Like, there are a bunch of things that are intuitive.
No, it's not that it's not intuitive, dude. It's that they have no evidence for their claims.
I mean, I don't know if they do. I haven't really checked their papers. I'm not
Dude,
sure.
listen, friend, they couldn't even get right what is below the surface of the Earth we're literally standing on, yet they want to tell you what other worlds that they have no tangible access to are made of. Are you kidding me, bro?
I mean, we can't get a lot of stuff on the Earth right. Like, for example, you know how when you like, you know how when you're going for a surgery, right, or when you go to the dentist, they inject you with something with lidocaine to like numb you to not feel anything. You know that, right? I assume you've had that happen already.
Yeah.
We don't know how that actually works. Like, we don't actually know how lidocaine works.
Exactly. So they don't know how lidocaine works on the Earth and the interactions between the body and the chemicals and all of that. Yet they're going to tell you how the chemicals work on a world trillions of miles away. Like, get real, brother.
No, my point is there's a bunch of stuff we don't understand, but that doesn't mean it makes it any less true. Like, we don't understand how lidocaine works, but it doesn't mean we're gonna stop using it. We don't understand the molecular like pathways and the whole signaling that goes on for that specific drug. Sure, we don't understand that, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna use it. Same with how we don't understand specifically what's in the Earth, even though I don't know if we do. I haven't really seen a paper on that. I need to research that a little. But yeah, we probably don't understand that, but we understand something that's way more complex because it's probably easier to analyze.
Yeah, I agree with you. So let's set the baseline. It's easier to analyze the composition, structure, mass distribution, and elements to the core of an object trillions of miles away that we can only see with light versus the actual composition of the Earth we're standing on. Do you realize how stupid that sounds?
It may sound stupid to someone that hasn't had any.
It is stupid. It is stupid.
That doesn't have any formal training in the field, but I'm telling you, I can understand the structure of something that's only a few electrons long, but at the same time, I couldn't really tell you how a car works, right? Like, it's something that's very hard to understand when you don't have any formal training in the field, and when you haven't really had any that much interaction with the field, like with science in general, from a very like formal.
No, dude. Often I find that I know more. So, for example, we had an astrophysicist in here, specializing in discovering exoplanets, new planets.
Right.
And he showed us an image of one of the things that he was doing, and it was basically like a 16 by 16 pixel grid, where some pixels were in the bottom left corner and some pixels were in the upper right corner, and they had different intensity. And he was saying, "Oh, this is the host star, and this is the planet, and it's rotating like this, and it's made of this, and it has this mass." And I was like, "How could you know that from the 16 pixels?" And he's like, "Oh, well, you take the way they're moving, you assume an elliptical orbit, then you apply the assumption of the gravitational model, right, of the ellipsi and the foci, and then you do all this math and blah, 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 blah." And I go, "Well, what's that math based on? Because all you see is these pixels and the scales." And so we went back through the cosmic distance ladder. This guy didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. Yet he's going to tell me that he can tell from 16 pixels that this is, 3 planets and this one is a star. I mean, get out of town, brother. Get out of town.
I'm not shocked. A lot of science is that. I can tell you, I don't know, what can I tell you right now? I could probably tell you right now, if you were to give me like a random solution, I could probably tell you what's in it just by looking at it. And it's not a lot of information, but to someone that has a lot of training in that field, you'd be able to do that. Like, if you were to give me right now, I don't know, just a few lines. Do you know what an NMR spectra is? Whatever, it's a thing in chemistry.
Endometriosis?
No, NMR spectra. It's something like whatever. It doesn't matter. If it's when you look at it, it looks weird. It doesn't look intuitive at all. It's just a bunch of lines on paper. When I look at that, I can tell you what molecule I have in front of me. I can tell you how the atoms are linked to one another, what the charges are on them, how the electrons are distributed, stuff that's like at a molecular level. You don't see that. But I can tell.
Can you
I
do
can
it from
tell that.
16? Yeah. Cool. Can you do it from 16 billion miles away from the sample?
If I have the sample, it's a very different thing. In order to do an NMR, you need.
I know. That's what AI is trying to tell you, is that they don't have access to the sample that they claim they know the composition of. They don't have access, and they've never had access.
I can't. I don't know if I can give any truth to that claim because I haven't seen anything in relation to that. I need to see like a paper or something that says they didn't have a sample because I don't know how they do that. I just don't have any training in that field. I don't know how they personally measure the.
Oh, dude, the only way for them to have a sample would be to have a vessel that can travel billions upon billions of miles and then return to bring it back to them. No such vessel exists. Okay, let's rest it right there. So they don't have a sample. Period. End of story.
So how did they determine? Like how did they make their claims then? Like what's the basis of their claims?
Conjecture.
Like so you're telling me they just wrote a paper that says, you guys, we think it smells like sulfur because it looks like sulfur. Like, is that it? Is that what they're saying? Like, or we think it's gassy because it looks like gas, or like what's I don't know. Like what's the claim they're making?
I think they use probably like reflection spectroscopy or hold on, I have to look it up. For the Uranus smells like gas, it's something novel. Hold on.
Well, that before we go on, while you're looking that up, I just want to make sure everyone understands that when I first came up on that article, so here's the article. I'm just going to say it as I read it. Organizational name, penis.
Wait, do you have it in front of you?
Just hold on, brother. The organizational name was called penis.
No,
it was an acronym. Hey, let me finish.
Okay.
You're ruining my joke, dude. Holy crap.
Okay, go.
Do I need a banner that says "joke incoming"? Do not ruin.
Yeah.
Now I had to say the word penis 2 times without any context because of you. Now I said it 3 times. Holy crap.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so the organization's name is PNAS, pronounced penis. And it says, from that organization, your anus smells like farts. So that's a joke that writes itself, brother.
Yeah. Are you sure it isn't a joke? Like, where'd you find that?
No, they're deadly serious, dude. That organization actually has all kinds of literature that comes out. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it might be the P in the end stand for something, and the end might be
I'm gonna
astronomical sciences or something. I can't remember.
Wait, let me look them up on Google Scholar. Cool.
Look, I posted a link to the paper. They use it's called near infrared integral field spectrometer.
Oh, is this the one detection of hydrogen sulfide above the clouds? That?
Yeah, the one I just posted.
Okay, perfect. Oh wait. Okay, wait. I might actually be able to do something with this because this is chemistry. Hold on.
Now, if I remember right from the first time reading this, they claim they detected 0.3 parts per million of hydrogen sulfide.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the gas chromatograph spectrometer?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the sensitivity of that?
The sensitivity of what? What'd you say? Gas?
The gas chromatograph spectrometer.
I mean, it really depends on what you're doing because you can select it usually, if I'm not mistaken. But I've no.
Well, you talked about nuclear resonance imaging.
Yeah.
that you've seen.
That usually,
So
no, but
that's not as precise as a gas chromatograph spectrometer. That doesn't.
No, but but NMR usually goes. So it depends on what nucleus you're analyzing, right? So if you're analyzing proton NMR, that you would usually go up to a 20, if I'm not mistaken, 20 ppm. Or if you're doing like carbon NMR, that can usually go maybe 200.
20 now 20 ppm. They claim they're sub 1.3 from 16 billion miles away.
No, but ppm in this situation doesn't. It's a very different. Wait, let me look at this article.
How many different meanings are parts per million?
No, wait, let me look at this article. It depends. It means different stuff in different contexts.
No, it means parts per million, bro.
It means
it's a ratio of a number. It's not subjective.
True. But when you're saying ppm in the context of NMR, that is related in the way in which, like, how do I explain this? Like basically, it's a coupling constant. That's what. Have you heard of coupling constants? Vicinal coupling.
Yes, I know what coupling constants are.
Oh, you do? Wait,
I graduated university like 20 years ago, bro. Okay.
Oh, really? Wait,
longer than that, 40 years ago. Holy shit, I'm old. 30 years ago.
What'd you study?
Computer science.
Oh, computer science. Oh, cool. Oh, they taught you that? That's okay. Cool.
Why wouldn't they teach me that? Is there a rule against it?
No. I mean, it's not. They don't usually teach NMR in a CS degree. That's usually.
I know a lot of shit about a lot of shit, bro. You'd be surprised.
Good for you. Okay, wait. Let me look at this. Indicate.
I am an endless store of useless information.
Here represent evidence of your detection.
But gas chromatograph. The reason I know about it, because I did a deep dive research on crime scene investigations.
Oh, crime
some of the techniques they use. Yeah, so CSI type stuff and how garbage it is. Pretty garbage. But the point is, gas chromatograph spectrometry, at least at the time that this paper was published, had a sensitivity of 3 parts per million. That's when you have access to the sample. They're claiming 10 times an order of magnitude better than that from 16 billion miles away.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm not interested.
Why wouldn't I be skeptical of that? I'd be a fool not to be skeptical.
Wait, let me read it a little bit. I want to see.
You got to understand, there is no fact checking in astronomy.
Wait, let me see the discussion. If we could be sure.
Or astrophysics or anything in that field. It's just like they can literally say fucking anything.
How many citations does this have? Wait, metrics. Sorry. I mean, it's in Nature. It's good. 108. Yeah, sure. This is a good article. Okay. We'll choose.
We need some elevator music.
Yeah. So analysis to model the observe. Now let's just listen. Did they make an observation, or did they just have a model that said it could be that? To model the observed spectra, we use the Nemesis nonlinear optimal estimator for multivariate spectral analysis retrieval model using the correlated K approximation with K tables generated from the monthly published KLMC at 8K went blank. So it's another published paper, right? So
hold on.
You do chemistry, right?
I'm not here to prove this article wrong.
Do you do chemistry?
Yeah.
Okay, so the techniques you use in chemistry are sound. Okay, the techniques they use in astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, they are not sound.
Hold on, wait.
Because all they have is observation. Listen, you can actually in chemistry, you can do the experiment because you physically have samples. Okay, now imagine you published a chemistry paper and you looked across the room with a telescope at some bubbling fucking liquid on the other side. And then you started saying you know what the composition is and what the chemical reaction was based upon you looking at it, staring at it. That you'd never get published. That is fucking no chemist would ever take you seriously. You'd never get published. You'd probably freaking, I don't even know what. They would laugh. They'd be laughing forever. He fucking wrote a chemistry paper from a telescope. right? But they claim, but this is the difference between what you're doing and what astronomy doing. They claim they know causes. They claim they know the causes of effects. They claim that they know the chemical composition, how old it is, how hot it is, how far away it is. They claim that they can know all these things just by looking at light, which is crazy. That is a crazy claim.
Right.
And who's checking? The same fucking people that are making the crazy claims are checking the crazy claims.
Wait. For refraction, okay.
Like LIGO. You ever heard of LIGO? The gravity wave
Sorry, wait,
observatory. Yeah. You ever heard of LIGO, the gravity wave observatory?
Gligo?
LIGO. LIGO.
No, I haven't heard of that, no.
It detects gravity waves. Allegedly detected gravity waves.
I have not heard of
They
that.
claim that that instrument can detect a displacement of their little measuring mass that is 1/1000th of a proton diameter. So if a proton in the mass moves 1/1000th of its diameter, they can measure that motion.
Yeah, I mean I'm not shocked with that. I can, yeah.
That's 1/1000th of a proton.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
A proton is 10 to the negative 37 meters.
I don't know the length of it, but yeah, it's really small.
Yeah, it's really small. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, it's really small. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Thanks,
definitely
dude.
small. Yeah, no, I don't know why you're laughing. It's definitely a small thing, yeah.
Well, they're saying they can measure some subdivision of that. What are they measuring that with?
We can measure a bunch of stuff. Like that's not shocking. I can measure. What can I measure? I can tell you, like, just again looking at something, shooting light at something very easy to do in practice. I can tell you how stuff is linked to another thing, like something that's like submolecular. You don't see on a microscope. You can't see that shit. But I can tell you that a carbon is bounded to this and that and that and that. Like I can tell you that just by shooting light.
I can get you to doubt your faith in light giving an accurate measurement right now. Watch. It's very simple. So when you take a laser transit methodology and you apply it to the surface of the Earth over 25 miles of water, you debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, proving the Earth is flat. Because if water's flat and it covers 70% of the Earth, ipso facto, the Earth is flat. Proven by laser measurement methodology.
Laser measurement. What specific laser measurement methodology?
Laser transit. You level a laser, right? Just like you do on a construction site, and then you put a storyboard on the other side, and you get the differential, right? And if the Earth is a globe, it's going to be one thing, and if the Earth is flat, it's not going to be that thing. Guess what? It's been done, and it's not a globe.
Right. Do you have a paper for that?
Yeah, I got a documentary and an associated 120-page PDF leading up to the 25-mile shot.
No, man, I can't work with that. I can't work with that. Like, I will read a paper happily. I'll happily read a paper that's like well reviewed and like okay.
Well reviewed. What does that mean?
Sorry, peer reviewed. Is that better?
You know, most peer reviewed.
No, but I can look at a paper. Look, the thing is, I can.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I agree with you, brother. So the first paper I'm going to give you to read that's peer reviewed, it's called the peer review crisis. Once you understand that, then we can move on.
I mean, I'm not going to doubt the peer reviewing system. That it's like central to the research I do. It's like
so you do realize that most citrus fruit. Why don't you know that most peer reviewed research is wrong? Why don't you know that?
Why don't I know that? Because it's not. That's the whole point of it. You make other people read it.
Most of it's wrong. Most of it, like 90% of it.
How can you prove that? I can know.
Indio, we got to be gracious. Indio, real quick. Got to be gracious because his field is actually a real science. And so he's thinking that the real science scrutiny that he does in his field applies to all these other pseudoscience fields, which is his error.
No, that's the thing. I can't. Again, I don't know a bunch of stuff about astrophysics. I'm not.
Go on Google, type in most peer-reviewed research wrong, and see what happens.
Is this the thing from
Yeah.
Santa Dagas? Okay. This why most published. Okay, so this is an article. How many citations?
All right. So speaking of peer review, a guy, PhD in optics, Dr. John D. He came across this idea about using measurements of the Earth to determine whether it's globe or flat. So he used a dual band laser system and he reproduced the test. He didn't just review it; he reproduced it. And according to him, and he actually published it on YouTube, and you can watch it. He found that after accounting for everything and using his dual band laser, which he did for a reason, which is so that he could get the accurate refraction index because different wavelengths refract at different rates. And he basically concluded, after being a globe earther and applying his physics knowledge to measuring the Earth, that the Earth is indeed flat. It's not a globe after all, because just like the other laser test, the Earth measures flat.
And you said he's a you said he's a physicist?
Yeah, PhD specializing in optics. And not only that, but there's been numerous other tests. People have done it over 35 miles on land, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, I'd have a question.
You can do it.
Why do you choose to believe that certain physicists and not every other physicist? Like, don't you think that's cherry picking a little bit?
Because none of those other physicists did any tests.
So what would you consider a test to be then? Like, what would qualify as a test for you?
He just described it to you.
Yeah, okay, that's a type of test, but like it's not a test in general. You have multiple types of other tests. Like, why that test specifically is the only valid one?
Oh, because it's a direct measurement of the surface. That's why.
It's what?
It's directly measuring the surface.
Okay, so wait, is it measuring the surface, or is it measuring the curvature, or is it just like not measuring anything, it's just determining if a curve exists?
Yeah, dude, it's the same type of methodology that you use in building things when you want to make a level surface with a laser.
But like, yeah, but the point
you get the laser.
Yeah, no, I get that.
You level the laser, and then you get the differentials between the parallelness of the beam and the surface. Right? Pretty standard method.
Wait, what is this? Sorry. Right, yeah, no, but I mean, like, but my question is, why do you believe this certain physicist, not every other one? Like, what makes
this other? Because they haven't done anything. I already answered that.
But that's my question.
There's no contrary data, brother. Don't you understand? There's no contrary data that anybody's gathered to say, hey, this is wrong.
What do you mean there? No, there is, though, because if there wouldn't be any contrary data...
Okay, then show us. Post it in the chat, dude.
No, I can't post anything in the chat. It's not like I have...
Of course, because it doesn't exist, dude. 6 years ago, we had a guy come in here with 3 PhDs that said, it stands to reason that because there's more globe earthers than flat earthers, there must be more globe earth laser tests. And as such, that means... And he went to go look. And now it's 6 years ago, and he's never been back.
Look,
so,
listen. I just really want a paper about this test, specifically, like this globe test. Like, not a YouTube video or a documentary, because I'm not going to watch that. I just want a paper, like an article I can read. Like,
I just posted one. These are the measurement results. Are you under the impression that peer review replicates the research?
No, I didn't say that. I've never said that.
Okay, then what is the point of peer review? What is the point of peer review? What is the point of peer review?
I don't get why you're being aggressive with me. If you're going to talk
what is the point of peer review? Why can't you just answer? What is the point?
I'm not going to speak to you if you're going to be aggressive.
Listen. I want to know why you're appealing to peer review, because it seems very cowardly.
No, it's not. I don't think it's cowardly, but again, I don't want to...
It is cowardly because you don't want to address any evidence by just saying it's not peer reviewed. Should we publish it in an open access journal and then just go put a flag up and say, hey, now we got something peer reviewed? So what? Then you'd say, hey, this isn't the right journal.
Are you going to let me speak now? Is it okay if I speak?
Yeah, you're just trying to make it impossible. You're just trying to make it impossible for us to present any evidence by having an impossible standard that can't be met.
No, I literally didn't say that. Okay, I'll accept a non-peer-reviewed article. If it's an article that's published somewhere...
Would you accept if you did it?
Published.
If I did it?
Define published. Hey, bro, define published.
We didn't define published in a journal, in a scientific journal. Is that good?
Does that make it correct?
I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying I want something.
Then what good is the peer review if it doesn't mean it's correct or not? Why are you using that as some gatekeeping device?
I never said that.
Why are you using it as a gatekeeping device?
We're published in a scientific journal. Period.
No, here, let's
Why
do peer
we
review.
need that, dude? I'm going to ask you like for the 10th time. Why is that important?
I'm not going to respond to you if you scream at me. I'm not going to do that.
Dude, then answer. You're not responding when I asked you
I'm not
nicely.
going to be doing that. I'm sorry.
Hold on, Citrus Fruit.
You didn't
I'm going to
respond
take
when I
care of
talked
this.
politely to you.
No, hold on, Citrus Fruit. I'm going to handle Indio real quick. I'm going to peer review whether he's yelling at you is justified. I reviewed it. Yes, his yelling is justified. Now that it's peer reviewed and published, you can accept it.
I don't get what you guys are acting like.
Can't you do the peer review?
Anything mean to you?
Yeah, listen.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm really open to discussion. Like, I really want to talk to you guys. But if you're going to scream at me, we're not going to go.
Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, listen, brother. I'm going to ask you now for the 11th time. What is the importance of peer review? Why is it useful? Why does it need to be applied?
If I answer that, do you promise you're going to stop screaming at me?
Okay. I'm going to ask you for the 12th time. Peer review. Why is it important? Why do we need that? Why is it the arbitrary truth?
All right. I never said it's the arbitrary truth. First of all, peer review, yes, can sometimes go wrong. That is a fact. Some articles are peer reviewed, but in those cases, sometimes it just doesn't work. That's why we also look at other parts of an article in order to evaluate its quality. Like when you're looking at an article, the first thing that you look at is you look at the journal that it's published in, right? You look if it's peer reviewed. You look at the number of citations, publishing date, and methods used.
Why?
Because that's the way in which you can assess an article.
Why? Why do we do this?
Sorry, to determine I told again, if you're going to be aggressive with me, I'm not going to talk. So, can you let me finish? Is that fine?
Yeah, I want you to tell us. I want you to justify why we should. Brother.
That's how I speak.
Brother.
Okay.
You know what I want, and you're being obtuse on purpose.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It isn't going to work.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know you're being obtuse. Yeah, we can hear you giggling. Don't mute me. I'm a mod. I'll ban you. Okay.
I'm not talking to the other guy.
I'm going to ask you again. Why are we using peer review?
I'm sorry.
You're still just talking over me, so you don't have to listen. Is that your plan?
Okay, cool.
I'm going to ask you again. I think this dude muted me. So
I think
he's
someone
going
said
on.
that this fee-core thing is published somewhere, right? Is that?
Dude, unmute me, or just stay the way you are.
Hey, Citrus Fruit. We don't take kindly to people muting each other because then you just talk while the other person's talking. Doesn't work. So unmute Indio, right? And then instead of being obtuse about answering his question, just give him a straightforward answer. And then you solved your problem. You can continue the convo. Plenty of people listening right now that are wondering why, when asked, since you're supposedly the scientist, you can't just give a simple answer why peer review is necessary. And to say that peer review is necessary because the first thing I have to do to legitimize something is see if it's in a peer-reviewed journal, that's just circular reasoning. That's not answering the question. And for goodness sakes, and for the love of God, please just answer the question.
Yeah, we just want he's probably not even listening. We want a justification in case I'm going to assume I'm unmuted. We want a justification for using that as some step in the process. Why should we use it? What does it say about? Yeah, we know you can't talk. So why is it important? Jesus Christ. Now you're unmuted. Am I muted? Did you mute me?
No, you're not.
Yes or no?
You're good.
Okay, so really simply, I'm going to state it kindly, and I'd like you to answer. Why are we using peer review? Why is that an arbiter of the truth? You know, peer review is a new invention. It's only been done since about the 1970s. Prior to that, there was no peer review. They didn't do peer review. Well, it's true.
Okay. And
if you want do you want the history of peer review and how it came about into the modern era? It was actually Ghislaine Maxwell's father, his name is Jordan Maxwell, that monopolized all the journals so that he could sell them to the government. And that's how he became a billionaire. He owned Elsevier.
Wait, so
right? So that's a whole nother story. The point is, peer review is a new thing, and what is its utility? I just gave you an article that said most peer-reviewed research is wrong. So if you are going to have some gatekeeping thing where I'm not going to consider it unless it's peer-reviewed, I'd like you to justify that.
No. Again, I didn't say.
Still talking over me. I'm going to ask you what I just said to you, okay?
I won't be treated like a child. I'm sorry. Why are you treating?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you what I just said to you to make sure you just heard me. Well, I won't be interrupted rudely either.
You did that already to me multiple times, though.
I'm not going to be treated like a child, but I'm going to ask like a child. But you did it first.
I'm sorry. I don't.
Grow up, bro. Like, seriously?
I didn't. I'm sorry. If you want.
Why are you laughing?
We can talk.
He's laughing because he's a child. He thought he's going to bullshit his way. You don't have a degree in goddamn anything. Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay.
To be fair, you're supposed to know this stuff because you said you appealed to it in your field, and so everyone's listening is hearing you not just answer the question.
You're a university student that thought you could bullshit your way through this, and you can't. Okay. Listen.
I can answer.
Yeah. So. Okay. So give us a justification
as to why we think peer review is important. Like why we
the justification on why you won't look at the research that we're providing to you because it's not peer reviewed. That justification.
First of all, I didn't say that. I'd happily look at anything that's not peer reviewed if it's an article. I just said I won't look at a fucking documentary because I don't have that time. That was my whole point. 1, 2, peer review is important. Yes, we look.
Why?
Because it's other scientists in your field reviewing your article. Like that's the whole thing.
That's not a why.
It's important though. It's important to have other experts in your field look at your
article. That's your claim. Why? That you're just restating the same claim. I'm asking you why. The justification.
Because, for example, if you went wrong in your work, you can have someone else say, "Okay, you went wrong there. That's why what you're doing is wrong." Like it's someone else looking at your work over again and just like saying, "Okay, sure. That's where you went wrong. That's where you did good." Like that's it.
And what are they looking for?
They're usually looking at your methods. So your methods specifically, like what's most important? Is it coherent? Is it in line with your topic? Does it actually prove a point? And then they're also looking at other like minor.
Does it prove a point? Really?
Yeah, does it prove what you set out to prove? Yeah. Like if you have, does it prove what you're trying to prove?
First of all, science doesn't prove things. Okay.
It does though. Like that's the whole. Like that's how a research paper works. You have a title.
So you graduated university, but never took philosophy 101.
Yeah, no, we don't do that where I live. We don't have philosophy classes and stuff.
You don't take philosophy 101? It's pretty much a required course in every university going back probably 200 years, if not 500.
Every science degree, as far as I know.
Not in France. I did my whole.
Oh, no wonder, dude. Oh my goodness, there explains it all.
Yeah, no, I did.
Not in France, so they don't have philosophy in university in France.
Yeah, no, you don't do philosophy in a STEM degree. You just do STEM courses.
So the starting point of Descartes' skepticism and all that crap, which led to the problem of induction, which plagues every scientific endeavor. Somehow they don't teach that in France.
Yeah,
I just find that hard to believe.
You can look it up.
No,
I can give you the name of my.
Well, science doesn't prove things. You can Google that too. Just type in "does science prove things?" It doesn't because it uses induction, which contains the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay, so it doesn't prove things. It actually most science, other than natural science, can't actually prove anything because it's theoretical. So you can have a hypothesis.
Not all science is theoretical, though. It's not all theoretical.
You can't eliminate alternate hypotheses, dude. This is the problem.
I mean, you can't say science is theoretical. That's not true, though. You have stuff that is like actually practical. You can look at it and say that happened. Like if I put a shit ton of ethanol over a bunch of cells, they're all gonna die. I can tell you.
Okay, citrus fruit, real quick, brother, real quick. You're making a classic mistake, and that is the mistake of I'm a scientist. I'm a real scientist doing real science with real tangible results, samples, and experiments. Therefore, other people who are called scientists are doing the same thing. That's not true. These astronomers and astrophysicists are not doing science, brother. That's what we're trying to tell you. They're making it up.
I don't think you're getting my point. I never said I'm trying to say their work is good. What they did is correct. What they did is like the complete truth. I never said that. We're just talking about science in general. Like I'm not specifically trying to defend astrophysicists. I'm not trying to defend their work and say it's good. Like I never said any of that. Yeah, I guess this has just turned into a whole discussion about
Okay,
my
so there's two parts of okay, so you should know there's two parts of a published paper. There's the experiment, and then there's the explanation part, right? Why you got that result. Now you can you can do your chemistry experiment, right? And you can have no clue why that happened, and you can do it over and over and over and over again. And I agree with you. That's the actual science part. But the part they call science in modern day is the theory on the why that happened, right? The how and the why. And they come up with, mathematical models and, claim cause and effect relationships, yada, yada, yada. The peer reviewed part is only the explanation part. And they'll look at the experiment for sources of error, confounding variables, shit like that, right? Which is the actual only utility of the peer review process is just like, hey, man, what is something maybe they didn't take into account? And what is the source of error? What are the starting assumptions? These types of things. That's all peer review does. But you don't need somebody else to tell you that. You can evaluate that for yourself.
Not really. Peer review doesn't. It's not peer review. Isn't people calculating like statistic constants on your paper? It's not really what they do.
No, what I said is they'll evaluate the experiment, right? They'll go, what are the sources of error? What are some confounding variables? What are some variables that they left out for some reason, right?
Yeah.
Did they apply the right statistical method for processing the data? Is the data over processed?
Sure, yeah.
Do they have all these freaking floating parameters that they can just freaking move like little slider bars to fit whatever theory they have into the observation? So this is the stuff they review, right? So this is the stuff they're reviewing, but this is a straightforward measurement. All we're doing is measuring something. Now, anybody can evaluate the methodology of measuring. Hey, what was the equipment they used? What was the distance? What does the goal predict? What was measured? Like, you don't need, it's not a complicated thing. It's simply a measurement.
Right.
Right? You can, you go to the doctor's office, anybody in the doctor's office, the receptionist, the nurse, your doctor, can measure your height, right?
Yeah, sorry, wait, I don't think, what's your point? I don't get it.
Because we're just measuring something. We're just measuring the distance that a laser increases or does not increase from the surface of the Earth. Because with distance, the further the laser goes along the surface of the Earth, the farther away from the surface of the Earth it should get.
All right.
Right? Because the Earth's supposed to be curving and the laser's going straight, right? So they should separate.
Can someone send me a link to what you're talking about, like the experiment thing? Maybe someone sent it already.
I'll show you I'll show you a diagram so you can visualize it, okay? How about that?
Yeah, or maybe that's like article or whatever you're talking about.
I already posted it a while ago.
Can you send it again? Because I can't.
Oh, shit. Wait, so look at this diagram, right?
Right.
See, as the laser goes along the surface of the Earth, it should increase in distance. So all you have to do is measure its height from the surface of the Earth to see if the distance is increasing along the height of the laser. Now, the globe model is going to make certain predictions. For instance, at 40 kilometers, a laser should be, if you start at 2 meters above the surface of water and you shine a laser 40 kilometers, it should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. At the other end, 40 kilometers away.
Yeah. Wait, is this the...
Does that seem like a lot to you?
Wait, no, sorry, wait. I think I know what you're talking about. Is this the experiment they did like a while ago and the guys got proven wrong? Is that it?
No, not Netflix, dude. Come on, man.
Okay, like YouTube's any better? I'm sorry. Wait, no, is this... Wait, I think I found a video of it. The one where they put, like, they flashed light between two, like, boards with circles.
Holy crap. Hey, brother, hey, citrus fruit, real quick. Okay, laser, flashlight. One starts with L, one starts with F. So if you're bringing up something about a flashlight, it's not what we're talking about here.
Great. Thank you. I would have never known.
Okay. So this was done in the Netherlands, right? At Lake IJsselmeer. It was done, if you read the report, which I just posted, So
okay. The Google test.
they had meteorological stations at both ends. They took all the weather data. They just did it once. They went back 3 weeks later and did it again. They have 5 measurement results, right? So they did horizontal pans of the laser. They did increasing distances. And the thing is, the globe makes certain predictions on how high the laser should be. The results here are not within the range of what the globe predicts. They're off by 2 orders of magnitude. It's not close. That's why we use this as an example, is because it's not close.
But who is this company, Corp?
They were a nonprofit.
Okay, and who are they exactly? Like, who's
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
It's relevant.
That's a genetic fallacy. That the information is right or wrong based upon who it comes from.
I mean, don't you think that's straight up? But you're contradicting yourself, though. You're saying the articles.
What are you talking about?
You're saying the articles written by physicists are wrong because other physicists in the field review.
I never said that. I never said anything like that.
Yeah, that's bogus, brother.
I never said anything like
what was
that.
said is, what was
I
said is
think
that
you're
some
a
people.
I'm fully convinced now.
Yeah, check this out, brother. Check it out, Citrus. We said that some people are wrong because these measurements disprove their claims. Had nothing to do with who they are whatsoever.
No, but I'm sorry, but you're saying the results, like scientists post on like in known journals, you're saying those are fake because they're posted by scientists.
No one said that. Why are you saying that again?
We were talking like a few minutes ago about how the data they found on Uranus is false. And now you're saying that the data posted by a company that's visibly like...
No, I didn't say it was false. I said there's no way it can possibly be true because we know that on Earth, the max precision that we can get from elemental analysis is 3 parts per million. Okay? And they're claiming an order of magnitude greater than that. Okay? Which
so
is capped.
what I'm looking at right now... Wait, I'll just show you guys what I'm looking at right now just so you... Oh, okay, wait, I can't share screen? Oh, okay, fuck. That's awesome.
Funny how you keep
address the laser, dude.
I can
before you address the laser, Citrus. It's just funny. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
I'm very down to talk.
No, I'm gonna point something out. I'm gonna point something out, and I want you to reflect on it.
Go ahead.
Everything we have said is about particulars of the tools being used and the scope of their abilities. Where you keep bringing it back to the people. Why is it that you're so focused on the people and not the accuracy of the tools?
Because it's relevant. It's part of the scientific process. Like I can look at your data. I can look at your data and make like a conclusion based on it.
Yeah, but you're trying to look at their biography.
I'm just telling you.
You're trying to look at their biography, though.
The data can be skewed.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You're proposing.
Yeah,
can
brother,
be false,
you're not talking about
a certain conclusion that isn't necessarily true because the data in itself isn't true.
Yeah, but you're not talking about data. That's just a lie. You're talking about their biographical fucking information.
Because it's relevant. If I were to post a study...
No, it's not.
Their biographical information changes the test results.
You can't...
What if it's you and me that go and do this, Citrus?
Sorry.
Citrus, what if it's yourself and myself that go out and do this test? Is now it null and void because we're freaking nobodies?
No, if it was between me and you, sure, I'd believe that. But since it's something from the internet, I don't know who made it. I don't know the source. You have to analyze.
Well, how about instead of poisoning the well, you assess the information first, then get back to us?
Okay, sure. Let's look at the information you're proposing. Let's look at this 121 slide thing. Cool. Okay.
It's in big type. I think you can read it quickly. There's lots of pictures. You can do it.
Yeah, there's a preface and initial data, and then there's 17 tests. So you can just skip to the end of the last test, and then you don't have to read all the previous 16.
Okay, they're using a camera and a telescope. Okay. Cool, closer distance, blah, blah. Measurement procedure, so...
All right, while you're reading that, just read to yourself calmly while I help the audience understand what the scientific method is. So, step one of the scientific method is establish who it is that's conducting the experiment. Until you establish that, you can't go any further.
It doesn't work like that. It's about the validity of stuff you're saying. You're saying they can't prove certain things, like in other papers, because maybe they have a different agenda, because they're paid by someone to do that research and like...
Dude, how long is that straw man bullshit you're gonna make?
It's not straw
Nobody
man.
said anything. That's the third time.
Okay.
The third time.
So does that mean you don't believe
Nobody said anything like what you're saying.
No, so
Not
you don't
even
believe that,
remotely close. We did not appeal to who they are. We did not. We talked about their data and the instruments they're using and their methodology. Why are you over talking me? We talked about the There we go again. So with the instruments they use, their methodology, what they claim they measured is out of whack with what we know is possible terrestrially by an order of magnitude. They don't actually have a sample, and it's a model. It's a model of what the spectrum should look like instead of actual. Why are you constantly over talking, dude? What the fuck is your
Because you've been
issue?
over talking me multiple times, by the way. I don't get it.
So you're doing it for revenge?
Sorry?
Are you doing it for revenge then?
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
You're a dishonest
No wonder
fuck,
it can't
bro.
track India.
Just go on mute, bro. Just fucking go on mute.
Dude, what we're talking about is that you can't get your head out of the fact that the personalities aren't relevant to the veracity of the data. The data is either true or false. And for some reason, you keep projecting that onto us as if that's what we're doing. But really, you're just admitting your epistemology is based on faith and personalities rather than the veracity of the data. I mean, that's my conclusion. I think that's pretty well founded based on what you keep saying. It's like you can't get away from it for some reason.
It's not a company, dude. You can try that again. It's a nonprofit. It was paid for by donations. Good try, though. So I already told you it was a nonprofit, Citrus Fruit, and so now why are you lying?
Oh no, I'm done with this conversation. I'm sorry, I'm leaving. I'm just saying, if you guys are gonna look at data,
Let me help you.
look at it.
Let me help you.
Hold on.
boy.
Listen, out of the kindness of my heart, I'm going to finish his sentence. So, what I wanted to teach you guys is that if you're going to look up data, the most important thing you should do is verify who the person is and whether or not he cheated on his wife.
Seems
How come
legit.
it doesn't list what they had for breakfast in there? I want to know, because that's important. Because it's an important meal of the day.
Yes, it is the most important meal. And if they didn't have Wheaties and it's a high performance experiment, they probably didn't do it because you got to eat your Wheaties. Oh, do you guys got Wheaties in Australia? Do you even know
Yeah, I
what
don't know if
that
they're
is?
the same thing or not.
Well, they always have athletes on the cover.
Wheat Bix, yeah.
Yeah, we got Wheaties. I always get a kick out of seeing the old Bruce Jenner ones when he was like a decathlon athlete. And he's like all buff, like with a javelin in his hand.
That must be worth a pretty penny.
I know, right? He's probably trying to buy them all and burn them.
You remember that clip where he was manhandling Ben Shapiro?
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was like if you say that again, you're going to go home in an ambulance. And Ben Shapiro was like, "Oh, how very tolerant and peaceful of your view."
That's so funny, man. I forgot about that. Dude, he's huge too. Even as a woman, he's like a fucking beast.
Yeah.
Dude, like seriously, when I was a kid, dude, I thought that was like the coolest thing. I wasn't like when I was like 4 or 5, like I wasn't into like professional sports or anything like that. But the Olympics, I thought was cool. And then he was like, the best because he could do it all, right?
Yep.
So anybody else catch the Shiva debacle?
Only the title.
Oh, dude, it was so bad. I mean, holy Jesus! First of all, McToon's in it, and right there, right off the rip, and He said he was banned from here, which is false. And he said there's a video on my channel showing me being banned. So I went and watched the video, and he clearly clicks the disconnect button. So after muting the entire room, so it's really funny. Just a blame. Anyway, the point is that my God, dude, it is just like an embarrassment that this guy ever took. It isn't academia at all. He's an embarrassment, quite honestly. There's no way to even describe it. It was basically like a 3-on-1 Glober debate of 3 people telling the flat earther how he's stupid and how they need to do this. We have to do this experiment this other way. It's just so fucking. It's so bad. But
so it said on there.
Let up from go.
What was the title again? It was like flat versus round.
Flat versus round summit.
Summit, yeah, flat versus round summit. Applying the scientific method. So, like right there, it's like, okay, how to apply the scientific method to just a measurement of a shape? I mean, good grief, dude! How much stupider could you be?
He said you have to express your hypothesis into a mathematical equation.
What the heck?
Yeah, bro. It's a freaking train wreck, bro. And he used the example of F equals ma.
Holy crap!
Yeah, dude. Dude, that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. It was so much worse than I thought.
So basically, dude, we should retitle this video "Examples of the Dunning-Kruger Effect."
Yeah, and his example was 2 competing hypotheses, F equals ma versus F equals ma squared. And it more closely fits F equals ma. Well, how did you get those variables? What did you measure to get any of those variables? The values, to know if it fits in the first place. How'd you measure the mass? How'd you measure the force? Acceleration seems straightforward. But then you would need to know what are the other 2 variables. Well, where'd those come from?
Just read the first comment. These people are retarded.
It was so much worse than what I thought. I was actually in the chat for a while.
It's like the first comment. I caught the live event. It was such a rich exchange, teaching and learning.
He kept saying the flat earthers, he has to teach him like he's in kindergarten. So the person that was the flat earther, I think it was Kevin Samuels, that's his name. He's not a native English speaker. So he's talking like him, but you can tell that he's having trouble speaking because he's not a native English speaker. And Shiva kept saying, do I have to explain it to you like you're in kindergarten? He said that like 6 or 7 times. And that was like very irritating to me because it was obvious he was having troubles not only expressing himself, but understanding what was being said because he doesn't speak English. Which begs the question, why was he involved in that anyway? And where were the other flat earthers? And I thought they were all supposed to fly out and go in a conference room and write it all on a whiteboard. And like everything he said would happen, none of that shit happened. There was 3 Glovers, because I'm counting him as a Glover. There was McToon, another anti-flat earther that did radio, so some sort of he did some sort of radio stuff in the military. And Shiva, the dude that was McToon, just sat there doing nothing. The radio guy kept talking about, well, there's no mirages in radio waves, and if the Earth was flat, there'd be no radar horizon, and so it's basically almost like a debate. It was almost like a flat Earth, one flat earther with broken English versus 3 anti-flat earthers debate, more than actually collaborating to get some freaking test done. But the radio guy just kept saying shit which is just blatantly wrong. Oh, water doesn't really have an effect on UHF. You could just like Google it, dude. Water is like the only thing that affects VHF. which is crazy, dude, that this guy's saying that shit. Water increases the absorption and attenuation of VHF, and he said the exact opposite of that, and claiming he's an expert in radio. UHF, rather. He said there'd be no radar horizon on the flat Earth. Oh, yeah. None at all. Just go forever. It was bad. It was bad, dude. If you value your like literally, it's like puke in your mouth level bad.
Dude, I posted, why would anyone need the scientific method to simply measure a shape of an object? Perhaps we need a summit on teaching how to measure for children. Holy crap.
Yeah, and they're butchering like they didn't. What were they saying? They were like, instead of using the term for the imprecision of a measurement, like the uncertainty of a measurement, they were using a completely different word. And Shiva was using it too, and I'm like, how the frick did this guy get into like in the university? It's called, there's two measurement things, right? There's the precision of the measurement, and then there's the uncertainty of the measurement result, which would be a bounded range. They were calling it something completely freaking different. And I'm like, man, but this guy, he's an MIT graduate with freaking 3 degrees or whatever. Like, why doesn't he correct them and tell them these are anti-flat earthers, mind you, and correct them and tell them they're using like the wrong terminology. Like it was just I don't know. I don't even know what to say. It was so much worse than I thought. This guy is like, no matter how bad I think it is, this dude's like going down fast. In my opinion of him, like fast.
He might have to have a special meeting with his employer.
He is his own employer. He's got a lot of grips going, I found out. He's got a lot of like donate to this and donate to that and donate to this other thing. And I'm sure it's a legitimate employment thing in Massachusetts to start a nonprofit, make yourself the head administrator, and pay yourself basically the proceeds of that nonprofit administering the penny that's left.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
There's one corporate structure, which I don't know if it applies to nonprofit, where you as the owner are entitled to 10%, and then after that, the remaining 90% is then considered the shares. So what was one of their ideas?
I think the Globetards want to do another sun observation, which is I don't even know, like predict where the sun is based upon some model, but they're so stupid. And I've told McToon this already. That in like another thing where he starts some shit in an X thread and then bails on it. That they don't use a globe model to predict where the sun is. So that will be quite a litmus test to Shiva's veracity, quite honestly. Because if he doesn't look at the math and see, hey, in the math there's no globe model, there's no globe in there, then it's not a globe, and that it's not actually a globe prediction. Then that what this dude was proposing, and he said it wasn't even his idea, it was to get the elevation of an airplane when it's coming down on its glide slope at 20 kilometers away and making a elevation prediction, flat Earth versus globe prediction, which is convoluted, and they didn't like that one. And the reason they gave is because the radar measures the arc length, or the radar measures the straight line distance, but it's supposed to be the arc length. And so basically, the radio guy was coming up with all these reasons why you can't do it. One of them being the imprecision of the measurement, that it was accurate to it was only accurate to within 0.6 of a kilometer or something. I mean, that was for the distance, but that the difference in drop would be 20 meters. And then he was like, "Hey, you can just do it farther." And then they're like, "No." Then she would just literally just shut that down. As soon as he said farther, he just shut that shit fucking down right away. And of course, the other guy, and so the whole time she was lecturing this dude, Kevin Samuels. The whole time he was lecturing them. But when the Goldbergs can say any fucking stupid thing they want, and he doesn't say a goddamn word to them, he actually lectured, well, where'd you get there from? You have to give a citation. So in science, we give citations. When the Glober right before him just spouted a whole bunch of nonsense claims, and he did not demand a single fucking citation for any of that shit. Anyway, that's not the point. So they were like, okay, well, you could use UHF in a freaking airplane and get a receiver at some lighthouse far away. And if the Earth's the globe, there'll be a radar horizon where you won't be able to pick up the UHF signal. But on a flat Earth, there'll be no radar horizon. And so then they started arguing about that. Well, we don't. If this is kind of like the seeing too far thing, this is what the Glover said. This is kind of like the seeing too far thing, but there's no mirages in radar. Yeah, there is. Fucking simple Google search. Yeah, there is. They're not visible mirages. They're just not qualitative, but the same effects, right? The reflection, right? So the radio waves will reflect. You'll get multipath interference. All these things, all these problems with UHF that you'd have, that you would have a flat Earth radio horizon. And he even said, he's like, well, sometimes the radio horizon is real far away. And that's ducting. That's ducting around the globe, right? So he already made it so that that no flat Earth observation can disprove the globe, because he can say, well, it's ducting. It's ducting for fucking 500 miles. So, you can't, dude, it's such, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, kind of have to see it for yourself. I don't recommend it, but it's pathetic.
It sounds like ducting is what he had to do to pass MIT.
This is like, they had two Globers. They had McToon and some guy. He worked in radar, or not radar, but radio transmission in the military, or as a hobbyist or something like that. I can't remember exactly what his background was. But he was clearly an anti-flat earther, and clearly knew what he was talking about to a degree, but he was making claims that are just baloney, dude. That you literally can just Google and see that his claims were just baloney. Like I said, the water absorption, the attenuation, the lack of mirages, the no radar horizon on a flat Earth, just all sorts of crap. And then after he did all that of going back and forth, now Shiva's buying this supposedly, as if he probably is buying it. Well, I brought this guy here, and he's an expert in the field, and why don't you just go with his experiment? Why? Because they poo-pooed the one he wanted to do with the plane glide slope, and then he's trying to go with he's trying to push his lighthouse experiment, and then she was trying to push that on him, right? Based upon all these other things, but like I said, right at the end, he says, well, sometimes the radar horizon's far, and then you have ducting because of a temperature inversion. Well, you just said you're supposed to be doing an experiment that's a positive flat or globe, and then you just eliminated the globe as being falsifiable by this experiment, by saying In some instances, there's no radar horizon, right? And that's ducting. So if you have a no radar horizon, it's not a flat Earth, it's ducting. And if there is a radar horizon, it's not absorption or attenuation, it's a globe. It's so scummy. I don't even know it. I'm sorry. I'm ranting. It was irritating to watch that shit.
Hey, when they were talking about the glide slope, I mean, somebody could have just said, hey, how about we just get the pre-fusion algorithm Adiru rotational attitude data? Yeah, for you Globers out there who don't know what I just said, supposedly there's a system on the plane that measures the reference frame of the plane relative to the Earth and its initial attitude and its flight, and it would prove that it would be rotating or not rotating as it travels in an arc or over a flat, parallel line to the Earth. So supposedly that already exists in the airplane's subsystems, and if you just can get that pre-algorithm, you'd have some data that might be useful. Too bad they hide it and then put an algorithm on it and then make it to where you can't tell what's really going on. And so the end result, the end data of the plane, this is their own language. The plane recognizes it as a static reference shift rather than a dynamic rotation. So that means that the plane is fully capable of flying exactly congruent with flying over a flat Earth. So the data is 100% congruent with a flat Earth and shows absolutely no curvature whatsoever. And they should have had Wolfie 6020 on. He would have set him straight. He said, hey, it's all in the black box, brother. Yeah, we all know it isn't in there, though.
Oh, why not just have Will Dub yet? I want to know how McToon fucking weasels his way into everything. Fucking everything, dude. When Witsit went on when Witsit went on InfoWars, the Harrison guy, that dude Harrison said that McToon was fucking like in his DMs, like blowing his shit up, sending him fucking emails. He like weasels his way into freaking everything.
Yeah. You know what's funny, dude, is remember back when McToon debated Brian's logic? Part of it was, I think they were talking about some of the aircraft data. Supposedly, he was personally invited by Duffy to debate McToon. But yeah, they all work together. And wasn't it Duffy that was on McToon where he lied about not knowing him?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not suspicious.
Maybe they all have the same agent.
Well, I just told you, dude. The dude's a blatant liar, dude. You can go look in that video, look in the chat. He says multiple times that he was banned from the server. He's not banned now. He's never been banned, ever, since the server opened. It said, you can go look at it on the live stream, and it clearly shows him disconnecting from the VC because he couldn't answer a question about where he got the distance to the sun. Meme was asking him, where'd you get the distance from the sun? So what he does is he goes on mute, tells his audience, oh, they measured it with radar, blah, 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 and then he disconnects from the VC. So he muted the VC, our VC that he was in, to monologue to his audience, and then disconnects. And claims he's banned, which is a lie. Never was banned.
All right, listen, I'm back from the future, and McToon has a public announcement that although it may appear that that's what happened, he was actually hacked by the expert Flat Earth hackers to make it look like he was lying. Funny how you can just make up excuses after the fact to explain anything away, kind of like their stupid globe. Unfalsifiable gibberish. Hey, you realize we got flat earthers that have been hanging out with us that don't know who Brian Mullen is or what his work was?
That's
He
me.
told me, hey,
Who is Brian
I don't know who
Mullen?
Brian Mullen is or what he did, so I posted it in the Ranked Rolls chat and I said it's mandatory watching. There will be quizzes. You don't know Brian Mullen, homie? Or are you just playing?
No. Who's that?
Serious.
Brian Mullen used to have a channel called Balls Out Physics where, so basically he's an engineer.
Oh,
And he came upon the idea of flat Earth. He started applying his engineering education and knowledge to it. Made a bunch of videos. He called them Balls Out Physics. And he was explaining a lot of problems with the globe from a physics engineering perspective. And then he devised a test that, if implemented correctly, would certainly definitively tell you whether the surface was curving or not. And shortly thereafter, the Glovers got so butthurt that an actual engineer would come out as a flat earther and actually make definitive cases for flat Earth and design definitive instrumentation that could be implemented in the real world and liberate the idea. So they decided to go after his engineering license. One guy, I can't remember his name exactly because I'm confusing him with one other guy, but he basically called his job, tried to get his engineering license pulled, said he was unsafe, did all this stuff and harassed him so badly that he really wasn't, either felt he was in danger of his job or whatever, and so he decided to stop doing what he was doing so he could, maintain his career and feed his family. Which, is the right decision if he's really facing that much persecution. So it's no harm, no foul on him. He did a good job. He did his work, and he gave us great ideas. But yeah, that's just the way Globers are. They're so zealous for their religion that they're willing to attack somebody's livelihood. And it's not because they actually believed that anything he built would fall down simply because he's a flat earther. No, they were using that as an excuse just because they hate flat earth.
yeah. It's despicable. It's despicable. Makes me sick.
Yeah, so one of the things he designed, he did a lot of things about like the rotation of the earth and planes flying and all the classical physics types things. But two of the things he came up with, one was called torque the line, where his idea was you get a cable in the water and you pull it really tight, and that would give you a straight line that's either going to be parallel with the water or the water is going to hump over it, right? And that was a good idea in principle. The problem is that when it came down to the physics, there's like nothing we have that can pull strong enough to defeat the catenary curve problem, which is a line under its own weight is going to sag, right? So you need a certain amount of tension to resist the sag. And me and Indio calculated it one day on a live stream, and it turned out that it's like there's no craft that we possess that could accomplish such a task. He was imagining a boat would pull it. Two boats would be going in opposite directions, and that would pull the line. But once you apply the math to it, it's like impossible.
Yeah.
And his other one was called Force the Line, which is essentially taking a level, plumb, and square construction, and then building off of it square. So your first one's plumb, level, and square, and maybe a few for a benchmark. And then after that, you just keep building square to it. And so if you keep building square to it, if the first one is level, if it's a flat Earth, it's just going to keep continuing straight. And if it's a globe Earth, it's going to raise in altitude as the ground curves away. So it was a pretty good idea. And I think he actually did the math on the cost, and he said it would only be like $350,000, depending on everything. That's like the implementation cost of the materials. You still have to have the land to do it because you need miles of land to accomplish it. You can't just do it in like 1,000 yards. Yeah, so they didn't really like the fact, because you know how they always say there's no flat Earth engineers, there's no flat Earth pilots, there's no flat Earth PhDs, which isn't true. None of that's true. There are plenty of those. Problem is when some of them come out, they get blackballed, blacklisted, attacked, et cetera, et cetera. So they're reticent to be
Yeah.
so publicly vocal about it.
Right. I've made this point much before. How there's not much incentive to come out and announce yourself as a flat earther. There's really no incentive to do that.
Yeah, and there's a track record of not just professional organizations blacklisting you or blackballing you, but people who aren't even associated with your organization trying to campaign to your organization to get you off of your job. Like just pure psychosis by the Globers, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the whole Brian Mullins issue with George, was it Hetanyuk or whatever? And he, classic anti-flat earther at the time, like 7 years ago, whatever it was, 6 years ago. And yeah, just went full bath and tried to get him his job. And then Brian disappeared. I really enjoyed Brian's videos as well. I think I haven't seen them for a long time, to be fair. I should probably watch them, especially if AI is going to give us a bloody quiz. But I think there was one about how avionics would work, aviation, an airplane flying around a sphere. I'd like to see that one again. But yeah, it was interesting at the time. We hear about this. Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I was just going to real quick say, for anyone who cares, I put the playlist in the ranked roles section.
Cheers, man. Thank you. But yeah, it was horrific at the time, knowing that people were going out of their way to get people fired. Like AI said, these things happen all of the time. We don't necessarily know about them. We don't necessarily have first-hand experience with them. But this, a lot of people within the Flat Earth community did. Because one moment he was there, the next moment he'd gone. And it didn't take us long to figure out who'd done it.
Wasn't he advertising that he did it?
Yeah. Because he was kind of back and forth with FED, wasn't he? He was like around with that Bob the Science Guy group, you know, a couple of other
You're talking about who
those
ratted out
personalities at the time.
the dude that ratted out Brian Mullen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, tried to rat him out. Yeah, he admitted it.
Yeah.
He admitted it on Nathan's show. I probably got a clip of it. I wouldn't doubt it. George Hottenuk or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Actually, now I remember. He didn't admit it on FED. Well, he did after he tried to deny it. And he tried to justify it by lying. What he said was he did it because Brian was violating the engineering oath that they take to be an engineer. And it turned out that, hold on, it's worse than that. So, yeah. So some states do require some type of oath, right? Some thing to basically that I'm not going to just like, fucking design a bridge out of frickin' whipped cream or something. So there is some states. The state he worked in was not one of those states. But the proof that he offered was, so there was some group that was trying to get these oaths put as a requirement in every state, and they had a model oath, in a book on Google Books, and he tried to pass that off, that model oath that was in a book on Google Books, as the oath that was Brian was supposed to take. And fucking, I'm dead serious, dude. This is what the lengths he went to.
because he got called out,
Oh,
and then he went to find the evidence for what he thought was true, and all he could find was a model oath on Google Books and tried to present that as the oath Brian was violating.
Dude,
Oh, wow.
how poetic! How poetic! The only proof of my claim is a model on the internet.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's par for the course.
Hello, friends. Can you guys
Raiden's
hear me?
here. Yeah, we hear you.
I wanted to ask a quick question.
Is it
guys were
about the
talking
Nobel
about
Prize?
no, not today.
Okay, good. Okay, I've got a new question. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys were you were talking about the sun earlier, and I wanted to ask this is like I guess like a reality check question. If someone says they know something about the sun and at the same time you don't, would you guys agree there's a separation there or no?
Say that again. If we say we don't know, we're saying he don't know.
No,
That's
I'm
what we're
just
saying.
saying I'm just saying for
I
example,
mean, nobody knows.
it doesn't have to be the sun per se. It could be anything. Let's just say, for example, you don't know something about a particular topic, but someone else says they do. Would you agree there's a
Okay,
separation there?
no. That's like a false equivalence, because things in the sky, like the celestial bodies, inaccessible. Nobody claims they're going to the sun. Nobody claims they're going to a star. Nobody claims they're going to a planet.
Okay, so maybe I'll rephrase it. Indio.
Well, you see what I'm
Is
saying is you're trying to create
Sure.
something. We actually, this is a different thing. They're claiming that they know what something, the composition of something, which they can't grab a hold of and actually get the thing that is supposed to be composed of.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: Is it possible for someone to know something that you don't?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's all. That's all I was asking.
Like, you know how much money's in your pocket right now? Right?
Zero.
I don't.
Right, yeah.
Well, that was going to
Right.
be my guess, but
No, I get. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't carry cash anymore. It's been a long time.
yeah, no. The fucking homeless people must be fucking bummed out, dude. They
Yeah.
man, can I have $1? Have to cash app it to you.
Yeah. You answered my question, so that it was just
Yeah,
a
of course
basic
people
one.
can know things you don't, but like,
Okay,
but
that's all I was asking.
certain topics nobody can have knowledge of, right? Like what happens to you after you die? Nobody has knowledge of that. Nobody's come back to tell anybody. No matter what anybody says, they don't know that. They can only ever believe it, and this is in that category.
Okay, so went back to the sun. If Sean Carroll told you he knew what the sun is, you would tell him he
Tell 'em-
doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he'd
you would
admit
base
it,
that off of
and he'd admit it.
right. I'm
If
just
Sean
saying if he
Carroll
told you
has
that.
a degree, well, he has a degree in the philosophy of science, and I'd say that's an inductive inference, right? And he'd say yes, and I go, well, is the sun's composition proven? And he'd say no. He'd say it's the best theory that we have. He would appeal to abductive reasoning.
Okay. I'm glad you answered my initial question, honestly. So at least you're based in reality. There are things that someone else could know that you don't. At least you
Of course.
understand that. Okay, good.
Of
That's
course,
all I
but
had.
there's some things that people claim they know, which there's no way they can know. They just believe they know.
Sure. Yeah, we have that
Yeah.
too. That's another.
How's this for a follow up? Do you agree that there are things that nobody can know?
Sure.
Okay. And does the sun fall into that category, you think?
I can't speak to that. Not
Yeah, I
with
was saying this
certainty,
earlier.
anyway.
I don't think anybody knows what the sun is or what stars are, the moon is, or what planets are.
Okay.
So,
Never
and
will.
then like India's, and they never will. So anyone that's saying like, well, I claim to know, like that doesn't necessarily put them in advantageous position
Oh,
over someone
yeah.
who doesn't know.
But what if, Creation Bear, what if you ask them if they know, and then they say, yes, I know, and then you say, how do you know? And they say, clickety, clickety, clickety. The first result on Google says the sun is a ball of gas that is made of this, and it's doing fusion, and it's this far away, and now I know what it is.
Yeah. That's usually how it goes down.
The thing about that also, listen, it's objectively true that anything just looking at light and saying you know the sub's current position is an abductive inference and an indirect measurement. For some reason, Josh couldn't admit this when it's objectively true. This is the case. Just as a matter of logic, it's true. Like, it doesn't matter what he says. This isn't subject to opinion. That he's light. He's looking at light. Somebody is, and he's inferring its composition from the light. Okay, that's an inference. He's not directly measuring the composition of the molecules within the sun. Okay, he's saying, hey, in my theory, molecules, this light can only be created by molecules that are within the sun of this type. He doesn't know that. All he can say is that within our lab conditions, they kind of match this. And it's more complicated than that. I'm super oversimplifying it because he was oversimplifying it. He doesn't understand how spectroscopy actually works in practice. It's nothing like they don't just look at a spectroscope and go, look, there's some hydrogen. It doesn't work like that. It's way more complicated than that. As with anything else in modern science, when you're doing minute measurements, there's a lot of statistical nonsense involved with it, which is, a lot of cherry picking and confirmation bias and parameter fucking tweaking and a bunch of bullshit. Okay? And then that is built, right? All of this theory laden mathematical model shit is used to say in accuracy consistent with our theory of the emission spectrum of hydrogen. That's all they can actually say. They can't say match. They can't say anything else. And if, unlike Josh, I actually heard the SOHO, which is the solar observatory that he was referring to. There's actually an interview which I sent him, which he should have listened to. I sent it to him like a week ago, ironically. It's a Soho Observatory. Robert Bazzano interviewed the fucking staff for the goddamn place. And they were uncertain. So I don't understand what solar scientists that think they have a satellite looking at the sun 24 hours a day, that they have some uncertainty and that they're admitting that they just have a solar model and that there are some issues with it. But somehow Josh is certain when all he read was fucking clickety-clack, Google or ChatGPT. Fact of the matter is, he don't know. He just thinks he knows. What I do know is he had acted way off fucking character for even questioning the composition of the sun. Actually, it wasn't questioning the composition of the sun. He was offended by questioning human knowledge about the composition of the sun. That's what really irked him.
That's him. That is.
Yeah, and dating, I didn't forget
character.
about you. I'm going to clip yours too. Like yours is in another one, so I'm going to clip that out right now. You seen me post the other one, right?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, because you said something to him. I don't know if it's in that clip about how can they that the accuracy that you're claiming regarding the sun is greater than what's measured on Earth. Do you remember when you said something like that to him?
Oh yeah. I was talking about gas chromatograph spectroscopy, right? So they get a crime scene, someone freaking died of something, they don't know what he freaking ingested, so they take a sample of their blood. They know what elements are in blood, so they go, hey, what are the different elements that are it? They'll use gas chromatograph spectroscopy to get the the elements in their relative proportions, and that's roughly 6 to 9 parts per million. And then they claim that they can look at Uranus and get, it was actually less than that, it was 0.3 parts per million, that they said that they could stare at Uranus 16 million miles away and figure out what its composition was. So I asked him basically, how come we have limitations when we have access to the sample on Earth, but with a telescope somehow you just magically, all those freaking issues just go away? How do we have greater precision looking through a fucking telescope than we do when we actually have the sample? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I thought that was a great question. And then those kind of techniques can be tested and seen, with some kind of known substance, like you said. Can this person who doesn't know it get this result, when it's a blind test, but someone does know if they're right or not, and then they can see how accurate these tests are. But obviously with the sun and these
Dude,
other
that's a good idea.
materials, we can't do that.
That's actually a
I
good
had a
idea.
good answer.
They should blind that stuff, dude. They should just like, okay, here's the graph. What is this?
Yep. Yeah, but he had a good answer to your question about the variance of the accuracy versus local versus far, and why would you trust the inverse? He had a really good answer, and that was no answer. He didn't want to touch that with a 1 AU foot pole.
He was like, I need to see it. So I actually posted it in the chat, and he never referenced it. It's easy to find out what the precision of gas chromatograph spectroscopy is. Now, he'd have to look up the precision from 10 years ago, because I'm sure they've improved the technology a little bit. I don't know if they've improved it that much in order of magnitude, but I don't know.
Yeah, but for posterity's sake, can you enunciate that for the stenographer?
What, gas chromatograph spectroscopy? It's not that complicated.
I heard graph. Was graph supposed to be in there?
Yeah, graph. Gas chromatograph spectroscopy.
Oh, gotcha. All right, there you go. There you go.
There's also mass spectroscopy, which is similar. Gas
I got a funny story
chromatograph is
about
they
that.
vaporize the sample and then they shoot freaking something through it. It might be X-rays or something.
I actually carry around a purple hardback spectroscopy book in my glove box. No joke. I've actually sent pictures of it to people before. The reason is if I ever get in an accident or something ever happens on the road and somebody asks me, well, what did you see? I'll be like, give me a second. Got to reference my book here real quick. Then I'll let you know.
I've been actually using spectroscopy so I don't misgender anybody. Like you look through it, right? And if you see a rainbow, then whatever gender you think they are, they're the opposite.
If rainbow, then LGBT.
Yes, exactly. That's what a spectrograph is. It's basically looking through a prism. But they use what's called a grating. So it's a bunch of fucking wires. Did you guys ever use this in school? Because we actually used one in school when I went to school in like 5th grade, 6th grade. Basically, you're looking through a diffraction grating. So it's just a bunch of vertical wires, and then it gets projected. The white light gets broken up. So if you just look at the sun, it just looks like a rainbow, but there'll be lines, missing pieces in it. Or was it the other way? I think you flip it and it does the emission spectrum. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. But it looks like a little frickin' black plastic triangle thing with wires.
Yeah, I've used one before. It's been a while.
Oh, good. Thank God I didn't. Yeah, here's a picture of one. Yeah. That was freaking hallucinating in 6th grade, man.
No, we're just trying to identify the age demographic of everybody in the room. That's all.
Well, I mean, like, we used it once for freaking 5 minutes in a class in, like, 6th grade. I mean, it could have hallucinated the whole thing, man. I don't know.
Dude, I used one of those to grate the cheese and home ec.
Remember, Dandelion, when this is what you did in science class? You did actual, like, science stuff?
Yeah, for sure.
You don't just memorize the textbook and puke it back onto the test?
Do they even let kids have Bunsen burners right on the table anymore?
Remember that?
Last,
That was back in the
yeah,
old days.
I think so. I mean, last I knew, yeah, they were still there. They still use them. Probably not quite
Only
as
the
much as
honors
they used to,
classes.
though.
Like the average numpty doesn't get to play with those. These are honors classes. Those students definitely do, yeah. Not once was a Bunsen burner pulled out while I was in high school.
Or they cook crack rocks if you did.
But they
I
didn't.
don't know.
They didn't.
I used Bunsen burners even with my alternative ed students. That was one of the things they liked the best, doing the flame tests, stuff like
Yeah.
that. Flames are very popular with criminals.
But now that the definition of science has changed to the submission to consensus, you don't actually need to do experiments. You just learn what the consensus is, and therefore you're a scientist.
Well, they don't teach logical fallacies to those standard kids anyway, either. They only teach that to honor students. There's a lot of things they only give to the honor students, the people in advanced classes.
Yeah, because
Hell, that's not.
you're trained to push a button in a factory. Why do you actually need to know logical fallacies? Because when your boss comes and tells you what the rule is, it doesn't matter what fallacy he uses or doesn't use. That's the rule, and that's what you have to center your life on until your boss decides to change or his boss decides to change.
Nation of workers, not thinkers. Yep.
So, of course, science has to be about consensus and following the rules.
Well, I digress. I just wanted to comment on that I'd noticed that there's a lot of things missing from the standard education that people receive. And unless they go to teach themselves more, they're never going to know it.
Just think of every Globie that comes in here that pretty much their entire premise is based upon submission to that authority and submission to consensus.
Yep.
And you're stupid and retarded and such because you don't submit to their authorities.
Hey, but that is a funny play on words, advanced. So ad is obviously could be advertisement. Advanced actually means lack of advertisements, right? But vance means you dwell in a marsh. So if you're in an advanced class, you're in a contradiction of advertisements and non-advertisements to keep you in the marsh, which is also in the muck. So basically, you're stuck in the mud. That's very interesting.
Then you tie that